Same here.
All right, so this will be fun. Oof. Okay. All right, marathon finale. Really, this is a humbling experience. All right, guys. Yeah, let me. I guess I'll start my local recording, but let's do our thing, right?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so New Game Plus, Final Fantasy VII Remake. Let's go for hard. All right. So we can skip a cutscene right off the bat here. I'm actually going to do a little bit of movement tech, but pay attention to the A to B and limit here. It's a little showcase of some mechanics we're going to be abusing later. Pretty nice. See how ice kind of interacts with those guys, but we'll just ice these. So there is kind of a quirk here with stagger. Ice normally won't stagger a lot of enemies, but hitting them once will pressure, so we'll get a stagger out of it. I'll abuse this more later, but I figured I'd just kind of showcase it really early on since it's right there. I do it for movement tech more than just to show that stuff off. So we're going to zip on in here and throw some ice and get some good movement. While Cloud. Ooh, there we go. So ice right there will always kill, so I'm just trying to optimize some movement there. Getting down that alleyway will put me in the right spot. Once I get past a certain point, it'll let me take the elevator up. So I gotta basically get down the alleyway, it'll spawn them on the top floor, and then I can take the elevator a little bit sooner. Saves a pretty significant amount of time. Standing there waiting is... Ooh, reset. We're gonna grab a little bit of MP here just because we got the time. MP management's pretty important. Magic ups are our best stat because we get 2 of them. Luck ups are cursed, and why did I do that? Okay, I guess we're doing it the old way. Normally I'd do that with ice, but sometimes I fat finger the wrong input because I'm thinking a little bit too much or too little. I'm not sure which. This is the fight I want to triple slash in.
The backup strat for every fight is triple slash.
Yeah, I used to use triple slash there before because I had a tighter MP management. Ice is good enough to work there because the dog usually gets hit twice. Would have been a good showcase of double hitting with ice, but we'll have plenty of time to show that off. It's a little time loss, just a little goofy. So a lot of this is pretty much optimized fights. The early route, unfortunately, kind of breaks down into ice. Okay, I got worried there for a second. You want to hit all 4 of these guys with triple slash, and sometimes it just doesn't work out. So we'll save load here. There's actually this save load is faster than the cutscene. Saves 2 to 3 seconds overall, and we just take the elevator. The nice thing about it is it will flatten out the laser cycle, so that we can just hopefully get a pretty consistent one. We're just going to use Barrett's Catastrophe here and let it take care of everything. As long as I position myself properly, it will kill all the enemies. Okay, I played a little bit safe there. Probably could have got a slightly better movement. So New Game Plus Hard. Hard is by default... Oops. Well, it's going to be one of those days, huh? Hard is by default New Game Plus. Hard kind of do be rough, because we don't have any way to easily recover MP. So we either need to strap on some MP ups, grab MP absorb, and siphon some that way. We can... Good grief, this laser cycle's awful. Okay. And the last one's free, got it. So we can't use items either, and benches don't give us MP back. So we're going to Thunder Out with Barrett here, Thunder Out with Cloud, and... Oh, there we go. Oh, where'd that thunder come from? So Synergy is on Barrett right now. You guys probably don't know what it is unless you've seen, like, New Game Plus runs, honestly. Maybe a little bit of Yuffie stuff, but it's absolutely trash in the PS4 version. That save load there saves about 10 seconds, so why not use it? As soon as Barrett starts talking, you save and load. Bingo, bango, bongo. Save some time. PS4 it probably saves a little bit of time, but it takes much longer to save and load, so this is little bits of time saves at PS5 exclusive. What Synergy does is it triggers in response to a action by a character you're controlling. There's certain things that determine when different actions have different times they'll trigger Synergy. So for the most part, you gotta be kind of careful. You can cut off Synergy, which is important to do sometimes, and then there's other times where you don't want to cut off Synergy. It has a lot of weird interactions. It's probably by far the strongest materia in the game in the PS5 version. and it's easily the worst in the PS4 version. The difference is it costs ATB and MP in the PS4 version. The PS5 version, they're like, hey, you know, what would be great? Free Tier 1 spells. Okay, I agree. That would be great. Thank you for giving me this. Ooh, nice ATB, though. No crit? Good.
That was a good ATB roll.
So you'll hear us use a lot of terms like ATB roll and crits. ATB rolls, you just want to have a like a large ATB pool. They have a materia on called First Strike, which gives you maxed out, gives you an extra ATB bar. But sometimes the bar doesn't fill all the way, and you really want 2 bars because that will make your life a whole lot easier.
I really thought I fired that thunder off too soon. Okay.
Yeah, on bosses like this, you've got different phases, so he's trying to time, you know, firing off moves just so that they land just as phases change, and, you know, if you do go too early, then, yeah, you've just ate inputs, or even worse, you've absolutely burned your ATB, and it will do nothing, and, yeah, that's... On runs as tightly rooted as this, not having ATB where you need it can be a bit of a problem.
Yeah, a lot of the actions that you'll see in this run are very, very tight timing. Very, very tight timing, so...
Yep. This fight
quite
is
impressive.
Both extremely easy and really difficult at the same time. A little bit of doing weird stuff like that can lose you time. Or you could totally throw the fight if you're really like not paying attention. So give me a second here. I'm gonna get in the menu and do a little bit of rejiggering.
Yeah, while Sid's going around in the menu, I guess we should introduce ourselves. I'm Steamed Ham with Cheese.
Yeah, I'm Nanaki.
I am the Sid, and you're here suffering with us tonight. I mean, enjoying this beautiful run.
Suffering, beautiful, they're one and the same thing with Remake.
We'll see how far we get, how beautiful this butterfly is, sir.
We have all hope that the RNG will be very kind to you.
As long as Barrett doesn't not warp for me, we're good. That's all I ask right now.
Not bad.
Yeah, so you heard mention of Sid say warp. You'll see coming up here, we call this the escape. What we want to do is run away, basically, from every battle except for one of them, basically, very in the beginning. After that, we run away from all of them, try to get upstairs as fast as possible, because as soon as we switch to Barrett, he warps right up the cloud. And that's what we want, and if we are too slow, he does not warp up the cloud, and that is a back to the train situation.
Yep. If we, for the most part, there's some pretty, some sort of consistencies. As long as you move in usually like a normal pattern, like I run past the sweeper and then start rolling. Dodge rolling slightly faster than running in combat. It's a little bit faster than running outside of combat, which is slightly quicker in general. There's two other movement techs that are faster. You'll see that I'm locking on and then attacking sometimes with Cloud. He does a rushing slash or a rush attack, and then we can roll cancel out of that and get a huge burst of speed. But obviously that's going to be limited when enemies are in front of us. But Tifo will have a nice movement later on I'll kind of cover. But the thing here is, as long as I do my movement right, for the most part, Barrett should hit the right spot. Okay, well, we're just going to hit both, so you don't get to see the trick. Normally I need to retarget Thunder Synergy with Barrett, but Cloud decided to show out today and kill all 4 of them with 1 triple slash, which is not common. So yeah. Ooh, nice ATB. Too bad I'm not going to really use it unless I get really bad luck here. Yeah, we're just going to keep on rolling for a bit here. Let's break out the Limp Bizkit, and a lot of this run is just Limp Bizkit all over the place. Just keep rolling.
Rolling, rolling, rolling.
So yeah, we're about to warp Barrett to us. Now the way the warping works in this game, around every battle there's actually kind of an invisible area signifying the battle area.
I cursed it.
No.
Oh, there's an invisible area signifying the battle area, and if the party member you want to warp to is in another battle area, in this case Barrett is on one on a lower floor, we are warping to Barrett instead of Barrett being warped to us.
Yeah, so Barrett...
This is very bad luck here.
This is awful luck. This could not be any worse. I guess we'll have to do this the stupid way. Well, this is exactly what I was talking about you don't want to see. That's about, like, a minute. Yeah, that's horrendous. Whee! I do be like that sometimes. You know what? Here, you can eat a fire spell. How about that, buddy?
In case it wasn't obvious, this would be a reset any other time. A marathon.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I took all my safety wheels off, so that's... Ooh, actually, it's... No, that's pretty horrendous, actually. I should be leaving around 8:40. So that's like 50 to 60 seconds. Oh, no. My reset memory kicked in. Hold on. Calm down, body. It's not like
So
that today.
Luckily, this doesn't happen too often, but in a marathon setting, I think we got all the bad parts out. So
Yeah,
the rest of the run's just gonna go great.
Just sat there, just like, oh, well, my movement's good, it'll be fine. Sometimes Barrett just doesn't hit the right triggers. I got a little bit, I was worried because I heard the dialogue trigger sooner, which means he's in a weird spot. I probably should have just, there's two ways. You can either go further all the way up to the fence, and that's usually safe, or like warp him towards the bottom of the stairs. Both of those are pretty safe, but obviously the stair version is much slower, and I think that's what I would have had to do in that case. Unfortunately, sometimes he gets hit a couple of times or starts attacking stuff, so he actually stays in combat. The reason he warps up is because he's in fleeing state. And because he never hit a spot where he was in fleeing while I was in combat, I couldn't force him to warp towards me. I'll do it a little bit later with some other characters. That's usually the first instance of it, but I mean, that's one of the things. It's we really have no answer for how that happens, or how, to fix that in a run. The only thing I could have done was maybe leave God or Dummerung on and just fire off a limit and pray it killed stuff. The catastrophe is pretty strong, but you also have to like do a lot to make it work properly. More often than not, catastrophe is an easy nightmare. If you can route out catastrophe, your life's much easier. I guess some people may not be familiar with God or Dummerung. The reason Barrett had limits that I could fire off is you actually earn that by doing the top secrets mission. You get one by beating all the summons and a hidden secret. Reference the older game. Lightning is really strong in that, so if you want to take a go at it, you might want to use Lightning. But for the most part, God or Dummerung starts us off at a full limit, regardless. When you play through hard, you can get access to level 2 limits. I won't start using those until later on in the run. Early on, I can get away with level 1. Unfortunately, like Barrett's level 1 isn't as useful as his level 2, because level 2... even though it takes forever to fire off, it hits 4 times and has a nice fat hit zone. So when it does connect, as long as you like make sure it does connect, you're in a pretty good spot. I figured that was too low. If I manipulated my camera right, I could have moved right through there. You may see some weird camera movement. That's actually because the game wants me to look at a lot of different things. So that's like what happens when I screw it up, is the game slows me down or stops me.
Yeah, to expand on that, that's a lot of there's a lot of movement tech that we do in this game, and camera manipulation is one of them, because the game will force you to look at something if some sort of action is happening in the background, and if you point your camera in the direction that the action is happening, you won't slow down. So it saves us a little bit of time. Keep moving forward.
So sometimes Sephiroth doesn't show up. I know, I'm looking, I'm trying, okay, I guess I lost 50 seconds to the Shock Trooper and Barrett, and now I saved 20 here.
Wow.
What is this monstrosity?
Can't believe we get to showcase the no Sephi skip in a marathon setting. This is great.
Right after the worst
He'll
chapter
be here
1
around
you
the
can
corner.
imagine.
Hey, there we go. No Sephi.
Yep.
So this is the holy grail of random skips that happen in this game. We don't understand. We really don't understand what causes this to happen. Sephiroth is usually supposed to show up there, and Cloud will slow down.
So look right here at the very end. You see how Cloud slows down? That's the speed he's supposed to be moving. That's the speed we're moving. So I've heard 18, I've heard 22. I just round it down, or median it to 20. Either way, like at one point we'll have to reset for that. Whatever you want to call that. You can either look at it a time save or a time loss, but luckily right now it's not super tight to the point where we have to reset for that. There's plenty of other time losses. Mainly for me, it's I bungle combat a lot, so we'll see how this goes. I'll probably play this chapter a little bit safe since Chapter 4 was being so rude to me. Or Chapter 1. But I hope Chapter 4 isn't rude. That one's scary to have problems with. Ugh.
At least you get to skip the bikes.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. So this game, I always loved, from compared to the original, that I thought Chapter 1 was so well, matched to the original image. and they clearly spent a lot of time and effort making it feel the same. And I like that in Chapter 2 we kind of got the expansion on, you know, the destruction we caused. I think, you know, although...
Gosh. Dude, why?
Oh...
So you'll see here in this fight,
Double.
he's running away from the first group, and then heading into this area called the Fountain. Basically, you want to kill these guys as fast as possible to get a dialogue skip. Dialogue skip here, upcoming on the shock troopers, and I think he got it.
Yeah, this style of battle we call Gauntlet sections, where it's kind of fight after fight after fight, and there's specific timings between the different mobs spawning. So if you can get ahead of them, you can always be in the next location you know you need to be before they even appear. It just Sid was there, he was ready for those guys appearing. And then we're back over here. The one thing you've got to be careful of when you've got these mobs spawning in like this is that some of them have iframes. That was a classic case there.
Yep.
So there was an extra attack required to kill that one.
Yep. Those ones that spawn next to the car are really fussy. So normally I have ATB stagger equipped, and ice pretty much staggers everything when you fire off a Blizzara. There's very few things that don't get staggered. So that's why my ATB keeps overflowing, just like every time. Because ATB stagger at full, same with Skillmaster, gives you 900 ATB per pop. And the ATB bar is 2,000 units, 1,000 and 1,000. So basically every command gives you 9/10 of your bar back. So basically I can keep it flowing, but those guys next to the car get spawned really goofily. I could tell I was in bad shape because their feet were actually clipped into the floor. So I was about 1,000% sure they weren't going to spawn properly. Luckily, I have a couple of different strats for the shock troopers to finish them off. Normally, I like to just Blizzara twice, but in that case, I could use Blizzaga or a Limit to finish them off. Limit's a little bit slower because I have to wait for him to be to move and be killable. But the ice spell I can fire off at a time. So we're just going to do a little bit of movement here, trying to lock on to stuff at a distance to get some rush slashes in. And just keep rolling. Hopefully not get hit by nothing. That's pretty good chapter so far, honestly.
Time for the mini-boss.
Very quick here. Yep. And here is the Huntsman. Not in the original game, but a mini-boss of this chapter, or I guess the boss of this chapter. But he goes down pretty quickly on hard, as you're going to see right here. Ice is quite the most powerful thing in these early chapters.
I wasn't sure if that fire was going to go through that guy, but I guess I know now. Fire spells have really weird interactions with environment, so I didn't know if it would pass through an actual enemy. I've seen fire literally avatar bend into the dirt and miss a target. Ice I've seen clip the floor and just kind of be like, yay, it's an ice cube, and then it does 0 damage, and you're like, yay, I'm sad.
That happens a lot too when enemies are defeated quicker than you think they are, and then the target doesn't lock on to the right target, so that magic just goes flying wherever the enemy used to be. Nice.
Pretty clean train for once. I usually have issues getting through those two. I guess the game's decided to give me after the bad Barret warp. Yeah, I kind of get some flack for that from other runners. I play it a lot safer. Since I've been like grinding for marathon practice for like months now. So most of the fights I end up locking on with the LR3, I guess, the thumbstick. Okay, you gonna... No? Sure. Alright, whenever. That's fine.
And that there is one of the classic pet peeves of playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, is triangle interactions. If you are pointed with the character exactly facing who you want to talk to, great, things will work instantly. If the game thinks you're facing even 1 pixel in the wrong direction, it will take about 3 seconds to decide it will put you in the right direction and make it work.
This interactables, ladders, chairs, tables, frickin' stairs, any switch, anything outside of just touching triangle, and even triangle is bad.
I was waiting you bring out Hell in a Cell there, the way you were going.
I mean, I will be dealing with him later. He gets the Buster Sword special, luckily.
Yeah. Any trigger point or triangles, we like to call them one of the super bosses of these games. So that's the triangle boss. Especially when it's
very weak compared to triangle boss.
Absolutely. Especially when there's movement involved. If you go too early, trying to anticipate the trigger, Cloud will trigger a walkback effect. It'll cost you about 5-ish seconds, something like that.
Yeah, I do probably do things a lot safer. There's very few places I just push into stuff because of that. it's not super long, but it's embarrassing to trigger the step back. So I probably played it a little bit safer than I should in some cases. There's some places where I actually like queue up a heal just to time things out properly. So since we're on hard, like I kind of like completely digressed from because Barrett decided to do whatever he was doing in Chapter 1. Our dominant strat at the beginning is triggering a ton of ATB staggers over and over again with Ice Magnify. The thing is, Ice and Wind both have a really strong interaction with Magnify, whereas Fire, it's much weaker, and Lightning. And the reason is not because what you think. All the spells kind of have the same base value. Enemies have different like multipliers and stuff that make certain things stronger or weaker. But Fire and Ice have the same humongous explosion radius. But the quirk with Magnify is once it kills the 3 targets it would magnify to, it stops duplicating. Or at least its duplicated spells stop targeting stuff, so it basically goes wild and does nothing. So Fire will often just raise entire groups of enemies, and you won't get the duplication, so you end up not getting like multi-hits out of it. Lightning has a pretty tiny hitbox, so it's very uncommon that it multi-hits stuff. But Wind and Ice, on the other hand, create a particle effect and then explode, so you get all 3 duplications every time. So we're going to try and get a little bit of a time save here, but I'll probably mess it up.
1 second hit save?
About 1.5, somewhere around there.
There we go.
Nope,
Missed
didn't
it.
get it.
Hey man, that's what I always go for this one. It's the slower version, but I don't know how to set up the other one, honestly.
You just walk in.
Important
You almost do
matters.
it.
Look at the door textures, folks. Look at the door textures.
They actually know how to texture things, guys. It's a surprise.
No low-res textures here on the PS5 version. A lot of good things about the PS5 version that they changed. Synergy, the pixels.
ATB boost recharge.
ATB
The funny
boost.
thing is ATB boost recharges every 60 seconds now. And the only fight we activate it multiple times in is in Whispers, and that fight's like 10 minutes anyway, so we would probably activate it multiple times anyway.
Guess we can explain what ATB boost is. ATB boost, basically, if you have 1 bar of ATB, it gives you another bar of ATB, but it recharges, I think it's like 2 minutes or something like that.
2 minutes when it's fully leveled up on the PS4 version, and it's been upgraded to 60 on the PS5 version. I think Synergy and Boost really got buffed super hard because of the Yuffie DLC. Since you couldn't control Sonon directly, they needed to give you some other ways to build ATB quickly without really having to fight too hard, or at least get him to do stuff. So that's why Synergy was like overtuned. The problem is like you don't have both magic ups. You only have 1 magic up in Yuffie and a luck up. A luck up probably not being too bad in Yuffie, but also like her stats are kind of mad like Barrett's. So Synergy isn't so game warping. And the other thing is like Sonon has to trigger the Synergy because you can't control him to make Yuffie synergize. So there's like a lot of conditions that make it not great, or not like overpoweringly great in the Yuffie DLC, but in the main game where you have access to 2 magic ups in either Cloud or Aerith, especially with Aerith. Aerith turns Synergy from like a neat bauble into a literal glass nuclear cannon. I will... Abzu, to kind of illustrate this point really easily, Abzu 1 was around 20-25 seconds if you could skip the Enrage animation. He's down to 10 because of Synergy. So...
Yeah, he just melts.
A lot of bosses get that treatment. Airbuster, we shave 30 seconds off with Synergy too.
Then Aerith with the 2 magic ups, her most powerful stick,
Mithril.
she gets up to about 500. So I mean that's pretty powerful. That's probably more powerful than a lot of the enemies in the game.
Plus you add in Fury Rings for the Berserk bonus. So I'm gonna get a little bit ahead of Tifa here. If you stick next to the fence, you can. I'm gonna wait until she finishes her dialogue here, and then head on in, and that will start this cutscene early. Looks like we're getting a slow warp today. Sometimes Tifa warps quicker than others. I think it's a matter of like where she is in her walk cycle. If you get in here at the exact right time, you can get a really quick warp. Other times it's slow. A lot of Chapter 3 is just movement tech.
I was going to say that you've actually done multiple movement techs just in the whole time we've been chatting. You know, Chapter 3 is a lot of walking percent, so all tiny movement matters.
Yep.
Yeah, so you see cutted quarters here, like as close movement to the wall as possible. Like back there, going into the weapon store, if you don't make that movement there, Cloud will slow walk all the way to the store, and that'll cost that 20 seconds.
Yeah,
15
sticking to the
seconds, 20
fence is
seconds,
what
so.
lets you get that run on, which lets you get close enough to trigger the cutscene and then warp Tifa. The
So
next
here's a
big
really-
But
movement
now
tech
for the
is
fun
right
bit of this
here.
chapter.
Yeah, Strife showed me a pretty decent setup for this, but I can still botch it. Or, they can just walk out of ice. Because that's a thing that enemies can do. That's why Wind was actually awful, because it had that same issue. It's a little bit better now. So I don't know why I did Blizzard, but okay.
This is what we call Fast Boulevard. As you see, we're going to be skipping a lot and just going straight into the next battle.
So yeah, we should probably explain what Tifa's doing here.
Yep.
So that is called parry movement, what she's doing there. We have the parry materia on, and that gives specifically Tifa that kind of sliding baseball slide movement. So that is really quick movement. We use that a lot to get around places instead of rolling away from battles.
And that is why lock-on is a problem sometimes. I didn't lock onto the rat, so the ice just helped me out and hit the wall, so I had to do that manually.
Yes, targeting is another one of those super bosses that I mentioned earlier before, because sometimes you'll be looking at an enemy and the targeting will just say, nope, you want to look at the enemy behind you.
I somehow managed to eat both, like, 2 out of those 3 fights. I ate my, I basically canceled out my own Blizzard inputs because I was trying to do the shortcuts too quick. That's one of the things with, like, speedrunning this. You start getting really, really fast with your shortcuts, and you'll end up screwing yourself over by not inputting it long enough, so the game will just be like, Blizzard? I don't know what you're talking about. Or, like, you'll end up inputting it before lock-on has been established, so the spell just hits the wall. Luckily, I saw it hit the wall, so I was like, oh, great. The problem is Tifa's the one with ATB boost, so I have to finish with her. It's a byproduct of what I did in Chapter 1. I stripped Stagger off of her and gave her First Strike instead of giving it to Barret. I took Elemental off Barret for MP Absorb. MP Absorb not being important at all, but Tifa now has it. And I also took Refocus off Tifa for the Chapter 4 fight, and gave her ATB boost off a Cloud. It's normally not an issue that I rip ATB boost off a Cloud for refocus, but it is if I'm I'm shooting at everything but what I want to hit.
Yeah, when Sid talks about shortcuts, with what we normally do in battles, like every other Final Fantasy, you can open your menu and look through your various abilities or your magic and pick what to cast. But in Final Fantasy VII Remake, they introduced the ability for us to kind of, what I call hotkey them to various buttons, and you can use your shoulder triggers to activate those. But we can modify what those shortcuts are per character as we go out throughout the game. So depending on what suits what fight, those are being adjusted, and that way we can just trigger our events far quicker as soon as we've got ATB, because we don't have time for menuing, except outside of battles. Outside the battle menus are allowed, but in battles we do not have time for menuing.
There's a lot of different thought process about it. That early game, you kind of want to like ride a set of shortcuts that just kind of work for everything. That's kind of why I have Blizzard, Blizzara, Magnified, Fira for single targeting, and then Triple Slash for kind of cleanup. But for the most part, shortcuts are a good thing to get used to, or at the very least get used to like ones that you want to use for combat if you want to learn the game. And you could stick
There's
to
something a lot of casual players struggle with.
Oh, yeah. I never used shortcuts until I started speedrunning, and even then I was still using tactical menus and started slowly adding in shortcuts. So don't be afraid and be like, oh, I definitely can't do it as fast as he is. I'm doing it so fast I'm not even doing the inputs, so you can definitely do it better than me.
Yeah, I still have my first save that I ever had on this game way back in the PS4 when it first got released, and I still have Potion hotkeyed to circle, Braver is still square.
Oh, nice.
So you can see how much I used the hotkeys when I first started playing the game.
To give you a rough idea, folks, almost every runner has triple slash on square.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ended up, early on, I was picking up routes from mainly the French runners. So all of us end up with a really unique setup. I think like one of the few things like we end up all defaulting to like a specific thing, like either a physical or a command usually ends up on like square X is what I've noticed, and spells usually end up on like triangle or circle. But we usually keep it the same across the characters, so like we'll have spells across like triangle or circle that we're gonna spam on a boss. So like everybody gets Thundaga on circle or whatever for like Airbuster.
I put my thunders on X.
See
I
what
guess
I
I'm
mean?
the outlier. I'm the outlier there.
I wouldn't. The thing is,
No,
like,
I do it. I do it on New Game Plus Easy. I've got Thunders on X.
Oh, okay, all right.
see what I
There's
mean?
the other one.
So like everybody kind of has their own way of doing it. But I was just saying, like, generally we usually keep the same line so that all of the like spells are on the same shortcut. All the physicals are on the same shortcut, and maybe
Yeah, but
limits.
between characters, I don't mix up, my order of things.
Unless
'Cause
I
otherwise, yeah, you will mess
absolutely
up.
have to, I hold the line for the most part. It makes boss spamming a lot easier, especially like Genova and one of the later boss fights can be very rough.
I
And
swear,
there's
one
a
marathon we will put in darts as a incentive.
Hey man, I still want to
doing
soft
darts.
lock the game, so hopefully we'll see that before the end. That's a pretty fun little bauble that I made sure to not mention at all early on.
I deliberately haven't mentioned it. I was the one who found it by mistake.
I think we all found it by mistake individually.
I think I'm actually the only one that didn't get that soft lock before, and not even the one. If I know which one you're referring to, because there's two of them that I'm thinking of. But
The first one in Chapter 1. That
Okay.
you can get by doing the proper movement. It's a lot easier in New Game Plus because of ice allowing you to like delay the kill, so you
Gotcha.
can get down the alley quicker and stuff. I found it like once I switched to ice, I was like, wait, what? Because I like turned the other way and took a drink and then turned back, and I'm like, why is that up here and why am I down here? Excuse me, what?
But yeah, we'll get back to that. So what we're doing right now is we're surfing the hoodlums because it's faster to get pushed along by them than it is to walk.
Yep. There's some cases where we want the NPCs to push us because they'll give us speed. There's other cases where, like, I swear they turn into a black hole of negative energy and literally reduce your speed to like a billionth of what you do. It's so sometimes you want to be in front of them, sometimes you just literally want to be as far away from them as possible.
yeah, if you want to get really specific about it, the movement tech really is you want to kind of shoulder shuffle them, and that gives you the speed boost. If you are a little bit too back, they'll bump you and give you negative speed. But if you shoulder shuffle them, they'll give you positive speed forward.
I'm speaking about like Barrett in Chapter 7 when you're going over to the console stuff. The ones that are just like really like or like in Chapter 1, if you can get in front of Jessie after those two soldiers, she gives you a lot of negative speed too. I think it's probably written that way so that like to try and keep you from forcing out of bounds with it. Which they patched a lot of like OOB shenanigans. Unfortunately, a lot of it was on the back of Infinite Flee, where you could like bug out by killing your whole party.
I'm thinking Aerith trying to get to Marlene in Chapter 10. It's like...
Oh yeah,
not-
that crowd surf is like really obnoxious too, because it's such a huge time loss. There's not much you can do about it.
So right there is what you would normally see is a bike chase. You'll have to fight a bunch of soldiers on bikes, and
if I could
a new
replace some of the
character to the
stupid
game.
mini games, I would take the bike back. I would every day. And that load right there is kind of like indicative of the PS5. Normally in the PS4 they're already moving. PS5 they're just stand there for a couple of seconds. So that just kind of really shows off how insanely fast it loads. So like put it in numbers, it saves like 45 to 50 minutes in loads alone. Like it shortens the run down by nearly an hour. I mean, it adds more if you want to factor in some of like the tweaks to the materia that end up saving a significant amount of time in boss fights and probably making enemy encounters a lot simpler. And MP management, like, not even a problem. So the reason I have ice was it was nice in all those other segments, but this is actually the chapter where we're wanting to fire it off. The annex used to be really annoying because we had to use like Thunder Magnify because of the sweepers in here. But now they've been tuned down enough for however the heck they did it in the PS5 version, but they tuned the sweepers down enough that we can just spam ice at them and watch them crumble. Pretty funny.
This is also the first section of the game that really expands on the size of Midgar. This is a whole new section. It doesn't exist in OG, and we're now on the Sector 5 plate. So this is, if you wondered what life was like for people on top of the plate, this is where we get to see it.
Oh yeah, it's a really good eye into the actual expanded universe of the game. This is like the first taste of like, oh, we're gonna expand the game, and I know like this may have been like kind of a uh-oh moment for a lot of people. Given the amount of time I spent on the game, obviously my viewpoint's going to be a little skewed, but I really enjoy the taste of a new story. Obviously, I love the OG a lot, so I really don't want to like throw out the old story. So I'm one of those, oh, this is a different timeline or something, and you're not going to convince me otherwise because I like both stories right now. But we're gonna go in and get some new explosives out of the annex, right?
My dad.
Yeah, so we need to make things go boom. But of course, the way to do that is we're going to steal a security card from Jesse's father, who's sick. But you know, the last thing you want to do is let your people who have access to a reactor also have access to your munition supplies. And if you're square, you also make sure that when somebody's off on long-term sick, you don't disable the security passes either.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
this
you
is all
just-
great plot progress, so we just need it to happen.
Yeah, because this is definitely not the first time she's used this to break in either, and they're not like, huh, you know, that guy that collapsed in Mako storage that's like in a permanent coma is like randomly accessing our facilities. That's weird. It's right around the time things exploded. I wonder, maybe he got up. Oh wait, that doesn't make any sense. So we're gonna do a little bit of save loads here. The dialogues in the early game, we can get some save loads off and save some significant time. This is another like 10-second one. Because they take so long. Basically, they're just going to hit the corner and move forward. The other ones have either been for consistency boosts or a little bit of time save. But yeah, the annex is where Ice shines. The main reason is twofold. One, because Lightning, for whatever reason, costs an extra MP on each tier. Even with the 20% reduction, it ends up costing one extra one. So it's 5, 11, and 22 for tier 1, 2, and 3. And the other ones are normally 4, 10, and 21. So the problem is our MP was stretched a little bit thin because we were using Skill Master, ATB Stagger, and Refocus to stretch our ATB and go through this as quickly as possible. But because we were using Thunder, we were losing an extra MP per cast. So it chewed through our very small MP pool really quick because we wouldn't have the slots for both the MP ups because we ended up having to give up strats. So I would end up leaving here usually with like 20 MP, which meant like if any of these fights went wrong after it, that I would not have enough MP to recover it quickly. But now, because I could just fling Blizzard everywhere and basically just nuke everything, I'm gonna leave here with like 69 MP. Unironically, it's not routed out like that. Sometimes it's between like 60 and 70, but maybe we'll get the meme dream today. I mean,
So before we go into the main gauntlet here, have we any announcements quickly?
We're in this. Don't expect me. If you need a change, you can use that vending machine over there to stock up.
Surprise. We still have the 3 incentives left to go through the run. Soft luck bonus percent, which we will have until the end of the game to hit. We have a glitchless chapter 15 and Stance versus Elevator Bid War. So go on and get those donations in, guys. This is the finale. We want to make it as hype as possible.
Chapter 15 is like, we can get a pretty decent skip going on, but it's also really challenging to have to do it inbounds, because I have to be a lot more careful with my MP and not spam spells like a idiot, so you might want to check that out.
This is the second Gauntlet battle of the game, where we've got fight after fight after fight. And the interesting thing about Gauntlet fights like this is any power-ups you put onto your character right now will survive throughout the duration of it. So what you've just seen there is we've used Refocus, and what that allows us to do is it takes our ATB bar, which was in 2, and it's now got 3, so we can cast our ATB stuff much quicker.
Yep, so I'm actually going to be able to get all the MP crates around here, so I'm going to go back to full MP a couple of times. It actually makes this a little bit easier, because this will hit for a 20% buff, so it should two-shot the Shock Trooper over here. The thing is, like, Ice is so broken because it creates the extra explosions, but its AoE is huge, so you end up multi-hitting a lot of the time with multiple Blizzard Magnifies. Dogs here just go down to 1 Blizzard, but we're going to fire these guys because we want to kill them all at once to avoid wedge dialogue. And this is going to be kind of stupid, but we'll see what happens. Back up, thank you. If I get him to back up, he gets double hit by the Blizzard, so they both go down all at once. I fired an extra fire. Nice. I think? Well, that kind of sucks, but whatever. Please don't give me a weird pattern. Okay, we're good.
And this here is Roche. Roche is a new character that was originally considered for OG but was wrote out. So we brought him back, and in case you ever wondered why in this great big world of all these soldiers, the Sephiroths and Clouds and Zax of these various eras, why there wasn't more sent after Avalanche when Avalanche started causing general problems, well, there is more. So here's Roche, he's one of them.
Yeah, and you see how fast...
Yeah, I probably could have done this sort of strat there. What am I doing? Why am I not skipping this? You know what? I just wanted to get a little bit of time here. Don't worry about it.
Could always just change this to a cutscene % run. We've got an extra 10 hours available, right?
Every once in a while, yeah. Hey, maybe I'll have to pick out a hype cutscene next time to put on the docket so I can get an extended bathroom break. There's only 3 in this run.
Chapter 16 one.
Yeah. There's only 3 bathroom breaks in this run. The first 2 are like right next to each other, like an hour, hour and a half, or like hour and a half, hour, 2 hours or something like that. It's so obnoxious. And then the last one's like in the last 40 minutes of the run, and it's like 2 split cutscenes. So like you have to like go to the bathroom, come back, move to the next room, and go refill your water, and then come back. You have to cutscene IRL freaking water supply %.
And what we mean by bathroom breaks, there's some points in the game that there's unskippable dialogue or unskippable cutscenes.
Yes, thank all that is good in the world.
We are lucky enough to be able to get up, stretch our legs, go to the bathroom, get a snack during the little parts of the run. So it's always... This is a kind run sometimes. It's a very frustrating and run, but very kind sometimes with bathroom breaks.
At least the first 2, if you don't need to use it the first time, you've got the dancing minigame that you literally don't have to interact with at all, but you can't skip. If we could skip that, a lot of people said they just wouldn't run at all. I'd see maybe like even the glitched categories I think had to do it anyway because of the way the chapter progresses and the flags. The original version, you could skip like 8 of the chapters out of the 18. It was pretty insane. But the glitched any % hard PS4 run is around the same time that the any % PS5 is. That's just how strong the chapter loads are. And all we can do is save... in my estimate in hard, there's a skip in Chapter 15, and it saves like 70-ish seconds on the top end. Or I guess I should say like bare minimum, whichever. It saves more if your fights are really bad. But for the most part, Chapter 15 is pretty easy if you abuse Wind Magnify there, surprisingly. Wind is actually like super garbage in the PS4 version, and it's been like really doped up in this PS5 iteration. What it used to do is it would do the same thing with ice, create a particle effect and chill and explode. And since flying enemies were weak to wind, they would just be like, oh, that's cute, and fly out of it. And you'd be like, oh, great, wind's useless. And now they've like over-tuned it, so it just sticks to its target. So the only time something can dodge it is if the enemy's like being attacked and you accidentally trigger their dodge animation. And usually it's not even you accidentally doing it, it's the AI deciding to punch the enemy the one time you don't want to punch the enemy.
Yeah, there's a lot of the AI that we cannot control, and sometimes they work, and sometimes they work for you, and sometimes they work against you.
It's so cursed.
So it's one of the random elements that we have to battle against in a lot of the battles
You'll
and fights that we do.
actually see it. Like, if you do an input on the AI that you're not controlling, they'll dodge before. This fight right here I'm going to have coming up, there's 4 Whispers. I'm going to try and kill 3 or 4 out of 4 at the same time to prevent the second wave from spawning. The second wave spawning isn't really the issue. I could nuke them pretty easily. The problem is they take forever to spawn and be, like, targetable and stuff to do damage to. So it's, like, really slow. But if I can kill 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 4 of them all at the same time with any sort of, like, setup, they won't spawn the next wave. So what I'm going to do here is actually, like, abuse Goddard Dumrung and use Tifa's Limit to hopefully take out 3 of them, and then I'll have Cloud pick off 1 of them, because the ones on the edge usually like to, like, really move wide. So I've, like, limited that as much as possible. So Tifa's going to roll into the middle of them. You'll see it. Usually she rolls before she does somersault here. So I actually have to tactical menu it because they just move too quickly in the PS5 version. PS4, I could do this with shortcuts. 30 frames a second made some of the inputs really easy. The 60 frames made some inputs really hard. This fight's pretty hard to set up. Without somersault, like, limits have a special mechanic where they will kill everything with the same hit because they're cinematic. But luckily that roll saved me, honestly, because I really hesitated with that fire. So normally, Tifa takes forever to kind of run to that edge there, so I started switching to her. It was funny because somebody posted my strat in the Discord of how I do it, and then I saw them parrying to the edge, and I'm like, why am I not doing that? That's faster. I'm like, wait a minute, did I just learn something from my own strat? I'm so confused right now. So this next fight...
Go ahead.
This next fight, we're going to spam Blizzard Magnify. The Enigmatic Whisper is kind of awful and very poorly explained. The only way to get him pressured, which is basically the only way to make him vulnerable, is to stagger and kill another Whisper. So we're going to use Blizzard here, and hopefully, there we go, we're good. Come on, buddy. Or not. I actually stopped the Impale. That's very uncommon.
Yeah, so sometimes, like, it'll do things so fast that, we do it too fast.
Okay, I almost got the weird positioning. I got lucky there.
There we go, though. Just worked out.
Yeah. So what I did is, the safe way to do it is to Blizzard, because you'll never over-damage or anything. But the way that I set it up there was I Blizzard all three of them, and then it does so much damage that I can pick off one of the three. So that I can force the magnified Blizzard to retarget the enigmatic one, the one that I have to kill to progress. Either that or you have to wait out a timer. But when I do that, like, instead of them hitting the ice, the three in front of me, the second or third ice will always hit him. So I'll stagger, kill one of them, which will pressure him, and then the second or third ice will go off that's on the Enigmatic Whisper, stagger him, so now he's taking a ton of damage, and then I just kind of throw a fire out, and then Star Shower with Tifa. Star Shower is a busted move, and I'll probably speak its praise for the next, like, 5 hours, or however long this run is. 4, hopefully.
Yeah, so to explain, so I can explain Star Shower. So Star Shower is a move for Tifa that, while it's powerful in its own right, it will buff the next attack by 70%. And when we do that, we like to do either a limit behind Star Shower, because that's a buffed, that's basically an insta-kill. Or another Star Shower behind that one, because that Star Shower will be buffed by 70% as well, followed by the next attack, again buffed by 70%. So you can see how strong that move is in a speedrunning setting.
There are a couple of caveats to getting it to work. You have to get the move off within a certain time. Sometimes giving a Star Shower chain to a AI can cause Tifa to move towards the enemy and break the buff. She has to do the next move out of, like, the landing splashdown. And the other insanely stupid strong thing about the Star Shower is it's 1 ATB, so it doesn't cost extra ATB for its insane power, unlike Barrett's moves. That kind of make everything he does useless, unfortunately. But it has the same interrupt value as a limit. Basically, there's like a hidden value that determines whether you're going to get knocked out of a move or not, or whether a move could cancel what you're doing. But Star Shower, it's as strong as a limit. So she'll basically, unless she dies, Star Shower will continue going. So we can push through a lot of stupid stuff with that.
A lot of the ATB moves have very high keep value. You'll hear a lot of us say keep and interrupt.
Yeah.
It's that hidden stat that Sid mentioned. You can either be knocked back, flinched, or I forget the other one that they're doing. But those are hidden values, and a lot of the ATB actions are way more powerful than any interrupt that an enemy can have.
Yeah, some of them you can get tagged out of pretty easy. Spells are kind of hit or miss depending on what you're up against. Tifa's Star Shower, though, is the one we're going to be abusing the most. Everything else, it's just so quick that it's not really an issue. It can crop up in some fights if I'm trying to be greedy and end it quickly, or if I put in a move at the wrong time. Sometimes, if you fire off the wrong thing, you can get knocked out of it pretty easy. A lot of my fights are less safe than they used to be. I do have some backups baked in, but some of them, because the PS5 just loads so quick, it's safer to just go back. Unfortunately, Airbuster suffers from that. It actually is because of the refocus. That's what I used in Chapter 4 to split my ATB into thirds. And the problem is refocus breaks when you reset a fight or die. So basically, as soon as you retry, you get punished for it. Sure, we'll go to Barrett. Bad call. Whatever.
Ah, the great parry begins.
Yeah. Parry is probably pretty good casually, but in terms of a speedrun, we want to be using it on Tifa. The problem is, I think you usually get it later, so the time where you can save a lot is here early on. So in a New Game Plus run is where it really shines, because when you get
in New Game, you'll pick it up in Chapter 9. So
by that
you don't really
point,
get that nice parry movement, and exactly. By that point, there's not really a whole lot of running away. You just sort of
there's
blast
not a lot
through
of
the
free
mobs.
reign, is what it is, because a lot of times you have to like hold a triangle or get down a ladder or do something goofy. So like the parry doesn't give you much running lead room like this does.
So just to clarify, the devs intended parry to be, a kind of attacking ability, dodging ability to be used in fights. Each character's got a different animation if you equip parry on them, but what we realised very quickly was in battles, Tifa's parry is actually the fastest movement tech in the entire game.
Yeah, I think the only thing that's even close is locking on and rushing with Cloud, but because that's limited to enemies in front of you, you really can't compare the two. Because Cloud's is just like a little bit of a burst of speed. The nice thing is the PS5 buffed parry, surprisingly. It used to have some momentum fall off and we'd have to cancel into punches. Punch parrying, we called it, for the PS4 version. Then I guess the developers must have saw that and they took pity on us for once, and they're like, you know what, let's just make that insanely fast the whole way through. Yeah, let's do that. So we can just mash parry now instead of like even need to think about it twice.
Yeah, even on the lower difficulties, especially on a New Game easy run, parry can even pressure a lot of enemies, so they'll interrupt their attacks, so it's very useful in some battles.
I guess we're going to do it this way then.
Okay, and for another mini-boss, we've got the Queen Gas Strike. So, funnily enough, you've seen it before, folks. Blizzaga.
Yep, and I should say too, this particular chapter where they're running through the tunnels, if you ever played the OG Final Fantasy VII, the original PS1 game, you had to jump off the train and run up the tunnel to the reactor. Well, this is it. This is the one screen that you run through, and they made an entire chapter out of it.
Don't forget in OG though, you could run the wrong direction for like 17 screens and then get the infinite battle.
Yeah, this is like if you were to stay in the first car and let the timer run down, it will throw you off at several screens back, very close to the security guards.
Okay, I made a couple of mistakes there in the menu. I accidentally I magnified Thunder and then unmagnified it and magnified Fire, which I didn't want. I also wanted to put Tifa's lead. That's important for a couple of different reasons. Obviously, because her... Could you not camera? That'd be... Okay, fine. I guess we're doing it this way.
The old targeting boss.
Mm-hmm. Cloud, whatever.
So as you can see there, like I mentioned before, the parry just knocked that security guard over and just put him in a pressured state. So he doesn't attack, doesn't do anything but stand there.
Everything. This fight went awful.
Oh, wow.
I hate everything about this fight.
That was some big under damage there.
Oh, yeah. Catastrophe. I screwed everything up there. What happened is I thundered the ones right next to, and I forgot the Flame Trooper actually has a decent chunk of HP. So I didn't realize he was still alive, and then I catastrophed the other ones because I didn't use ATB boost properly. I'll have to grab this. I didn't really need to grab that MP, but it's whatever. I'll use it as a crutch and say, oh, I need MP. That's the reason this chapter is slow. I should be at the boss, but you know, chapter 1 was so. We'll just call it even. So Catastrophe needs like a lot of leeway to work. The problem is Barrett really had to get close, because Catastrophe does have a finite range, and if its target is dead before it goes off, you get nothing. You just get a floating Barrett with a pretty cone attached to his gun, or claw in this case. The reason I'm using Steel Pincer is actually because it has a pretty high physical, pretty high magic. So I can get a lot more damage out of him and mileage off of Catastrophes. Most people just use EKG Cannon, but I'm special like that. Same thing with Tifa. Yeah. She's on Feathered Gloves because I want the balance, but some people go straight Mithril Knuckles early on. So Catastrophe...
A lot of the hard runners have switched over to using the Steel Pincers in the beginning just because of its high physical value, and there's really not a whole lot you can do with Barrett. EKG Cannon will raise the magic stats, so you can use him as a magic user, or Steel Pincer will be best as a physical, but you're really doing the most damage with either Cloud or Tifa because they have the highest stats.
Barret
The
is
devs
unfortunately a third wheel. It's very, very frustrating.
Yeah, unfortunately the devs were not very kind to Barret's stats in this game.
But yeah, just before that last fight when we had the 2 turrets, there was still a little bit of movement tech. The game expects you to go and talk to Barret, but the programmers didn't actually force us, so we just ran past that and then triggered the fight.
Where are you going, buddy? Anywhere but here. That's where.
Normally there'd be a little cutscene
And
that's the
now
dialogue.
for
but,
a
yeah.
rather nice boss.
Hopefully.
Have fun.
This is the Crab Warden, where targeting is a big thing, especially in Phase 2, but he's weak to lightning, so you'll see a lot of lightning spamming going on there. And Synergy really shines in this fight. So right there, Tifa did a Focus Strike. It's one of her most powerful moves. It basically causes the stagger bar to fill, and will also recharge the ATB as well.
Yeah, I normally want Omni Strike. It's only a 70% proc rate with Feather Gloves, but I can... Ooh, that's going to be really low. I'm 100% certain. Oh, it wasn't. I'm actually surprised.
Oh, goodness. Look at that.
And so I want to start this phase with Barret because I want him to tank all the attacks. Normally I'd have to wait a ton of time here on this, but since limits are invincible, I might as well just abuse it. But Catastrophe is really good here for staggering. Kind of ran the gas out here, so we're just gonna do the old-fashioned gas mode.
So what we're actually doing here, you see the different phases, a lot of different bosses, and you'll see it right there. We've got the generator open, and it says weak spot over it. So we always want to try and target those and abuse those. The damage output when you target that section of an enemy is massively
Honestly,
multiplied.
Yeah, Crab Warden is really... He's probably the first hard boss when you're learning the run. Sentinel Scorpion you have like a lot of leeway with unless you start getting a bunch of crits that screw up your ATB gain. But you can do a bunch of different things like use ATB assist with Barret, you know, spam more spells. There's a lot of stuff you can do with him. There's probably about like 10 or 20 different variations that you can get through. Without
You'll also
much...
probably run chapter 1 10 times for every time you run any other chapter.
yeah.
Much,
You will
yeah.
get better at that one just by default.
You'll never
Chapter
get
1 is
better
a
at
heavy
No Warp
restart
Barret,
point.
though. Never gonna happen.
Yeah, no Warp Barret. Yeah, the unfortunately, like I said earlier, the Barret Barret can
Baby, that's the backup we were
there's
talking
the walk
about.
back. Yep, there's
And
the walk
we
back.
got the super one because I had to go around Tifa.
Yep, and Tifa will bump you there and slow you down even further. So kind of want to avoid that. And this is chapter 6 now. So... Yep, go ahead.
The next chapter of Great Shinra Screw-Ups, where apparently can't wire in doors to the electricity grid properly.
Either that or just all their freaking electricians died up here doing maintenance. Because, I mean, there's a screaming fart ton of monsters up here just ready to maul you. And, like, casually, they do maul you. Luckily, like, hard is pretty well balanced, to be perfectly honest. Unfortunately, the start, they couldn't balance for being full power. They kind of sporadically upgrade you through hard. Even though you can max out your levels in materia before you start, you can't top out your weapons, and you can't get the level 2 limits without doing some of the chapters. So even if you do those, like, first, they still don't expect you to be full power. So these first couple of chapters have a little bit lighter of a pushback in, like, difficulty curve. I'd say around chapter 8 is where it tries to spike, but because Aerith is just OP, we kind of rip through those and start having a little bit more pushback in, like, 11, 12, 13. The mid-game is where it really gets rough. If you don't fully abuse Aerith, which I didn't with one of my earlier routes, I kind of, like, split the magic ups and did kind of a foolish thing. The mid-game can be a little bit of a struggle, early mid-game, but the late mid-game is where it'll get hard. So this is another one of those, yay, let's move. This chapter is a ton of, like, stupid movement, trying to save time.
This chapter's also the first chapter that's actually really easy to get lost in during your casual run, because there's so many different ways you can go and so many different areas to explore, and they all look very similar the first time you're seeing it, so your minimap is definitely your friend if you're doing a casual play here.
If only that was there during combat. That would be fun.
One of the many things on the wish list that they would add.
Yeah, that and the materia loadouts. Unfortunately, because they decided that was like not worth the time to program in for whatever reason, I've kind of done a ramshackle version of it. Some other runners will load up a weapon and just take a bunch of materia off of it. I do swap mine manually a little bit, so that's kind of why I'll hesitate in menus sometimes and switch things over. But mainly for Cloud, because he's so versatile, I have a couple of different setups for different things. The first of which will come up once we get to Aerith, because at that point we can split the burden and let her do magic damage while Cloud kind of does whatever else. It's decent enough, honestly. I don't know why I made... I set the camera angle up and then flicked it the wrong way. Just good job. That's what happens when you don't manage the camera properly. Game's like, oh, you want to do inputs? No, I need you to look at this now.
Yeah, like we said earlier, you just gotta have the exact camera angle. If you're off by even like a little pixel, then the camera will move forward for you and slow you down.
So yeah, remember when we talked about OG earlier, and we talked about how, you know, running through the trains is like 2 scenes, and we had an entire chapter of it. At the end of that, you jump down a grate into some vents, and it's like 2 scenes, and then suddenly you're on this, you know, the surface of the plate again. Well, we've got another entire chapter covering 2 scenes.
Yep. So this is like one of the bigger obnoxious chapters. Chapter 3, like we said, it's a bunch of like tech movement and stuff to save time. Chapter 6 is like the next big one, but unfortunately this one's like almost all out of your control. It's mainly how long does the game let you flee to take advantage of Tifa's parrying. The first one went really good. I managed to actually manipulate the camera properly, and it let me flee all the way over to that platform. That's about as far as you can possibly get.
There's a little bit of movement tech as well. You can cut off Tifa at these ladders here and get in front of her, but it takes some pretty exact movement. A lot of muscle memory and camera work to get in front of Tifa, which saves you a little bit of time. But
the only thing I'm really decent at is knowing where the skips are and save loads are. Like right here, it'll look like I'm not skipping, but it actually, like, for whatever reason, the skip won't activate until like Cloud's foot reaches the vent up here. So I gotta wait. Alright, we're good.
Yeah, you can actually just see the camera slightly pans outside of your control just before you initiate that. It's one of the weirder triggers of this game.
Yeah, that's how I usually time my cutscene skips, when I see the camera move out of my control. So here's a bunch of... So, like we said earlier, we're turning off the lights so we can open up the doors.
Where are we going? Okay, there we go. The movement was actually
really
so good.
That was some very good movement there, yeah.
But the triangle boss, combined with the camera boss, was just too strong. Oh no.
The only part about that was we went a little bit too far past the triangle trigger. So if you go just a little bit too far past the triangle bosses, it takes very long to get line back up.
I usually very much like pay that super passive because the Gishels don't give me good movement, but today I guess they decided to be nice. So a lot of this is just micromanagement. So we can get like all the way to the switch over here, or you can just get that far. That's basically how this chapter goes. It's time loss central, basically out of control. As long as you're even...
Yeah, coming up here, I was going to say, is one of the earliest movement discovers, which was don't go the way Square wants, turn around and go back.
Yep, and then there's another nice one here, too. If you actually flee too good, you have to, like, do this in a weird way. So if you do flee and, you know, keep the fleeing between these 2 combat segments, it can screw up your escape, so I'm actually going to hesitate here on purpose. All right. If you stitch both of these fights together, instead of Cloud spawning in this... Okay, can I get inside the elevator, though? There we go. Instead of Cloud spawning, you know, in the elevator, which I barely managed to do, there's actually a platform above he'll spawn on. So you end up having to walk back down the stairs.
There's a handful of fights that are like that as well. There's one in Chapter 14 later on that if you stitch those 2 together, it will knock you way, way back.
Yeah, and there's a segment in like Chapter 12 where I flee up with Tifa, but I have to like do some specific movement with Cloud to make him warp properly. So this is like the biggest movement tech right here, honestly. I'm going to do a little bit of movement with Tifa, and then I'm going to menu Cloud's Thunder on manually so I don't screw up the inputs. And what it'll do is you see some monsters up there on the upper rafters. We're going to make sure we don't have to kill those guys, so 1, 2.
Yes. So normally the Terpsichotes will come down there. They load in after the battle starts.
Yep.
If you destroy the turrets fast enough, they won't load in time for the battle,
Yep.
and the battle will end.
What I used to think is you'd have to fight the stupid monsters anyway, and I was like, what? This doesn't save any time. And somebody's like, nah, dude, you can get up the ladder. I'm like, what? And then I got up the ladder, and I was like, oh, I understand. It's because of this. Oh, yeah, that would save more time if I didn't. There we go.
So the Terpsichore loaded in there because they still load in, but you just end the battle so quickly that it doesn't get a chance to activate to keep you in the battle state. So you just go there and just run away from them.
So that's the biggest movement tech here. This next fight, I could just do the shortcuts with Cloud. I'm just used to doing most of these fights with Cloud manually myself. The thing is, like, there's the rolling and stuff, and sometimes you get knocked out by missiles. Sometimes the AI likes getting really close to the enemies for no particular reason.
And if you have really bad luck, the missile turrets up here will give you double full salvo, and that is a little hard to counter, but doable, but very hard to counter.
The other thing that's nice about it is Magnify has been like extremely buffed in this version. This fight used to be extremely awful because you see kind of how there's the laser turret and the little Gatling turret over there right above Cloud's head. The Magnify wouldn't hit those plus the missile turret. Now it does. So we can just spam Thunders on both of these fights. Before we used to like Thunder got Magnify and then a single target and then like Catastrophe on one side. Oh, it was a mess. But now a lot of these fights I could just burst down with Thunder Magnify spam plus a couple of synergies from Barrett and pretty much everything goes down.
Magnifying the PS4 version was pretty weak. We tried not to use it really at all.
At least not rely on it for sure.
Correct. Yep.
It does help, honestly, but like in a new game run, you can't really go out of your way to grab it because it takes like what 2 minutes to get it with that stupid crane game.
Yeah, we'll pick it up in chapter 14.
It should be 13, right? It drops in
13,
front of you
yes,
after
I'm
the
sorry.
plate fall.
Yep.
Yeah.
Chapter 13.
So like the crane game has like no excuse to do it again anyway because like I said, the Magnify just pops out there in chapter 13 and it's on your way. Though I'm sure most people casually are like, ooh, blue materia, I want that now. You know.
There was so many routing attempts on the any % version on PS4 for all the skips to try and get that.
Because you guys could like get out of bounds and
in.
sometimes loop around. The out of bounds was like really weird, and you could kind of loop back for it, but you'd still end up losing time. The out of bounds in the PS4 is literally like out of hand, and it's kind of hard to like explain. If you might see it in chapter 15, and it's kind of illustrates the point, but not really because it's a completely different type of skip.
Here, maybe?
Yeah, if we were to do a skip showcase of Final Fantasy VII Remake on the PS4, it would still take us an hour to show them all because we have skips on 7 different chapters that break 9 different chapters of the game.
But there's also like 74 more soft locks because of the PS4. The funnest one is when you fight the second to last boss, Whispers, in chapter 18, and then the game can soft lock in a bazillion different places, and then you go, yay, my PB died because the thing doesn't spawn. Ooh.
Yeah, for some reason, if you do too many skips on the PS4 version, the game just goes haywire and doesn't know what it's doing anymore.
It's very much like the OG version. It's held together by the barest of... It's very resilient, like the OG version, but it also is as volatile as well.
The finest duct tape, man. The finest duct tape.
Only the finest.
The point you find somewhere that it breaks even a little, you've broke it a lot.
I mean, what, the OG's like what? They skip Calm now. They skip frickin' Cosmo Canyon. They can skip the frickin' raid on Midgar. I mean, then there's the Yuffie warp. There's just so much insanity.
That cam skip is amazing. I love it.
Yeah. I can't believe it's the Chocobo that breaks it. And then the only reason it works is because when Barrett takes the PHS from you and just like gives it back to you, like, well, what?
Yeah, it gives it back to you in Junon. Yep.
Yeah, so normally the issue would be you couldn't change your party, but because you can like clip out of bounds and then skip to Junon, so if you guys aren't familiar, you actually can skip the flashback now in Calm normally, with a weird like glitch Chocobo state, and then you can clip out of bounds. And the only reason it works is normally we would skip the PHS because of it, but Barrett takes it from you when you do the bottom swell fight, and then gives it back to you when you get to the other side of the cargo container. So it's a culmination of so many stupid things that make it possible. That's part of the reason why I really love the OG game, but I was never really, like, good at doing RPG speedruns. Luckily, this game was just, like, spoke to me in a way that it like, made it super easy for me to want to pick up immediately. Wrong character. So this fight kind of stinks. You could use, like, magnified spells, but you see that right there, that's the problem.
Yeah, the shock troopers have some pretty janky movement. Oh, you clipped them there, though. That was good.
It's because
the shock troopers can run around. They have the craziest AI in this game. They can run around in different directions. They can do different attacks. They can ruin things. But
you saw, like, where Tifa started poking and you saw the dodge come up. That was what I actually am the most afraid of. You can, like, self-destruct or fire magnify those fights. Require me to go in the menu, but then I'd be at the mercy of Tifa or Barrett triggering a dodge by accident. So using Catastrophe is consistent, but it does stink because Barrett takes a while to fire off Catastrophe and resolve it fully. So, okay, we got at least decent positioning.
Just to clarify there, when we say that shock troopers are the jankiest, they're the jankiest up till now. Once we get Drakes and heli troopers
right now.
Once we get Drakes and heli troopers, then we'll show you jank.
The Drakes are jank, but because they buffed Wind, their jankness is like impossible to show off now.
So Wind in the PS4 version of this game wouldn't stick to the targets, so the targets, especially Drakes who are weak to Wind, would just fly away from the Wind.
Flying enemies weak to Wind, then they just go, oh, that's an interesting spell. I'll see you later.
Yeah, and the Drakes also have a habit of going out of bounds, and then your characters can't reach them at all. So
there's some fights where, like, they literally go out of bounds, and the only way you're going to hit them is with Wind or lightning spells. Because fire and ice will actually interact with the environment. Your physical attacks and stuff will get blocked. Even stuff like Blade Burst will get stopped by the environment. So,
or Barrett's ranged attack, God forbid.
Even most of the situations when that pops up, it's like Tifa's range or Aerith's range attack too, or freaking magic orbs will get blocked by the fence in Chapter 11. There's so many little, like, weird things. So this room right here takes a long time to clear, so I'm just going to use a Catastrophe. It'll save me a ton of time. True Strike this guy.
I'm forgetting that Tifa's range, the Air's ranged attack is default. It's like you just never use it.
There we go. So what you saw there is I queued up a Synergy Thunder out of Barrett after he got done with Catastrophe. So I hesitated a little bit, fired it off, and then basically roughly around the same time that guy gets off the gets his HP unlocked, Barrett will fire off the Synergy and nuke him. It's pretty interesting little thing you can set up. This fight's kind of stupid too, but for completely different reasons.
Yeah, well, we know the reason. It's the shock trooper.
Yeah.
And there we go.
Normally Triple Slash will take him out, but I accidentally True Striked, which ate a little bit of my time. This is another one of those rooms where it takes a while, so we'll just throw a Catastrophe and call it a day.
Yeah, a lot of these characters, if they're doing a dialogue or doing some sort of action that they're not in battle, they'll have those iframes, the little circle with a line through it, as you can see.
Yeah, they can get HP locked. That was something that happened earlier, is that they stagger got locked too. So if enemies can't be killed, they sure as heck can't get any stagger values. So ATB stagger is extremely strong as long as you know when to proc it. Skillmaster is pretty good because it does the same 900 ATB back, but you have to use 3 different moves. And unfortunately, like Thunder, Magnify, Thunder don't count as 2 separate moves. So you end up doing a lot of chaining to get that to work. So Stagger ends up being pretty dominant early on.
And there's a little bug too that you can trigger with some fights and some bosses that we call it pressure lock, where they'll try to switch a phase, but you do an attack too early and the pressure bar will not fill or do anything.
So I wanted to heal Tifa back up because I saw her HP was extremely low. I was going to grab the crate there because I needed to refill Cloud's MP. So I figured that was the best time to do it. Good, Cloud's at full MP. That means I haven't screwed anything up somehow. Catastrophe. So this fight kind of stinks, so we're just going to, like, sandbag here. Hopefully Catastrophe is going to do its job. There we go. Sometimes they'll just dip out and be like, what's a Catastrophe? And then you're like, well, I don't know why I'm relying on this limit. It is
said
nice. It's a fickle mistress, to say the least. It's strong. It has a wide damage range, but only if it hits. It doesn't cost any MP, and Gotterdammerung is free, you know, to an extent. That's actually not what I wanted to do. Okay, well, I guess we're going to do that anyway. Whoops. Well, that's going to slow down the fight a little bit. Oh, that guy got... Okay, sure. So, uppercut takes about this long, see the ATB damage. But what I can do is this. And cancel it out over and over again. So this is something I'll be using later on. This is a really good chance to show it off. I had intended to not use Thunder with Cloud, but I fat-fingered the thing anyway, so... we want to... EKG. EKG isn't really super great for Airbuster specifically. It's more so Chapter 12, 13, 14, 15. Melee is very much impossible to use for several of the chapters for a litany of reasons. So this is the earliest case to move it over. I'm going to kind of show off what we're going to do to Airbuster here in a second, and you're going to laugh probably. So yeah, we're going to spam some Synergy. This is why it's busted.
Yeah, one of the greatest things about Focus Strike here is that Focus Strike will refill your ATB bar, so you can just keep doing it over and over and over again. And if you have Synergy on, that means that character
Synergy's
is just
free. Don't forget
spamming free spells over and over and over again.
We have double magic up for the 50%. We have the Fury Ring, which inflicts Berserk permanently while equipped. This is really busted because it gives you a 30% damage buff, both inward and outward. So normally taking more damage would be a problem, but in some cases it will actually be beneficial. More so when we start using it on bosses. I'm going to actually take advantage of that inward damage buff after Airbuster. But right now we're going to be like spamming a lot of stuff with Synergy. The reason I was managing Cloud's MP is because I wanted him at full, because since Synergy won't take any, his next couple of spells are going to be buffed to max out because he has max MP, and Synergy won't take any. So I'm going to get 4 Thunders off initially on Airbuster and basically nuke the first phase in like 10 seconds. Hopefully I don't mess up the movement here, so I'm going to have to throw it over to you guys.
This is one of the hardest mini games in the run, so we got to give Sid some concentration time here. Let's hope he can get it. Oh, he got it. Perfect.
The easiest way to do this is to just go for the visual cue. PS4 is like really delayed. PS5 is usually not as bad from what I can tell, but just look at the screen.
The audio cue in English. The audio cue in English is slightly out of time.
Yep.
In Japanese, it's actually in time. It's correct on it, but the audio cues for English were off. But yeah, now we've got Airbuster, who you were supposed to be making weaker throughout this entire chapter, but we don't have time for that, so we've not bothered with any of the key cards, so it's now just over to you, and have fun.
Comes the thunder spamming. Enjoy.
Once. Here we go. Alright, so luckily Cloud didn't get stunned there. I refocus here with Tifa to sub-split or ATB again. Since I'm waiting for him to back up anyway, why not make my moves cheaper?
And the key thing here is to make sure we push these phases before any of the hands come out and get to the side. If you're on your casual playthrough, this fight's probably one of the kind of first kind of major...
The ATB's gonna suck.
Major checks.
And there's a nice little time save there that he skipped the stagger state, because once the enemy goes into a stagger state, time slows down, it draws back, so you like to time up the phase changes with the stagger hits.
Too low. Whatever.
So here's where, yeah, the ATB rolls were unfortunately pretty low, so...
problem was I fired off my stuff a little bit to the wrong pattern. That should work, yeah. What happened is I was trying to get... Really? Did he just not Synergy? Excuse me, what?
Oh, nope, it was under damage, that's what it was.
Okay.
It had just that little chip damage left.
Okay, that makes sense then. And so we're going to switch Cloud up and switch gears here into a more self-destructive strategy.
Oh yes, self-destruct. Here's one of our favorite busted moves here. Let Sid explain a little bit more of this since he knows a
This
lot
is a
about it.
Sidism. So we're gonna build a little bit of ATB here. We're trying to take care of these as soon as possible. There is a faster phase to get Reno set up, but you have to use fire here, so we're just gonna build a little bit of ATB. Ooh, that guy survived. Interesting. That's not usual. I think my blade burst was skewed. So I've got Iron Blade set up here. Enemy skill has 4 abilities, and you would think most of them are actually trash in a speedrun. But if you know how to abuse them, some of them can be very useful. Alleged Aura and Self-Destruct in particular. You know, he's looking kind of weak here. Let's see how good his defense is. Oh, not very good at all.
So you'll notice there in the right there, you'll see Reprieve activated. So basically, certain weapons have an upgrade on them that when you get killed, it will automatically bring you back to life. Luckily, when we do self-destruct and reprieve, it pretty much brings you back to full health and gives you a limit as well. So it's a pretty busted move.
That should cut it. Should be good.
All right. So here's a big walking section. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9 are a lot of walking. So
yep.
Yeah, movement tech really shines here. Upcoming is going to be the monkey bar section, where is always fun for us because movement can be very janky during that. And then later that, we'll have a nice little romp with Aerith through Sector 5.
Yep.
Or 2 Sector 5, rather.
So some runners think that healing here is probably not worth it. Aerith's weapon has Bloodsucker instead of MP reduction. Most characters' casting weapon has a 20% MP cost reduction, but since Aerith's magic is so stupid high, they're like, yeah, no, you've got to pay full tilt boogie. If you want cheap spells, you're going to have to use a Silver Staff, buddy. So they gave her Bloodsucker instead, which is, like, unironically actually really good with her. Since we're going to nuke most everything, as long as she doesn't get, like, completely jumped at the beginning of a fight, she can usually recover most of her HP. So it's kind of like you could make an argument for not using heal. It's probably better to have heal on her, surprisingly, even though her MP is a little bit thinner, because you're using her to do all the offense. With Synergy, you can get through a lot of chapters with very little MP usage, to be honest, if you know what you're doing. And surprisingly, because Synergy just firing off Tier 1 spells at full power just ends up being a little bit more efficient in some setups. But Aerith being so busted basically requires a full stop new setup. So we give her both magic ups. I jungled around a couple of materia that she had preset to make other the move into other chapters a little bit smoother. Some of this stuff will be used in different spots for a short while. But for the most part, I gave her magic up, and I took those off Cloud, and instead of putting those on Cloud, I gave him Assist, and I also gave him a healing materia. The healing materia is negotiable. You don't have to have it. It could be like it can be anything but an HP up. It's a quirk of the way limits are gained is in 2 different methods. You either get 350 a pop per stagger, so that's why I was gaining a ton of limit early on with Ice. Staggering is very powerful. Unfortunately, though, limits are even cross slash is like 4 to 5 seconds, so it's not optimal in a lot of situations. It is invincible, so in some situations you can use it as a safety switch to kill the enemy without risking getting killed yourself.
Yep.
But right here, it's everything I take to get a limit. Normally I'd need to give Cloud a magic up for him to consistently get a limit. So since I gave both to Aerith, it'll be a little bit hit or miss. Most of the time I won't get a limit, but what I did is I took Chain Bangle off him for the Force Bracelet. Chain Bangle is the one good armlet in the game. 4 materia slots, 2 linked, 2 sets of 2 linked, and 50 defense, magic, and physical. The second best, at least in terms of a speedrun, is the Force Bracelet. It's 9 and 9 in stats and has the same materia slottage. So in New Game Plus, we really need those slots. We really do. The defense is not important because we're trying to kill stuff before we get hit. But because Self-Destruct normally would inflict instant death, what I do is I go out of my way to set up Iron Blade and abuse Reprieve as well. So enemy skill HP Absorb will let me recover with some HP up. But instant death normally wouldn't do anything beneficial for us. It would just trigger reprieve and be obnoxious. But it was found out somewhat early on that if we threw in subversion warding or any sort of like instant death block, that we would just instead deal a fat chunk of self-damage. The reason this is important is if you limit your HP and deal a lot of self-damage, you gain a lot of limit. Because limit gain isn't based on HP lost, it's based on percentage of HP lost. So reducing Cloud's HP to base, which is 4,820, we get a ton more limit out of a self-destruct than we would with double HP up. You'd only get about 50% or 45% instead of 95%. It's a little bit variable, but with Fury Ring on, buffing the damage by 30%, the decently high magic stat on Iron Blade, the lower defensive Force Bracelet over Chain Bangle, all work together to push us towards a limit really quick. So in a lot of situations, we just have to tank one additional hit plus Boom Boom, and we get a limit. Later on, we can upgrade that to a level 2 limit by tanking one hit plus an SD. But SD is pretty strong. There's some people that don't use it. There's one particular fight where it's kind of non-negotiable. Chapter 18, the Whispers fight that we were talking about, the first 2 phases are on a timer, and we can speed it up with self-destruct. And we'll talk about it a little bit more when we get there, but just because of that, Iron Blade gets some show. But for me, I use it a little bit more than other runners. The problem is the bounce up from self-destruct and the get up animation can kind of lose a lot of time if you're not using it in the right spots. So we're just going to do a lot of running around here. So SD won't really get shown off, but it has been significantly weakened by not having the magic ups. But because I set everything up perfectly, I'll pretty consistently get a level 1 limit if I really want to use it. The other thing is, like, some of these weapons we actually set up in a particular way on purpose. Like, oh, nice. Rip the potion that I'll never be able to use because they're locked. The Iron Blade usually has...
You're still not salty about that at all, are you?
Oh, no. Ghoul is the only reason I care about items. Otherwise, I could care less, honestly. I could just deal with it. I'm like, alright, this is a cool twerk or a twist to make this run harder. And then Ghoul exists, and you're like, I kind of want my elixirs back right about now.
Ghoul on any difficulty level other than hard, you're able to use items, and you can use elixirs, and that will basically... Ghoul has 2 phases, so it will push both phases instantly. So Ghoul will go down in about 40-ish seconds.
Meanwhile, I have to do a bunch of shenanigans with limits and self-destructs to push into magic weakness, and then spam some Kirigas.
See, there's some trivia there. That last cutscene that they said skipped, he actually did the triangle rather than using the option key. It's the only one in the entire run that's quicker. It just happens to be that way.
Yeah, for whatever reason, because the camera angle shift takes so long, it ends up letting you skip it quicker. Normally, triple slash will get rid of all 3 of those. The reason I do triple slash there is I normally couldn't care less about those gorgers. Then I was practicing for a marathon, and Durend or Doug, one of the other runners, was like, oh yeah, sometimes you get feasted there. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Literally the next run, I got wombo comboed into feast, and ever since I've been shook. I'm absolutely terrified.
Usually when somebody mentions something, it's going to happen in your next run, so... that's what I've noticed.
This is where the argument for healing Tifa is. Aerith, you see her HP is around a little bit below 3k. She's going to recover some here through Bloodsucker, like I mentioned. A bunch of hedgehogs try to jump her, so I just used Sorcerer Storm right there to kill them all. And she recovered a lot of HP through that. So as long as she doesn't go way, way low on HP, for the most part, she'll recover back up. There's a few endgame scenarios, like Hojo's Lab, where it's pretty risky because it's just Tifa and Aerith. But for the most part, you can probably not bother with heal, but some of these fights can be really, really stupid and give you some surprisingly bad luck or, attacks. But Aerith, for the most part, is going to make a lot of these fights a breeze, as long as you know how to set her up. Initially, I had made the mistake of not using Synergy with her, because I figured, casted spells would be a lot more efficient because of just damage output's higher. Oh boy, was I wrong. I was so wrong.
I've got this.
Oh boy.
Incoming the source of the smoggers meme within the community.
Rip for HP.
So there's a smogger up ahead that we used to use for damage down for a skip in the very earliest version of Chapter 8 skip, and so many runs were lost to people dying on it that we changed it from poggers to smoggers.
You jittery?
Okay, yeah. That Smogger's right there, you kind of got a sandbag on. He'll get HP locked if you cast Thundera too soon. And the PS5 version makes it even more obnoxious because of that dodge rolling that we mentioned. The AI, I'd say like 80-90% of the time, dodge rolls out of shortcuts and then activates it for whatever reason. PS4 version, it's like the inverse. It's like 10% of the time. When you see it, you're like, what happened? Why'd that take so long? Here, you're like, when the spell goes off early, you're like, where? Oh, I got the... Okay, cool. I got it the one time I didn't want it. Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Because Square spent time making monkey bar mechanics, we need to do more of it, of course.
Normally, I would look like a complete fool, and I'd have to, like, fight that segment because of the camera change, but I guess something out there has just decided this run will be okay outside of Chapter 1, so... Fluid movement, yay. Instead of being able to complain about interactables in the game again, it's self-aware at this point.
I'd rather get paid.
In all seriousness, this run has actually been pretty good since that Chapter 1 disaster.
Yeah.
I didn't even know
Like
what
I
to
said,
do
we
with
got all that
myself.
bad stuff out.
When Barrett doesn't show up, I'm just kind of like, what now?
Should be able to relax a little now.
So we're just gonna head on in here. I'm gonna take a quick restroom break because we gotta watch this little puff piece about Shinra, and then I'll be right back. So give me
This
1
is the
second.
first. This is the first of our unskippable cutscenes that we're forced to look through, aka our bathroom breaks.
What could they possibly be
Yeah, normally in a speedrun, nobody likes anything that's completely unskippable, but when your runs are, anything from 5 to 7 or 8 hours long in this game, depending on the category you're running, the occasional unskippable that's long enough to get to the toilet and back is definitely welcome.
Absolutely. Spy Poet, this would be a good time if we have anything going on, donation-wise, it'd be a good time.
I'm going to sing the Song of Incentives, guys. We still have the 3 to be met. They're still open. I don't know what any of them do, and I'd like to see all of them.
They're very entertaining, all the incentives, so highly recommend donating to one of them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And don't forget the last of the prizes will close either during or should end at the end of this run. A couple of last prowlers up for grabs.
So it reminds again, what incentives have we got on this run?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I was looking at something.
Nah, it's all good. I'm just checking. What incentives have we got open?
So for FF7, we have the soft lock % bonus, which would be done after the run ends, Glitchless Chapter 15, and Stairs versus Elevator Bid War, whichever one people want to see more of.
Yeah, 7 minutes of suffering or a speedy run, your choice.
Let's go.
Save the frames
if I was to
or,
recommend
yeah.
anything there, I'd say definitely let's contribute towards the soft lock because we've never done that. I believe at a marathon, we've never shown that off before.
No, it's pretty unique.
Yep.
I think it would be cool to see.
Oh yeah, it's a simple little thing that like casual players probably won't run into, but it's something you do to yourself so often when you're speedrunning or practicing. So luckily this segment's like a lot of walk-along story, so I have plenty of time to heal up. That's kind of my counter to like heal being obnoxious is there's so many like slowdown segments in Chapter 8 and 9 that you can get a couple of heals in with Cloud. Cloud also has SD has an even more interesting interaction with Ironblade than just the surface level of reprieve, SD, revive, recover HP, and go boom boom on the enemy plus limit. It also has trade-off equipped, which is kind of poorly... A lot of the game is very poorly communicated or translated. Trade-off, it says if you take significant damage, you recover MP. The way that functions is lose 10% of your HP, you get 1 MP back. And since SD is going to wipe everything out, we basically can get somewhere between 7 to 10 consistently. So Cloud's MP really isn't something I'm too terribly concerned about because of that interaction. There's a few places where I kind of like blow through his MP early on, so even if you want to do a strat that needed more MP a little bit later in the chapter, you can usually game your MP back up with trade-off. So it does have that nice interaction. Some people go hard edge through here. I choose the more insane route with SD. It has some interesting interactions, and early on, a lot of people were like, SD's slow. So I kind of championed it a little bit too much. Shout out to Mr. Krabs, who like brought it to my attention and started showing off the strats, and then I adopted it. And I even did some insane stuff where I would SD on Abzu. That one wasn't too quick, but the other one that was really funny was Eligor. You could actually self-destruct on the flying phase of Eligor, and then I'd finish it off with a limit. Unfortunately, that's been vetoed by Synergy Spam. The new Eligor fight I cooked up is pretty cool. Thanks to the other people in the community, Strife and Doug, for helping me out with strats and learning stuff like that. They've made learning and practicing and cooking up new stuff like infinitely easier.
Yeah, the best thing about our Final Fantasy VII Remake community is that we like to share and share alike, so a lot of our strats we've brainstormed a lot together, even across difficulties. I mean, we've seen things in normal that we bring over to easy or hard over to normal, things like that. So it's a big community effort to get the to run this game as fast as possible.
Yeah, actually, like there's a couple of bosses where I didn't know what was going on, and one of the other runners, Hello Internet, popped in and be like, "Oh no," because he did some new game normal. He's a really top tier runner. He came back in and demolished hard like a couple of weeks ago and just got like an easy 43, and he's like, "Haha, JK, I'm gonna go do PS4 now. I like suffering." And I'm still chasing after that shadow to this day, but he blew through and was like, "Oh, what, you're having issues with Arsenal? Nah, dude, if you're behind this or that, he does these attacks." I'm like, "Wait, what?" And then I had issues with Valkyrie too, and he's like, "Oh no, the laser isn't there though. It's like tied to your character." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" This game has so many poorly communicated mechanics that like require some like testing and stuff, and the community has been really good about figuring those things out. The question is, you just gotta, if you're having an issue, just make sure you ask, because it'll save you a lot of suffering in the future.
Yeah, a lot of the enemies, you can bait certain attacks. If you're close to an enemy, they'll usually do a physical attack if you're far away. So there's like a distance game kind of between that. Try to get the right distance to trigger the right attack.
Yep. Bosses are the one that you really want to know the manipulations on the most, because if you can get them into a specific pattern, you can predict, how much time you have to fire off something. Interesting little thing to note here, these flowers, if you grab 2 of any type, you get one of the Final Fantasy mascots. The yellow is the Moogle, so we're going to go for some luck today. If we grab the yellow, I'm pretty sure you can figure it out, but it's Chocobo. And the green foxtails over there, I might give you some trouble, but that's a Cactuar. I used to say Tonberry all the time for some reason, but so no matter what, we got to grab 3. It's a little bit faster to grab the Moogle, but I kind of change it up between runs because it's really not that big of a deal to me.
The only reason because of the Final Fantasy Relay race where that was the 3 team names.
Yep. And the only reason why the white flowers or the white flowers are faster is just because it's closer to the stairs. So no big real-time loss.
Yeah, you waste a little bit less time in movement because you can walk during that slow segment a little bit closer, but right after that you get to jog, so you really don't lose too much time. It's just one of those small things. Like in some segments, it's like faster to talk to Aerith rather than Tifa, like in the sewer, I think. But it's another one of those meh things. There were some of those were far more important in the PS4 version because the length of the cutscene attached to them. There were actually some instances where taking like the bottom dialogue option to get a different cutscene was a little bit quicker. But unfortunately, the PS5 kind of like negated a lot of need for testing that. There's still some optimizations like that, obviously, you're going to use in the PS4. And like we mentioned, the PS4 route is significantly different because wind and ATB boost are very different. Synergy is completely useless, so it changes how a lot of fights would flow. and the amount of like skips that are on the table make it a completely different ball game. It's more like Final Fantasy VII Remake 0.9. It's almost like a full game demo version, and this is like the 1.0 or 1.1 version of the game. Not to say that it's bad or anything, but it's definitely they're the same game, but they're not at the same exact time.
Yeah, when we talk about all the little movement text and things, don't feel like put off for the run. For those, it's far more important that you learn your boss strats, your fight strats, your setups, and people will be happy to help you out with those. All the wee silly things we were doing to save 1 or 2 seconds here or there, those just come with time.
Yeah,
they're not important to your run.
I think my first run was like 8 hours, 30 minutes. So you just do it, man. You eventually climb it down, and you set your end goal, to be honest. But you get used to those by just playing. And I want to try and set up like a individual chapter timetable or something. I keep not having time for it because I keep practicing for so many marathons. But I think that's probably a good way to bring in more community members so that we can, let us kind of compare times on a somewhat less time stringent requirement to an extent, so you can just do the chapter 18 and figure out what your time is for that, and then you can compare it to somebody that like me that can do full game runs because they have all the time in the world.
Yeah, a lot of the runners will split by chapter as well, so it's pretty easy to ask any of the runners what their chapter time is. We're all a very welcoming community and very helpful with everything.
So lucky. Oof. Let's go. Normally, the reason I use Sorcerer's Storm here is because it's somewhat like a limit, and in a sense that it hits everything at once. And these rats have a really nasty habit of using Call to Arms if one of them's been damaged, which calls an additional wave and takes forever. One of those rats was way too far away from Aerith to get hit by Sorc Storm. So I just had to throw Triple Slash and pray, and luckily I didn't get punished. But yeah, that's mainly why I have Sorc Storm. The fact that she needs to be close to stuff is actually like inconvenient most of the time.
I was very lucky that the rats... Oh, go ahead, Evan. Nope, go ahead.
Yeah, Sorc Storm's actually one of those strats that I kind of swapped across categories. Like, I'm a New Game Plus Easy runner, and we never used it. We never even considered it at all. And it was when we were watching hard mode runners using it and seeing, the advantage they were taking of it. That was something we picked up and moved across.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
There is a lot to be learned across categories.
Yeah, like Deadly Dodge is also one that's been brought to my attention that I kind of want to route in. Because some of these fights where enemies like splay out, Deadly Dodge will pull them in instead. You can do your combo finisher immediately with Cloud by like holding square. All of the characters usually have some sort of weird interaction with certain things. But Cloud's, when he's in Operator, he does like a little spin twist, and that actually pushes enemies away, so we're only trying to use that when it would kill. That should be good, there we go.
Deadly Dodge is a huge part of the New Game Plus Easy run.
Mm-hmm. But unfortunately, my materia route is so tight, I can't afford it. There's some places where I have issues like that too, where like I should probably have an extra ice, but it would completely screw up my materia flow to put it in.
It's actually funny that the easy mode runners are starting to route out Deadly Dodge now. So it's useful, but it's becoming more of a
luxury.
Because that's what it is. Yeah, it's a luxury because materia slots are very limited on a new game run. As you can see on a hard mode run, they have all the materia slots opened up. On the new game run, you're very, very limited on your materia slots.
Yeah, that's part of it. The one that's like really easy to overlook. New game runs, you're not going to have. You'll get the chain bangle, you'll get the 1 force bracelet. You might get a couple of geometry, but you're not going to have that full 4 slots on your armlet the whole game. And your weapons slowly level up. I don't even think some of them get past. Most of them don't get past 4 slots.
No, really only the magic-based weapons. So Twin Stinger would be one of them that come with a lot of materia slots unlocked.
Yeah, because that's like 4 right, or 2 and 2 right off the bat.
I believe so. I think it's even 5 if you're high enough level. And then Mithril Saber is one of those, like a high magic stat weapon that will unlock a lot of materia slots for you.
Yeah, because the thing is like that's part of the issue that the early game of hard kind of suffers from. Because it's balanced around you, like, you're not going to be able to level up your weapon to max until after you're doing a second hard playthrough or whatever. So unfortunately, it is a little bit less balanced in the beginning, but that actually makes it, in my opinion, makes it a little... There are flexibilities to the strats, and you can learn and do different things. But, you know, if anything, it gives you a lot of, like, choices to do it your way. And because it's a little bit more balanced for not being maxed out, it's, I'd say, a little bit easier to pick up the early chapters at the very least. It's once you start getting into like 15, 16, 17, some of the chapters really will push back super hard, and you got to work for it.
So the thing about hard mode too is that the enemies, every single enemy in hard mode is level 50. So you're basically matched. You're level 50 as well, as long as you have a maxed out character. So those beginning chapter are very, very easy to get through.
And now we have another quick boss fight. We fought Reno at the beginning of the chapter, so here's Rude, the man of the infinite Ray-Ban supplies.
Yeah, I've got a pair of sunglasses here for chapter 13, but I've never managed to get like multiple on my person at once, so it's kind of a weird thing.
So this Rude fight here, you see he has a couple phases. He took a little bit of damage there to get the cross slash, gets a wind off with Aerith, and down he goes.
Yep. That's what I was mentioning earlier. With at least one magic up, Cloud will always get a level 1 limit out of it, even with like Chain Bangle and the HP up usually. But because I stripped both the MP or magic ups off of Cloud to Aerith, because her damage is just so insanely high with Synergy and the magic ups on the table and all that, we have to kind of tank some hits in some cases to get the limit out of it. In most cases, the SD will push enough damage against random enemies that they'll go down pretty quickly. And if they won't, I can switch over to Aerith or do a couple of other things, or just delay the SD so that it would kill, rather than wasting time. So some insane people run here, I don't, most of the time.
No, there's one insane person runs there, nobody else in the community dares touch it.
No, the only part that I run through is that beginning part, and then as soon as I have to turn around, no, I gotta walk that. Oh, yeah, only one runner in the community is brave enough to, brave or insane enough to run through that.
I normally walk it the whole way. I actually, like, as soon as I started saying something about it, my brain's like, run, and my finger's like, sure, and my body's like, no, please, no.
Just to clarify, what we're talking about here is when you leave your room in Aerith's house, make sure you look down on your casual run and do not walk into the first bucket, because that's most likely what you're going to do, and then you have to do it again.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the devs put that bucket there intentionally to troll people thinking that they could just walk forward.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of us like do that weird camera angle that's like the easiest way to manage it for whatever reason. The room, like, everybody kind of gets their own flow, but that's usually what a lot of people do. They just pitch the camera angle and just, like, stare at the floor and Cloud's feet. So this next segment, normally I would want, like, Lightning Synergy because there's so many machines, but Rude's weak to wind, so I kind of have to wedge it in. It'll come back on Hell House. I do a really janky setup to do some crazy stuff. There's another way to do it, but it doesn't work with my route, so I'd have to reroute, and I kind of ran out of time. I ended up doing a ton of rerouting before this, and I have another event that is going on tomorrow, so if you missed any part of it, you can catch that on Limit Break. Since this is the finale, I don't feel bad about promoting it, but I'll have a salty run back tomorrow. So we want to use Wind Synergy. Wind Synergy is basically like what I had to do because I need Arrow for Rude to get through him quickly enough, but the Synergy ends up being really nice additive damage. That's why you saw the Eriga go off and then just saw him die immediately, because Aerith synergized the wind to my limit and just popped him. So it's really hard to catch that one unless you see, like, it's really low damage. These first two enemies are weak to wind, so I'm just going to Disorder to trigger it. Disorder is like Stealth, a really strong move. I slept on it initially a lot, and other runners are like, nah, dog, it's good. I'm like, nah, it's crap.
I think the Synergy buff definitely made Disorder a lot more useful.
So what I had to do
this
there
entire
is,
chapter is also another classic case of Square taking what was one window and making a whole section out of it.
Literally a one-off hand, and then it's like, ha ha ha! Wouldn't it be fun if we have to manipulate 4 of those? And you know what's even better? Let's make the inputs in the inverse of the freaking the freaking catwalks you had to control earlier. So
it's actually funny. I never noticed that before until you said something. So
it
now
had
I
to be
see
I
it all
never
the
different.
time.
noticed that until now.
It's
God
literally
damn it.
inverse. Up and down, left and right are on the 2 different 6 for both of those segments.
Yep.
I have no idea. I'm like, I literally, some cases, I have to like up on both of them to make sure I don't screw it up.
I think I was always in the muscle memory.
Yep.
There's a there's a count that you
God,
can
stop
do
it.
here. So if you see the little white arrows on the raise or lower section up there, if you count the five arrows,
And here comes
Oh, pulses.
that will
1,
give-
2, 3, 4. Okay.
yep, that'll give you enough time to clear the ladder.
Yeah, some of these
So-
I just kind of like eyeball. I had made some visual cues, but now I'm so much more focused on like executing the route properly that like I screw up my mini games and just throw away time
Yeah.
there. So this
These
fight
are
right
sort of the
here,
things. Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
Normally, you would think, why aren't you just Disorder twice to get some Synergy Thunders? Disorder's actually too good at triggering Synergy, and if you fire them off back to back, the next one won't come out. Disorder is like Focus Strike, and it recovers ATB. It's even better, though, in certain circumstances. Disorder does it on hit, but because Focus Strike is limited to hitting a single target, it just gives 700 back. So it lets you loop inputs really quick as long as you're making contact with it and not canceling it out too soon. Disorder, on the other hand, if you throw Cloud into the middle of a group of enemies, he can throw out a Disorder with, like, just the 1,000 from his first strike and basically get full ATB. That's actually what I did when we were rescuing the kids. I did a normal attack to close the distance and then threw a Disorder to hit all 3 of the hedgehogs and the Smogger to refill my ATB all the way up, and then used self-destruct off that. Triggered ATB assist, which gave Aerith a 600 ATB because I did 2 commands back-to-back, and then switched over to her and used the second Synergy triggered by self-destruct to hit one of the enemies as it jumped up onto the platform. So there was like a lot of little optimizations in there. You don't need to do stuff like that, but it is the kind of cool stuff you can do with this game where you can like layer the commands and then retarget them and, game the ATB gain in a way that it's intended but not really intended because grouping enemies is extremely difficult. It's too low.
Yeah, a lot of these optimizations really just come from playing the game over and over and over again. You just get a feel for a lot of the things.
Yeah, you end up, I think, like, for me, I'm much less of a runner, much more of a router. I always have been for a lot of games. I always am thinking about, like, oh, what kind of weird meme route or fun thing can we do? Like, I used to run X2 and X3 and got a pretty heavy meme status from that because I did, like, a no Shoryuken on X2 any percent. And then it was found out, like, after me being a memer and doing it, because, like, I couldn't do Shoryukens properly. I kept doing the wrong input. I'd do Haidokens instead of Shoryukens. But then it's like, oh, they did it in a task setting, and they're like, oh, not using the super move is slower, technically. But problem, when you have to face the same 8 bosses RNG twice, it kind of makes it impossible for a real person.
That's kind of funny to think about too, like on especially on the new game plus easy runs. Everyone would really think that like maybe like using limit would be the fastest way to get through battles.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's actually a lot slower to use
The
limit.
cinematic slowdown and the step back, and a lot of the time, like, the characters need to reach a neutral stance and then put their weapons away to end cutscenes and stuff. So sometimes it's not as good.
I keep my distance.
Yeah,
This way.
the new game plus easy routing, which that's the category I run. You would think, spam limits, but really we focus on like mag fire, mag thunder,
Yeah, the other
and
thing
triple
is-
slash, and deadly dodge is also one of the big ones for us because that's quicker than a triple slash. So if they're close enough to you, you can just bring them all in.
Yep. And the other thing to keep in mind is, like, you've got the magic up, so it boosts your magic. But the thing that you may overlook with God or Dummerung is it eats your accessory slot, which casually is, like, not a problem, because, like, oh, I get a free limit and I get free recharge limits? Yeah, sure, why not? Fury Ring is stealth, like, one of the cornerstones of this route, honestly.
Yeah, Fury Ring is probably one of the best.
Even on new game
accessories.
easy.
Yeah.
Even on new game plus easy, we still got Fury Rings on everybody.
Yeah, so like I mentioned earlier, the reason Fury Ring is so important is because it inflicts Berserk. Normally you can't like cast Berserk on yourself, so you'd have to reflect it, or there's a thing called targeting corruption, but I've been told it's not worth the effort to make that work. But basically, you cannot self-berserk in any meaningful way. So having the Fury Ring gives us permanent berserk. 30% damage buff is super huge. And the thing is, with God or Dumrung, you lose out on that. So there's only a couple of ways to get berserk naturally without having the Fury Ring on. Cloud, when in operator stance, if you hold square, he does kind of a ground stab. That actually does a lot of damage, so most of the time I use it for damage, and I'm not using it to proc berserk, but it would self-inflict berserk if I didn't have it already active. So God or Dumrung can be used with Cloud in that aspect if you can set up berserk that way. And with Tifa is the other usual suspect for that because of these 70% buff from Star Shower. It basically will balance out the fact that she doesn't have Fury Ring on her Dolphin Flurry or Somersault. And most of the time the enemies are kind of spongy enough that they just go down to Somersaults. But when we get to the end game, with Star Shower buffing Dolphin Flurries can make or break a fight, honestly.
There's also an item in the new games that you can use called Adrenaline.
Oh yeah,
and that will super buff you. It doesn't exactly super buff you, but it brings you to a point where you can basically build limit very, very easily, and that helps in a lot of fights that we want to have limit to end the fight.
Items, what are those? Ugh.
Yeah. Hard mode runners don't know about two things in this game: items and bike chase.
Fury, the funny thing is Fury Ring gives you Berserk, but there's actually Fury and Sadness in the game, but they're only accessible through items. So it's really weird. But they're actually really bad compared to the OG version from what I've read on the stats. Like, it makes you take a ton of extra damage and really doesn't gain your, doesn't really help your limit boost. And Sadness doesn't really debuff your damage enough to make it worth the time from what I've read.
Yeah, in the OG, the Fury State would build your limit gauge really, really quickly, and that was nice to level up your limits and everything. Ooh, nice placement on the bandits.
Yeah, luckily Bandit C for whatever reason has way more HP than the rest. So normally what I have to do is switch to Aerith to retarget the Synergy Thunder. But because I auto started on him, I could optimize my movement and get moved down a little bit quicker. So it's actually I'm gonna be honest. This run's actually like shaping up pretty strong right now. Normally,
aside from that back chapter 1, yeah. Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, normally I'm aiming for like a 156. Like you want to get to a good run. Honestly, like this still can't like world record though, because I just don't have the skills and the route memorization and execution right now. But like I can get to, I've got it down to like a 444. The run before this one on Monday afternoon, and honestly, this pace can get there. At least as long as I don't stare my way to a lost run.
A sub 2-hour wall market is really, really good. So that's really good pace so far.
Yep.
Just remember, folks, the whole objective here was a shortcut to get to wall market. That last entire 10 minutes of hand hell. To actually run that the other route takes what? 30-40 seconds?
Yeah, and the reason we're bringing that up is actually in the PS4 version, you can get infinite fleeing and just walk that way. The map deloads and you just kind of wander through, and you can skip most of this. What we want right here is we want to get Madame M's side quests. If you don't know how to get them, I'm going to explain it right now, because we're actually going to force get hers. Any of these dialogue options that have like words to them, the bottom option's Madame M, the middle one is nobody, and the top one is Sam. You get 3 points for whichever direction you go. The expensive hand massage puts you towards Madame M, the middle one does nothing, and the cheap one puts you towards Sam. The coin flip will always give you points towards Sam, but in a specific setup, like as long as you take no deal and 2 options towards Madame M, you'll always get her. So if you're absent-minded like me, just make sure you always do all of them, so that if you script the first one, you know to pay attention. Also, don't talk to Johnny, because that pushes you towards Sam as well. But yeah, for the most part, we're going to manipulate Madame M, because what we're going to do is grab the dress, walk out, walk right back in, and just move on with our lives and skip all the the minigames and side quests. Hopefully, some days I get here and I throw my run. And not because I screw up a boss fight or anything, because I just forget the movement patterns. I'll go to Honeybee and just walk away without triggering the cutscene. Or
A silly one when it comes to the Madame M or Chocobo Sam side quests is the potion that's left on the table just before you go into the fights in the Colosseum. Is actually 1 point towards Chocobo Sam's side quests. I only got that from the Ultimania.
huh.
I had no idea. Yeah,
I always wondered what
I
the
actually
activity on
forgot
that
about
was.
that.
Yeah.
I had totally forgot that that Johnny tries to give you an energy drink before the before the Coliseum.
For us, they have no active ability, but for the thugs, it doubles their active HP. So a lot of these enemies, we want to make sure we put down as soon as possible, because if we let them double their HP, it becomes really hard to burn through it, even with New Game Plus setups. Luckily, because of Synergy, I've been able to just burn through most of these enemies with Synergy Thunder for the most part. So it just kind of melted a lot of enemies. Normally, MP management is really strict here because Hell House, in most fights, requires a lot of MP to get through. My setup uses Synergy a little bit more than it probably should, but it's fine. Even if I mess up the strat, theoretically I can push through the fight. Sometimes Hell House gives me a really bad pattern and goes for a flight before I can finish him off, but hopefully we won't let him do much of anything. I actually have a method to condense Phase 2 and 3 together. A lot of the runs do now, because you can build up the stagger on Phase 2, let him get into Phase 3 without like locking his HP, which dumps his stagger back out, and then poke him once and immediately stagger him, and then just spam commands with Reckless Abandon. So, you never know. Hell House, it's actually really annoying because the first phase of Hell House I actually have to take a little bit slower. One, because I need to build ATB. Two, because I actually don't want to end it with a magic spell. When Hell House, some bosses in general, but Hell House is one of the bigger ones that's a pain in the butt. When they're pressured and take damage from magic, they carry that stagger to the next phase for whatever reason. I think it's like a programming bug. And because of the fact that I set my stagger up very specifically for Hell House, if I do that, I actually break my fight and have to do a backup version where I just spam stuff until he dies. That
Cloud
used
does
to...
look very broken after his hand massage right now.
Oh yeah, Cloud's just kind of out of it, man. He's happy.
Think you'll make a habit of it?
But,
Yeah, and in the original PS4 version, Hell House was, or Chapter 9 in general, was definitely a very hard to manage MP. I remember casually it took me a few tries to even get through that chapter. So
yeah,
but in Intergrade with
Synergy,
Synergy, it's much easier.
Playing this on hard mode casually, Hell House is very much a skill check. Have you leveled up enough? Do you understand the mechanics well enough? I know I had to go away and level a wee bit and then come back.
Yeah, basically
I
everybody...
really struggled with Hell House in hard mode.
Almost everybody tells me Hell House is a struggling point for them. It was for me. Hell House really bullied me. There was a couple of fights that I really got bullied on. Genova was pretty rough. Hell House was pretty rough. Rufus, I had no idea how... I just did not understand how they wanted me to do that fight. So I ended up just, like, tanking a lot of the last phase, like a big dingus. And Whispers is pretty rough, too. They caused a rage quit or two, to be perfectly honest. So hard is... As I guess, quote-unquote, easy as I'm making it look, is not that easy unless you really understand the system mechanics. And some of the fights are very poorly explained to the point where, like... we've had to do a lot of testing to figure it out, or Ultimania information that's been graciously translated for us by a community member.
Yeah, there's a lot of there is a ton of hidden mechanics in this game that really, I mean, from a casual standpoint, like Hell House took me about 30 minutes to figure out in my first playthrough, because I could not figure out about the barrier changes until I realized the different colors meant something.
Yeah, luckily he starts on. Or Hell House will start on fire, so that's why I'm on Ice Elemental. We're actually going to see the Buster Sword crop up here in a second. It's going to be pretty helpful. Luckily, the way that I do Hell House requires a very significant balance, a very specific balance between physical and magical attack. So both Iron Blade and Buster Sword meet those requirements. I don't need Self-Destruct or Reprieve or anything, so Buster Sword will be used for a couple of fights where I can walk that tightrope.
Yeah, and Hell House is definitely one of those fights that can get away from you, especially in hard mode, because Hell House can do a lot of different things. Even if like in the last phase, you'll get away. He'll get away from you, and if you don't kill him fast enough, he'll summon a cutter and a sweeper, and then that fight's basically you're done at that point.
Yeah, that's one of the great things about hard mode. There's a few fights in the game, not many, where Square chose to add some extra mechanics to them just for the hard mode run. So yeah, if you're not ready for it and you've got suddenly Tonberries and suddenly Cutty and Sweepy, you really do just swear at the game at that moment.
Whenever I see the Tonberry spawn, I go, "What the hell did I do wrong?" And I actually had one case where I was practicing. I triple slash, killed them both, went into the phase transition, and then one of them that was already dead killed Aerith with a stab. And I was like, excuse me? While I sat there in the cutscene going, I can't even reset. I just have to sit here and take it. Are you kidding me?
Sometimes when you switch phases, the enemies don't really translate, and they'll still keep attacking even through the phase. So unfortunately, if you don't kill something fast enough, especially something like a Tonberry that can instant kill your characters, it's bad news.
If you haven't worked it out yet, folks, there are some points in this run that do make you quite salty.
Yeah, this game has a lot of randomness. Like, normally, self-destruct just tanks that fight. Cloud's ATB was absolutely atrocious, so instead of getting a self-destruct off, you got a boot to the face, which let them kind of separate. I really misjudged how many were left alive, so I should have used Thunder and Magnify. I also could have retargeted with a Synergy Thunder. Problem is, you're used to that fight just going down real quick, and when you get a really silly pattern like that, you're just kind of like, hit buttons faster. Yeah, that's the solution. Hit buttons faster. Game's like,
those bandits and hoodlums have crazy AI just like the shock troopers, so they'll separate, and you want to keep them close together so you can get that splash damage off of spells. And here's Cutty and Sweepy.
Yeah, it's actually a cutter and a sweeper, but we know it's called Cutty and Sweepy because up on the screens at the side right now, that's actually the nicknames given to them for these fights. So, yeah, quite often we just call cutters and sweepers Cutty and Sweepy throughout the entire run.
Alright, so I'm going to have to do a little bit of a setup for Hell House. I'll leave it to my commentators for this fight. But for the most part, it requires a little bit of a... Not a terribly large amount, but a decent amount of direct inputs. That should be there. Yep.
Yeah,
I'm not so sure you should leave this fight to the commentators. My community made me an emote saying Heal House because 2 runs in a row I managed to use the wrong elementals, so I'm not exactly well versed in getting this fight right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this fight is definitely, like I said, it's one of those skill check ones. It's definitely a fight that can get away from you. So here, the Hell House starts off. Always going to start out with fire barrier on. So obviously we want to use ice to break the barrier. And looks like there we go. We finally got through that phase.
Tight ATB. Yeah, it looks tighter than it is. It's pretty consistent to do that way. I used to use Gotterdammerung and Limit here, but it turns out keeping Fury Ring is a second faster. And I get more time to build ATB here rather than just firing up a Limit. But like I said, I want to make sure I don't get the arrow to push the phase, so I have to do it through manual attacks at that point. Disorder is just a little bit too risky.
Yeah, and ATB management is really big. You don't really want to cause too much damage to push the phase too early, because then you won't build enough ATB for the next phase. So you really got to be mindful about a lot of different things. So here's a nice little trick called...
There is Arcane Ward, so that when you cast one magic spell in that area, you cast it twice, which is really useful.
And there you might just notice he threw up a shield. So he actually has 5 phases in this. They got the first phase, there's the second phase where we just went through, and there's a third phase where he gets the God Shield that you see there. What we try to do is skip that second phase, skip the third phase entirely by building his stagger bar up to basically full, and as soon as he throws up that shield, we break it and stagger him and get him right to the next phase.
And all you're wanting to do here is you just want to build your ATB, because it's now look at quickly what color we want. So there we go.
Yep, it's gonna be red
here's the
for. Yep, and there's the fight.
Lightning is really good because what the big difference is with lightning versus any of the other elements is Aerith is the one that with wind, so it does a ton of damage. I charged up a Tempest, which is Aerith's triangle attack. It's extremely powerful because it's based on magic. The first hit does a little bit and gives you a little bit of ATB, but once it starts exploding, it hits for several thousand damage. It's just about as strong as a spell if you can keep an enemy in it. So Wind taking as long as it does to explode gave Tempest plenty of time to start popping off on Hell House. So we got to deal so much damage that we basically caught him before he fell down. Lightning is the only way that I can get that set up, though. You could stick on the Arcane Ward, but after doing some testing and some feedback from other community members, they're like, it's probably not worth.
Yeah,
I did
Arcane Ward has a hidden caveat to it. It's almost like a trap that the first spell will hit at full power, but the next spell will be, I believe, half power.
Next
so
spell
it's
is
a little bit of a
cost,
trap.
half power and half stagger value. So that's actually Arcane Ward is integral to getting that little stagger set up because I need to half the power and the stagger values of the second Aurora and Fire spell so that I hit the right value. This setup was completely, I fell into it, like, butt first. One of the community members that first came over from Reddit showed us this fight, and I was messing around with it, and then I realized that, like, I could consistently get it, and some of the other runners had told me they'd gotten the bug before, but they weren't sure what caused it, and it turns out that, like, because of that, we reverse engineered it and figured out that there's a lot of math you can do to figure out how to do that with several different spell combinations. Because you have to do a certain, just below a certain amount of attack damage, which is why the specific balance of offense and defense is needed for offense in magic and physical for Cloud is needed. But you also need to do a very specific amount of stagger. There's another setup I am aware of that uses ice, but the problem is it disturbs my materia route, so I have to go with this setup. I have to go out of my way to switch to Aerith there, because what I'm trying to do is not have her cast Synergy Wind. That's one of the few times where I'm trying to stop Synergy from activating on purpose. So I need to fire off the triple slash, switch to her so she won't cast Synergy, and then get Cloud's Thundera in just in time, because I need that little bit of extra stagger, a little bit of extra damage to hit some values. So it's a really technical fight that I literally just lucked into. Every other runner has different ways to do it. Most of us are just way too lazy to figure out the math, so we just kind of stick with what we got. I'm a little bit more stubborn. I probably should use the ice version because it's quicker, but it's easier for me and it flows with this route, so I'm fine with it.
So here we are, we've got Aerith in her dress now. There is obviously the whole picking the different dresses for the different characters depending on different side quests you do in the game. Do remember, folks, that dress cost 1 million gil, which on my hard mode save, I have enough to just buy flat out, but I still have to do the Colosseum fights.
Yeah, I'm just shy of buying 3 of them.
Yeah, I believe since we didn't do any of the side quests, since we didn't do any of the side quests for Aerith, that's the dress that we got. And I believe Madam M just probably pocketed all the money from the Colosseum and just gave her that dress that was in a closet.
Reminder, we had to fight Hell House for that dress.
Oh yes.
And so yeah, this was the section of the game that I think everybody was kind of most worried about, and also most had highest hopes about.
I was so worried they were going to cut this, and I'm so glad it's in here. Yep. It's so well done. The dancing minigame kind of meh, but this is...
The dancing minigame is terrible, but the whole
practice one's
section
kind of
here...
funny, though, because of this different song you get. So we're just going to skip this. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick, because I'm not going to get another one until we get to Shinra.
Yeah, so this is the longest unskippable cutscene that we go through. It's a dance minigame, so you'll see a lot of the inputs coming up here. You're supposed to time your settings. If you get, I believe it's 80% of all the inputs correct, you get a special prize called Andrea's Earrings. It does really nothing in the game. It's not like the original game where if you collect different things, Corneo will pick a different bride. Corneo is always going to pick Cloud, no matter if he has the earrings or whatever dress that he's wearing. So
it's
this is
still
just a fun
required
little
for
addition.
unlocking all 3 dresses.
Correct,
The
yep.
earrings are part of whether or not you'll get the top tier dress for Cloud, or what's considered the top tier dress. Personally, I think the purple one's slightly nicer.
I think I'm just very used to the black dress now that it's become my favorite. So the wedding dress is my least favorite if I had to choose them, if I had to rank them.
There's also a rather amusing thing that was discovered in the PS4 version of this game. While we were doing so many different skips and glitches in this game, when you leave the Honeybee Inn here, it was actually possible to soft lock this game based on a decision you made much earlier, before we'd even entered Wall Market. And it was possible to see Cloud walk out of the Honeybee Inn in his gorgeous dress, looking amazing, but with the giant Buster Sword on his back.
Yeah, it's one of the more funny quirks that you find there, but it's also kind of depressing because you just realize you lost your run if you see the Buster Sword on Cloud's back. It really has to do a lot of more skips existed in the PS4 version. They fixed a glitch that we used to use a lot. It usually allowed us to do a lot of the skips, like getting out of bounds and running underneath the map and deloads. It was called Infinite Flee. Basically, when your character died and was revived, it would trigger a bug where if you ran outside the battle zone, it would keep you in the battle zone, but in a fleeing state. And you could manipulate the map in quite different ways. You could deload the map to get out of bounds and run underneath basically the whole thing. It was really cool to see how they kind of built the game. It allowed you to skip all of Chapter 8, or most of Chapter 8, most of Chapter 9, but it was very, very exact movement. If you went in the wrong direction or accidentally hit something, your whole skip was ruined, and thus your whole run was ruined. And a lot of the times, like Emmy said, you wouldn't really find out till after the dance, and when you see Buster's sword on Cloud's back, and you're like, oh, well, that's ruined.
Yeah, luckily the one skip we do have is in Chapter 15. You basically know you got it, like, the moment you're gonna get it. Sometimes it delays a little bit, you could just be like, well, I'm just gonna reload. And getting out of bounds, that one is very merciful once you do get it. There's very few spots you can actually clip out of bounds permanently and just can't get back in. I found a few of them, fortunately, or unfortunately. I'm not sure how you want to look at that.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can explain more if we get up to Chapter 15, but even if we do that skip. But basically, it's the only skip that is allowed to us because it doesn't require infinite flee. We kind of just manipulate dialogue and cutscene triggers. Basically, go through the trigger so fast that the game doesn't know what's going on, and we can get out of bounds.
There was also a skip in Chapter 13 where we were able to do a barrier bypass, but Square decided to buff the barriers in the Intergrade version on the PS5 as well, so that removed our ability to route all of those into the game.
Oh, they buffed so much stuff in this game that just didn't need it.
I have a feeling that they looked at our, because those were the early bugs that we found, so I feel like they looked at a lot of speedrunners and said, oh, we can fix that. We can ruin their speedrunning lives.
I want to hazard a guess with, like, Infinite Flee, that early in the development of Yuffie, they found it because of Sonone's self-sacrificing to revive her. Probably is similar to the Angel Earring effects that cause it to be set up. So she would probably get it every time she died. And they're like, wait a minute, this isn't correct.
It was also one of those things that was found, I think, like maybe a week or so even after the game came out. So it was pretty quick. It was pretty quick to be found. But yeah, Infinite Flee.
The name of who found Infinite Flee, because it was only a few weeks after the game. The 13 skip was the first skip ever found, and it was actually found by somebody who never ran the game. They were just bug hunting.
Yeah, unfortunately, our bug hunting scene for 15 is, or not 15, but the PS5 version is unfortunately dead because of the scarcity of the consoles and the price barrier. Those of us fortunate enough to have one are the blessed few, unfortunately. The PS4 and PS5 versions are not compared at all in speedruns, so if you do want to learn to run it, PS4 and PS5 are not compared, so you don't have to worry about having an hour handicap, or you don't have to go, well, I've got to do all the skips in the PS4 version to keep up with these PS5 runners, because it can save so much time. No, you can do no major glitches. It's just basically the same exact route I do right now. Obviously, you'd have to make some minor tweaks because synergy is very heavily abused in the PS5 version, but I do have an older route that I probably have PV videos of that would more or less be a PS4 route.
Yeah, there's a lot of different mechanics that are added to the PS5 version that make the routing for this game a lot different than the PS4 version. Perry
And in random strangeness of plot twists in this game, Leslie just so happened to have Tifa's clothes, despite the fact that Tifa arrived in this chapter in her dress.
and can also hold a Cloud Sword with one hand, no problem. He's got some pretty buff upper body strength.
Yep. Speaking of buff dudes, we're about to run into abs here.
Yes. Don't blink or you might miss this fight.
Just skipped one of my favorite cutscenes.
Every time I say blink and
Aerith
you'll miss
with
it,
the
I
steel
always
chair.
screw the fight up, so incoming bad fight.
Well, let's hope not. But yeah, this fight, you'll have to... Really, it goes really by fast with synergy. It's really actually kind of funny. Hey, you got targeting corruption there for a second. That was cool.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
And there's the iframe. Get ready for the next setup. All the moves preloaded. Just so many quad nines on a screen
good
at
night.
once.
Yeah, so that's one of the big things I mentioned. There's a unfortunate bug called pressure lock, where as you see, he did enrage to get into his next phase. Well, if you do an attack a little bit too early, he'll get set on. Especially if you do fire, he'll get set on fire, and his HP, he's stuck in that HP lock, and then he's stuck in the pressure lock. His pressure bar doesn't even fill. And you're just sort of waiting for him to jump in the water to get out the fire.
You can stop his enrage, but I'm not very good at doing it with this new fight. So I just, instead of risking letting him get in the water, I don't go for enrage skip. Not
Yeah,
yet.
it's very risky. Even cross categories, it's a very risky endeavor. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And then here's chapter 10. We're running through the sewers. The skipping of the cutscene, basically, story-wise, got to the point where Don Corneo knows some information about Avalanche, and we found that out, and it seems that Shinra wants to drop the plate on top of Sector 7. So here we are running through the sewers to get through and try to save Sector 7.
So yeah,
Just to point out, that seems like a rather drastic measure.
I mean, they've already dropped the other plate, and they don't even care about this place anymore, you know?
Shinra's not a very nice company.
Yeah. HR has got its hands full at all times. Reeves can vouch.
I don't think they even have an HR department.
Okay, I didn't even think about that, but that works too.
Okay, good. You lucked out there.
They probably do
That was
have
one of
an
those
HR
chain
department.
fights.
Yeah, what I was trying to do with Tifa is I accidentally shortcut a Fyra, or Aerith. I shortcut a Fyra, so she was going to run over to cast it. So what I wanted to do was switch to her. Luckily, she was in fleeing, so she just warped over. Normally, people use Fire Magnify in the sewers, but Wind is really strong because it doesn't need line of sight. It just pops up on the enemy and pops. You know, it's a lot more effective if you actually use it, though, instead of casting the wrong spell. So...
Luckily, there was nothing to block that fire spell for you. So
yeah, luckily. Well, the thing is, luckily she didn't get it off because I managed to get the arrow
Oh,
by
yeah,
switching to her. I canceled. So the shortcuts, you can buffer inputs. Once a character is doing something, it has to wait till it starts it up, and then you can input another one on a character's shortcut tab. So you can kind of line up multiple moves back to back without having to worry about it. The problem is sometimes the shortcut gets locked after you input something for a character, so that's why I'm opening and closing so rapidly. Because you actually need to do that sometimes so that you can input different commands quickly, or, you know, get back to doing good movement. So what I did is, because Tifa, or Aerith, I do this all the time, Tifa, Aerith, Yuffie, for some reason I shell game the names all the time. But because Aerith hadn't started the Fyra, I switched to her to cancel the shortcut input, and she just happened to warp to me. So as long as, like, Tifa hadn't warped back somehow, I would have been fine. It was just looked really dumb. Or it actually probably looked cooler than it. That's totally stupid and not how that should work. That's the easiest way to put it. The sewers and chapters 11, you know, you kind of usually want to use fire, but Wind's line of sight requirement is extremely powerful for a lot of these enemies.
And also, thankfully, there's also a lot of hidden stats there. Like a lot of enemies will take more damage to magic or take more damage to physical. A lot of enemies in this chapter take a lot of damage to magic. So really, no matter which magic spell you use, they're going to take more damage than they would normally.
Yep.
And in that fight there, one of the first times we meet the blue goo, which always remember to respect the blue goo.
Yes. We as speedrunners hate the blue
Oh,
goos.
yeah. That fight is the worst because there's 4 enemies. Your Magnify only hits 3 freaking enemies consistently. So, like, you've got a couple of different ways to deal with it, and the easiest way is just go, nope, I don't care. And, you know, and there you go. That's what happens.
Yep, and that's exactly why we don't like the blue goos.
I cannot
so the blue
believe I got
goos,
wombo comboed into that. That's...
The blue goos will always,
Sure.
always cast their sleep spell on characters. It's about a 95% chance, I think, that their first in attack is always going to be a sleep spell. And it has such a range, and the characters don't really like to move out of the way. They'll just sort of block. The AI will block.
I got
until you
really
try to
unfortunate, and the crab decided to slap Cloud. That's actually what I was talking about with getting feasted earlier. Some of these moves will like either sleep you or lock you in place, and most of the time you can just dodge out of the way if you're aware and ready for it. But sometimes another enemy can decide to wombo combo you and 1-2 you into it, basically, and you're kind of boxed in, and there's nothing you can do about it at that point.
Yeah, the crabs have a very high interrupt value, so they'll push back. They'll push back characters quite a bit.
That was incredibly bad ATB, honestly.
The Sahagins also have a nice habit of just jumping around the place to get out your way, and you can end up chasing them down if you don't take them out quick enough.
Yeah, the easiest way to deal with most of the turtles is just somersault into them. So that's where Gotterdummering normally would shine. Synergy makes these fights a little bit quicker because pinching off tier 1 fires over and over again is just enough to just melt them pretty quickly.
And they're also weak to fire too, so they so that also adds to the advantage.
Yeah, because I do a self-destruct strat on Ghoul, because like I said, no items make it a pain in the butt, so we need to burst magic and physical damage easily. Normally I'd have Iron Blade in here, but because I had to put on Mithril Blade for that Swift Abzu fight, I needed the extra little bit of damage out of Cloud plus fire. I opted to hold on to it for the rest of the sewers, so I had access to fire. Luckily, even with his kind of like limited magic stat because of no magic ups, it's fine. And you might think supplementing with luck up might be good, but most of the time luck's crits will like mess up your ATB gain, so most runners never equip it anymore. Sometimes you'll see it towards endgame maybe because you've got like open slots anyhow, but that's more so like on Tifa or Aerith usually.
Yeah, the luck stat really is really not all that great. It was a lot better in the PlayStation version, PlayStation 1 version of Final Fantasy VII, the OG game, because it did a lot. It had a lot more of calculations, but
out for
luck.
Death Blow and some of that stuff. I'm really looking forward to it.
Oh, totally. But luck in Remake really only adds to your crits. So, and in a speedrunning sense, sometimes you want crits, but most of the time you really don't because it really messes up your ATB game.
Because this is an
looking forward
action
to
game
27
rather than
years from now.
Yeah. Maybe a task probably would abuse the heck out of it because for us most of the time it will like will put out too much damage with like a full power Thundera that's got full MP behind it, and then next thing you know you've done 9k to Sentinel Scorpion in the first phase and you hit him once and then now you have no ATB going into the next phase and you're like, well, that's cool. I think I'll reset now.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but should we talk about this bit that you're about to do?
Yes. Here is the last secret boss that of the game. We have the triangle bosses.
Where fun goes to die, the pump mini
yes. The pump mini game. So it's very much a reflex timing. It's not even a timing game really. There's really hard to get the timing down. But it's really much a reflex game.
You can create some visual cues, but the real trick to it is like building some confidence in it and not hesitating.
100%.
The moment you hesitate is the moment you're going to screw it up. Better off
this game
do it wrong and at least have confidence in yourself, because you'll just end up screwing it up more if you like hesitate for even a little bit with this.
Yeah, pump
Probably
minigame is
need to
definitely
give you
a
some silence for this bit as well if you're using audio cues.
Yeah, I only need it on the third one though, so.
So explaining real quick, you get pump, pump, pump. Here's the first one. Goes nice and slow. Second one goes a little faster, and the third one goes way faster. So the timing is a little suspect here. See if we hope for a one pump Doug.
All right.
There we go. All right, and then
the visual cue for that one is the the thick line before the red. I usually use this one. It's just.
There you go.
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh boy.
Oh, look at that.
1-1-1 on a marathon.
1-1-1 on a marathon. There you go.
No, it'll be wonderful when I get Tifa dying in Genova and have no way to recover the fight. And I just end up spending a minute and a half flailing about, looking like I'm casual.
None of the viewers saw that, but if you miss one of the if you miss the red section there, it's a nice 15 to 20 second time loss to reset and try again. So
just to point out that that's per time you're trying again, so it's quite common when you're first starting out to get like a 2, 3, 4. You know, you need to get it right 3 times, but it can take you 7 or 8 to get it.
Yep.
Normally, I say anything
nice.
under 5 attempts or less to get all 3 is normally good enough to go for your run.
I got good movement for once
that was
in
very
here,
nice.
and then went right into the sleep spine.
It still worked out though.
Coming up is actually probably what I'd argue is my favourite chapter expansion of the game.
Yeah, so if you remember from the
Good
Final Fantasy VII original game, this was the train graveyard. It was a whole 2 screens. Well, they expanded it to a very long section and added a very fun boss, or a mini boss really is what it is. But
yeah, Ghoul does end up being a mini boss, but Ghoul is so rough on hard that it's a legitimate boss.
Ghoul is
unlike
very, very simple.
It can actually you can end up losing a run here. Honestly, you can get some really bad RNG where you just you get screwed out of the fight. Ghoul was really rough in the PS4 version. For whatever reason, it seems like they kind of tuned Ghoul down a little bit in the PS5. And by what I mean by that is Ghoul would like to back up immediately once you got phase transitions, would teleport really, really soon. Its movement seems to have been slowed down quite significant. Its AI has kind of been retarded a little bit, I guess, or just tuned down to the point where the odds of Ghoul just dipping out are not nearly as high as they used to be.
It's the dumb kind of thing that I would love for an Ultimania for the PS5 version. Because as daft as it is, a lot of us as speedrunners, we love this game so much, to understand the tiniest tweaks in the mechanics would be incredible for us.
Oh yeah, the thing about Magnify in the original version was so non-specific. It was like, oh, here's the circle. It's 10 meters. Okay, is that a diameter or a circumference? And what I mean is, does it go 5 meters away or does it go 10? And the game's like, yes. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, there's a lot of mechanics not understood in there, and even still, on Magnify it, I believe it halves your magic power based on the spell.
Depending on the level, I believe it goes from 3. It would be 25%, and then I believe it's like around 50, and I believe the last one is your 75% power. So on New Game Plus, Magnify is pretty versatile. In the original, when you grab it in New Game Run, it's not as full bore, but it's still pretty useful being able to hit everything. This game's kind of balanced around having it at a lower level. Unfortunately, since you grab it later, you lose a level on it, but you can make up for it if you kind of get some creative routing going on.
Going in.
Sorry, but we're in a rush.
Burn.
I suppose now would be a good time to hand over to Spypo if we any more announcements or updates.
So we did get a $5 donation going towards the softlock bonus percent. I suddenly can't remember my own words, and I'm looking right at them.
You're burning up.
Right, soft lock bonus percent, that'll be good.
Don't worry,
Again.
it's
Oh,
getting late for you, but it's 7 AM for me now, so yeah, the words are hard.
So Tifa just decided to nuke the frickin'... No, it wasn't even Tifa's fault. That was mine. Normally, I'm trying to abuse wind there so it hits the enemies on the other side of the train, but the other one got close enough to the one I wanted to target that my fire nuked both of them. It's one of those cases where I said, like, Fire Magnify has a really bad interaction because of its hitbox. So Fire did way more than I wanted it to and just nuked both of them. So, unfortunately, I ended up having to fiddle fart around with the targeting. Those enemies are probably, like, one of the more annoying ones that Wind Magnify is really beneficial on. But I failed to make use of it on every single run, despite being told how to do it by the person who developed the strat. I managed to throw that fight every single time. Right now, that's where most of my time losses are, just throwing random enemy encounters in silly ways. So we're going to use Synergy Fire to take care of these ghosts here. These ghosts are really, like, kind of weird. Let's see where we want. That's not correct either. That's not correct either. Okay, just sure, whatever. Yeah, completely intended. There we go. The sleep's showing. So you got to wait for them to get over here. It's kind of... You kind of want to get them in the right position, but you definitely don't want to do it the way I did it. You want to use Arrow with Aerith and just get it over with, and close in with Cloud and Tifa. But my brain is telling me the wrong inputs right now, so I've got to look over here and confirm. Remember, right is Tifa, left is Aerith. Yes. Tell me more. Ah.
I would mix up the character switchings all the time, so you're not alone there.
That's kind of the downside of doing Tifa as leader sometimes, too. Throughout the game, it is pretty consistent. Rights, Tifa is always on your right when you're with Aerith and left with Barrett until you swap characters. So for the most part, like, you end up building the muscle memory through, you don't really remember it, you just muscle memory it. So when you do the wrong shortcut, you're like, why am I inputting Somersault? I wanted a spell here. And then your brain has to, like, catch up. And you're like, That's usually when you see a lot of, like, sticky character switching and just being like, what? So the ghosts here are kind of obnoxious. They used to be a lot worse than they were, especially since we don't have access to items. So Cure Magnify or Fire Magnify was our best way to deal with it. I'm going to kind of exploit the girls being in the Frayed animation here and just get an instant cast and get my MP back for free, so... that was not the right character, but whatever. So we'll wait a second here. Oh, God.
Yeah, anybody who's new to Final Fantasy games in general, there's almost always some sort of undead or dead or ghost style characters in the games, and the kind of secret for them, if you want to hurt them, is actually to heal them. If you're on your casual runs.
If I were a smarter man, but luckily, if we shortcut Firaga through that, the animation would be interrupted, so Aerith will cast it immediately, and I get my MP back once I kill the ghouls, as long as I do it quickly enough. The same here, except I'll actively gain MP, because the Synergy Fire normally costs 4, but because I didn't, cast it normally, I used it through Synergy. The game refunded me the 4 MP I didn't spend, so that's nice. So I end up, even though she's on 1 MP up and 1 stagger instead of double MP up, it puts me in a situation where I can kind of just game her MP real easily. I will have to give her the MP up later, though. But MP up and stagger on your caster weapons can be very powerful. It's an optimization that you probably should make later on, not early on. I'd say the first one that you want to do is get used to not using HP up as much as possible.
And if you're wondering why we got into that fight and then ran away, it's just faster to get into the fight and run up the stairs.
There's a couple of spots where, like, getting into a fight and then using Tifa's parry is a small optimization that we kind of initially forgot about. This fight's stupid and I hate it.
All right, good luck.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
Yeah, so this fight, you'll see the ghoul will throw a whole bunch of furniture. He loves doing that, so that can knock you back and really mess up your fight.
Every little bit helps.
Yeah, what we really need here is to call the Ghostbusters.
Yeah. So this fight's extremely stupid. I used Somersault to push him into magic weakness, roll up with Cloud, self-destruct. I got a limit. The reason I got a limit is because I added magic up instead of ATB boost. And I stole magic up off of Aerith. Luckily, that's not going to make a huge difference in the next couple of fights, so we'll be able to fix that right before Eligor. Right here, we're just going to fire off the limit, switch to Aerith. Please don't hit me. Okay. Kiriga. So the reason I run over to the wall here is Ghoul can sometimes fire off the furniture. Normally, when you're this close to the wall, you have to get a really bad angle for it to break. Yeah, Ghoul is super random. No matter which ways we've like decided to deal with him, it's not consistent. Well, fight...
just to the regular viewer, that probably looked really cool, but that was a really good Ghoul fight. That was very tight.
Yeah, outside of getting hit by the furniture in the beginning phase, which didn't really slow anything down, it was just obnoxious. Aerith had perfect ATB just about, so I really couldn't complain. There we go. And, you know, like hitting that limit first off, normally in the PS4 version, that fight's a lot more tight because your limits aren't invincible. So Tifa and Cloud are going to be taking a ton of damage in that fight when you're rushing in with the limits. But because they're invincible now, you basically only lose a little bit of HP on Cloud by self-destructing. But luckily, you know, we don't have to deal with that. So next is Eligor, and he's going to be Patient 2 for Buster Sword Chicanery. It's going to be carried heavily by Synergy Abuse. Hopefully I don't... The Phase 2 can be kind of obnoxious because I need to breach the Reflect to get my spells through. And I have a nasty habit of casting Cloud spell too early, so it ends up getting reflected. So my damage values are a little tighter on that fight than they should be. So hopefully I don't get too excited and end up nuking Cloud.
Let's go.
Yeah. Eligor is one of these normal enemies from OG Final Fantasy VII that they decided to turn into a boss fight. So Hell House was the first one, where it was just a regular old fight in Sector 6. They turned into a boss fight. Eligor was in the train graveyard as a regular enemy, but he only showed up about 20-25% of the time. Usually, not a whole lot of people would know this, but you could steal Aerith's one of Aerith's weapon. That translated into the remake version.
Yeah, here's the bladed staff, which has physical boost, no magic. Oh, by the way, all of her freaking attacks are coded as magic.
Exactly. So the OG Final Fantasy VII gave you a really good weapon that you weren't able to get till about 4 hours later. The remake gives you a weapon that is pretty much completely useless.
I think that was actually the Mithril Rod too, which is funny because it's the busted one in this version.
Yeah,
so
the
it's like a
Mithril
total.
Rod
You
was
get
the
the
one
blade rod, and you're like, oh, I'm disappointed, and I might have just contracted some form of depression.
When I saw that fight was Eligor, I actually restarted and made sure I had steel on to deliberately, get it.
Oh yeah,
and
no, that was one of the
when
first
I saw
things
the
I did
weapon
too.
and looked at the specs, I was so disappointed
with
the time I had just spent.
Initially, I missed Blade, and I missed the EKG cannon, I think, are the two I missed during my playthrough. The other thing is my assess list is not perfect, because I did a lot of, like, assess and dump out of the fight, and restart.
Oh yeah, it doesn't carry over if you reset the fight. Yep. So here are the ghouls. Usually on the PS4 version, this was one of the worst fight in this chapter. The way that wind is now, it makes this fight pretty simple, unless that happens.
I got extremely. I
nearly went out of bounds.
I did definitely sacrifice something today because that was pure luck. That fight was not at all how that should go. Let me. Okay.
If you notice the one Drake, it was really hard to see, but if you notice the one Drake was really by the fence line.
They get behind that fence and you're kind of boned unless you use wind or lightning at that point. I did a bunch of misinputs though, so we want to go.
Drakes love flying out of bounds.
Yeah. No. Yep. And I believe this. Yep. Okay. Oh yeah, the other part I always forget here. So yeah, we got to do a lot of like. No, that's not correct. Good try, but no. Then I guess we'll add this in, even though I don't need it. Just in case I screw up the final phase, that'll help. Do this, that, and this. Yep. So we're gonna use some arcane ward chicanery here again. Buster Sword isn't super important. It's more so that it has the proper setup of binding for Berserk, lightning, ice, and wind to make this work. So let's go.
Yeah, there's a lot of mechanics in this battle that we take advantage of, like furying the enemy, and you'll see.
Awful. Okay. Aerith got it. That's going to be really obnoxious. I want to build some bar with her, actually. I think she jumped off the arcane ward because I let Cloud get stomped instead of countering a second time. That's fine, though. I can make this work. Oh, that's the wrong way to do that, but whatever.
So Elgar there just casted Reflect on himself, so just before this fight is the first time you get a materia that lets you cast what's called Breach, which allows you to take that barrier off of him so you can continue the fight. Otherwise, it is entirely possible to nuke yourself down if you cast too strong a magic on him, and it just damages yourself.
Yeah, and there's an added caveat on the hard mode that not only that he casts Reflect on himself, he also casts it on your party, and it cannot be removed from your party unless one of your party members dies. Great fight, by the way.
Super sus.
Hey,
I was supposed to give the stagger to Aerith, but because I could cast Blizzara and then jump back off of the double cast, but luckily I managed to make it work because Cloud's ATB was high enough to just Blade Burst a couple of times and get some synergy. If anything else more stupid had happened, I would have had to stop with Tifa, which is actually why I shortcut it, because I'm going to use it on Reno Root anyway, so I might as well throw it in the mix just in case something silly like that happens.
And the Spectres make their return, so it's the same deal. We got to kill, we got to stagger and kill in order to make the boss Spectre pressured. His fight is a little bit more challenging than the first because they love to cast Entwine, which is one of those binding moves, but got through it pretty quickly.
That move is...
Oh. Those enigmatic spectre fights are also very easy to lose a lot of time on. If you start casting, magics that attack multiple specters, and you take out multiples of them at the same time, you keep getting that same stagger animation over and over and over again. So we're very particular about what we cast and who we target to make sure that we get it just enough to take down the enigmatic.
It may seem counterproductive that we don't kill as fast as possible, but in that particular fight, you have to be very, very careful.
Okay, yeah.
And so here we're going to climb the tower. We're back in Sector 7, trying to prevent Shinra from dropping the plate. This climb the tower has some very interesting battles and some very interesting tech. There's a new battle called the new enemy called the Heli Trooper, and he loves to dodge the fire attacks unless you get it off fast enough. So
I've got a pretty good bead on how to deal with it, make those pretty consistent. Surprisingly, those made me hate this game a lot. So, okay, nice Firaga Magnify though. That's going to be obnoxious. I'm gonna have to fix that after this. It's pretty easy to mess up the shortcuts. I only use it once, but if I don't make sure I fire it off with Magnify, I'm going to regret a lot of things. That's actually what I need to take care of the Heli Troopers. There's a very particular setup on that final floor where I just ATB boost Raw, Fira, then use a limit to juggle one of them, and then I'll use him to split the Firaga to both the Heli Troopers so that they won't hit the ceilings or anything in that very particular way. It looks kind of goofy, but it works out great. So yeah, luckily these guys seem to be a little bit weaker in this version, so Fire is pretty consistent killing here. Used to, from my experience in the past, that it would be pretty inconsistent. Now it's 100% of the time they die. This one I'm going to take a little bit of a risk going with Fire, but it's pretty safe.
Yeah, Fyra has a habit of under-damaging a lot or leaving what we call chip damage, just basically 1 HP left on the enemy, so it requires an extra hit to kill.
Yep. Strife kind of suggested a new route that he does. He uses MP Absorb a lot more than I do. I just rely on MP Ups for a significant portion. The reason Abzu kind of got melted the way that he did is because of MP Absorb on Fire. I actually routed that in specifically for that fight because it takes around 15 to 20 seconds, and it's a real struggle to get Abzu down without letting him go into the water, without full power fire. Because the thing is, Synergy normally requires 0 ATB and MP to activate. It has a quirk of activation with Arcane Ward, where I'm assuming it's probably like a safety measure with Arcane, where they figured there was no situation where you would inquire 0 MP cost. So when you do cast a Synergy, a duplication on a Synergy spell, the cost is increased to 1. So now you've lost your 20% damage buff on each fire. But if you add in MP Absorb, you can mitigate that and create a scenario where it's not an issue. This right here is one of those crowd surfs. Unfortunately, we can't change the camera angle till right here, so it's kind of like a, welp, I hope they push me. What the heck is this? I'm so confused right now.
You got a great crowd. Oh my goodness.
What is this?
What is happening?
The game loves you.
What is this?
I have never seen this ever before
I'll
in
never
all
see it
my
again.
runs. Oh
my gosh. This
has never happened before moment for this marathon run.
Yeah, I think I've done about maybe 500 to 600 runs, and I've never seen that crowd surf before. That was pretty crazy.
Yeah, normally, wow, that's, okay, kid, I don't know how you survived that, but okay. All right.
Man, that's gonna be an unbeatable gold split for you.
Well, the upside downside is that I don't use splits because they drive me insane.
You use splits.
I have used them in the past, but for the most part, I just use a raw timer. It's just like a quirk of mine because when I start seeing red, it really makes me play pretty poorly. I do have general ideas around kind of where I want to be, and I can gauge at certain points, but the problem, the nice part about it is like I can easily kind of forget. I'm like, I think I'm a little bit behind, and then I just kind of let it go. I don't have to look at the split and be like, oh yeah, I'm plus 30, great. You know, I'm glad I did.
I'm very much
into that.
Huh?
Temptation to retime that because I reckon that was a good 3 seconds.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, with me and splits, I'm very much a data person, so it's like the more splits, the better, but that can get a little out of hand sometimes.
I have no issue with timing things in practice, but I just don't want to compare against specific setups in real runs. So this is pretty crazy. The only reason that this works out the way it does is rolling Cloud back actually like delays his progression enough so that he's in one of the stairwells when I try to warp him up. So what happens is he's in fleeing, Tifa's not. He jumps up to the top next to her. I just spam fire real quick and zip on by, and then for whatever reason he warps to the other side too. I don't know why, but whatever. I'm not going to complain.
When the battle ends, you're still on Tifa, so it warps him over.
Yeah,
to
but if you're too
Tifa's
close,
at.
sometimes it'll just swap the camera instead. So that's why I'm just surprised it's far enough away to cause a warp, is what I mean. Rather than...
it's just far enough away.
But that movement probably doesn't save that much time, but it looks sick. I love it. Some other runners are like, that doesn't look like it saves time, and I'm like, I don't care. It looks cool. That's I have that's definitely an itis I got from the Mega Man X community, where sometimes we do stuff that's sick and not stuff that's fast.
There should be swag. There should be swag points in speedruns.
To some extent, yeah. It's very much like first couple of people I watched were like Tiki, Caleb, and like Z-Wing, Louise, and you know, a lot of that was like neon jumps and other crazy strats and stuff. Okay. That works too. So this is the fight we were talking about. This one's normally really obnoxious, but I've got a pretty solid beat on it as long as I do it this way. So I use the Dolphin Flurry to juggle this guy. It won't kill no matter what. So it lets me fork the Blizzaga or Firaga to both of these guys consistently. The only time that strat doesn't work is some of the enemies can spawn early. The ones in Annex, the first wave of Chapter 4 can spawn early. Those Helitroopers can spawn early, and the one that we do want to spawn early is the dogs in Hojo's lab with Tifa and Aerith. But I have no way to tell if that's going to happen unless it happens in one of these previous segments. I did forget 2 things here. Nope. There it is. Yep, there we go. Probably should have put SD on since I went in there anyway. So one of like the prevailing thoughts is like if you're gonna self-destruct a lot, you might want to shortcut it. But shortcutting a limit outside of like either Dolphin Flurry or Catastrophes or Somersault's probably not really a good idea. Cloud's not going to use his limits too much because he's usually your progression character, so getting him stuck into a limit wastes a bunch of time. This fight kind of I do in a really weird way. I'm actually just going to stop Reno here because it makes my life easier. And then we're just going to uppercut parry a little bit here to build some ATB real quick. Start a shower into True Strike.
Yeah, the lucky part about these hard runs is you get access to all the magic spells, so you can stop characters. In the new game runs, we have to perform what's called a stun lock. Basically, you have to knock back Reno, keep knocking him back, so he can't do any actions.
And that has got to be way harder in new game because you have limited commands too, because you don't learn them all immediately. We get to start.
It's actually not that hard.
Oh, is it?
It's actually not. No, it's actually not that hard. You just got to time out your ATB attacks to keep them in that state, and then it comes with practice, basically.
So I want to take a little bit of extra damage here, like I was talking about before, so that I hit the right amount. I could ATB boost here, but apparently my ATB is perfect, so whatever. I'm not going to complain.
I got this.
Okay, switch over to Barret.
And there you go.
Bye-bye. Okay, or not.
Or we're gonna underdamage. There we go.
Thanks for the 9 more damage, buddy. So most people, you would Dolphin Flurry the first phase is what we used to do, but now we save it, because Reno likes to flash step here, so he separates. What I'm going to do is run up, Star Shower, Dolphin Flurry. Hopefully they'll both get caught in it. The reason I do it this way is because Tifa's closer to the console that she needs to activate, and then if Reno decides to screw off, I can just use Iron Blade Ascension. Normally you would want to put like Wind Elemental on, which would make Cloud do enough with Ascension, but with this setup, since he's still on ice, I avoid that extra menu. I hate you too, buddy.
Yeah, so there's the unfortunate flash strike that he gives.
But
yeah, Reno has a habit of disappearing all over the place.
He's dead,
so
and
phase one
Tifa's already
and phase
headed
three.
over. So, didn't lose too much time. If you
Man,
get
she
really
moved
lucky,
faster.
you can... Oh, nice. Cool. I can show it off. For whatever reason, sometimes this
There you
plate
go.
falls during the cutscene. I have no idea what causes it, but it's a byproduct of the way I do that fight that I can possibly get that set up.
I think it might be a New Game Plus thing, because I've never seen that in New Game.
I think it's because Cloud's in a weird position, so the game kind of goes, what's going on here? MP up. This for this. This has got to go up here, actually.
See, I've never managed to get that on New Game Plus easy. I wonder if maybe positioning the characters different for the final phase would save it. The thing is for the final phase, we just cross-slash and take out both of them if we're lucky, so our phase is a lot quicker, so it'd be a lot more difficult to have time to move the characters around.
Yeah, you'd probably have to move... you'd have to get, like... it. From what I can tell, that's like the third time I've got it. Cloud has to be on the other side of that platform before Tifa goes and activates it, and it seems to happen when he's in the limit. So, like, you'd have to get, like, Flash Step. You'd have to, for it to be faster, because basically, I only ever get that set up when they're separated. But honestly, like, it saves a minuscule amount of time, because Cloud does stop for a second when it falls, but it's not so significant. It is cool. I have no idea what causes it. I tend to have a...
definitely on the cool side. You know, I was totally going, that's new.
Yeah,
Yeah, I definitely did say I'm gonna do some more testing on that.
I am a magnet for stupid stuff like this. It's like Hell House, like I said. People have got it before, but I was the first one that just managed to get it consistent, and it was just a quirk of the way I was doing the route. And I tend to fall into stupid things like this. Unfortunately, the problem is consistency. Like, I actually managed to bug out the lasers in Chapter 1 once. And as long as I left the game on, they didn't reset. I haven't been able to bug it out since, but you can, I guess with perfect movement and cutscene skipping, maybe, you can, like, bug the lasers out so they don't load properly. They can still visually be there, but the hitboxes won't show up. At most, like, one instance of pushback will show up on the first laser, depending on the cycle you get. So
in
like
a previous cutscene, Aerith actually was telling us that Marlene is safe. So this is how quickly you can run from Wall Market back to Aerith's mom's house. It's not 20 minutes through a collapsed expressway with a whole bunch of hands.
I would die to parry through here, man. Oh boy, I'd love it. Some of these segments, I'm just like, you know, I would deal with the extra like mashing and destroying my controller if we could just parry through here. This would be like 60 seconds instead of like 2-3 minutes of running.
To be honest, this is a nice relaxing section after the slog of chapter 10 through 12. So.
Yeah, because you like chapter 10 through 12 is kind of where the game amps things up. 9 is a little bit difficult because of the turtles, but for the most part, that's the only thing you really got that gives you any pushback. But
yeah, that was something I found with the move from PS4 to PS5 was you didn't realize just how much the small load windows, you know, although they were only 5-10 seconds, were a nice relax. They were a small breather on your hands. And when you move into Intergrade, it's so quick that the fights come and the loads happen. There is no break, except the main ones.
When I was starting to run on the Intergrade version, and I just kind of like carried over my PS4 route to PS5, which was a major mistake. I should have probably started from ground up, but I started.
Yeah, we all did the same thing though. So
yeah, some people were smart enough to do some routing and testing, and luckily because of them, we managed to catch things like synergy being absolutely busted at late, but we did catch it eventually. But yeah, I would do runs initially, and I'd go to pick up my water during a load, and then have to drop it immediately because the load would be done, and I'm like, oh god. So now that's why I'm like, whenever I'm taking movement segments, I'm sipping water because that's the only time you're getting at it. That's it.
Yeah, your one-handed controller work is definitely helpful when you need to take a sip of something.
Yeah, it's a little nice thing about having the back buttons too. I only have 2 of them out of the 4 active, but I did used to bind one to the L3 so I could get the running without holding down R1 and do it with one hand, but I'm used to it for the most part now. My index finger is not happy about it, but that's how it be sometimes. What is this pace though? Wait. I'm normally like getting to Era's house around 3 hours. I have no idea what's going on. I'm so confused.
Yeah, I know you're way ahead of your normal pace, so you know.
Am I gonna actually PB? Get out of here with this nonsense. No way. I'm gonna choke Sephiroth. I'm gonna get
That's the one big thing about these runs. Like we talk about like chapter 1 resetting all the time, but really it's such a long run that little nuances throughout the run. If you have a bad section, you can easily make up that time somewhere else.
I mean, just imagine like you could like the goal right there is like, oh, you could goober out like 10-15 seconds in chapter 1 on no Barrett warp and still like hammer out a PB. Like my PB right now is 4:44, and this is faster than my last. Like my runs have been getting better and better because I picked up a new route. So obviously like these time goals are a little bit skewed, but the routing is starting to pay off. Thankfully, like I said to the other community members, they've made a lot of this easier. Normally in this segment, I would have switched to Tifa's leader, but the rolling from the AI is so inconsistent that it causes Cloud to usually get hit or feasted. So I just switched it. No, that's not what I want to do. Okay, actually, that's fine. Okay. So it is nice when that one survives because I can get that. It's probably a little bit slower to have to wait. The problem is you got to risk versus reward on how fast that synergy is going to come out. Is Barrett going to roll? Is he not going to roll? Is he in an action? Does he have to cancel it? So it's a little bit faster to move to that ladder like that, but it's also a little weird. Also, you're photosensitive. The underground laboratory is like way too bright, so either dip out for the next 10 or 15 minutes or do what I do and shade up.
Yeah, the particle. I'm not sure if it's like with the PS5, but the particle effects in a dark area absolutely flash up the screen. So yeah, if you're photosensitive or prone to any like epilepsy or anything like that, probably don't want to look at the screen during
I
the
get migraines, and they usually like want to trigger when I get there. So
yeah, it hurts my eyes too. So it's
fellow migraine sufferer here, so I know your pain. But yeah, we'll give another warning just before those all start for anybody who needs it.
Just in case. Calling fire.
I was going to spam a shortcut and didn't realize I didn't have the ATB for it because I didn't boost like a dingus. Sometimes you can get greedy. So my MP here is pretty much like Barrett's going to be the one I actually need to manage. Clouds, we're just going to spam in this segment and just kind of act like whatever. So I want to lock on because I've seen fire go wild there a few times before.
Yeah, and Cloud is only used in half of this chapter. It's really more of a Barrett-centric chapter as we get into it, and then we pick up Tifa for the end of the chapter. So Barrett gets his time to shine as much as we wish he had better stats. This is what we deal with.
Yeah, so I got really lucky. Oh, okay, I'll just run around the ladder there. That's cool. Just a little bit of ring around the rosy, keeping you guys on your toes. That's just how wide the interaction boxes are, guys.
He had to boost up his power to get up the ladder is what it was.
Paid to go even further beyond to get up the ladder.
Not bad.
Alright, so we are going to have to toggle into Barrett here. I actually had to make a little micro adjustment to my menu because I had made a mistake early on. You know, let me shut up and do this first.
You see, menuing is a little mentally taxing sometimes, because especially when you have a lot of material to deal with, so... And you want to go fast, so try to get through that menuing as fast as possible.
Initially, menuing is probably like the biggest hurdle to get through fast. Once you get used to your route, you'll start being able to do it without really like checking. You could grind it out like some people do. I do to some extent. I do it mainly through runs because for me, like, the muscle memory is disconnected if I don't do it in, in that segment. So, like, I can't just do the menu over and over and over again. It does help a little bit, but for me, like, I have to be doing all of Hojo's lab. Luckily, the menus are minimized to some extent of how, intense they are. My two larger menus are when Aerith shows up and leaves the party, and then when she shows up again in Chapter 16. So that's the paradigm shift, that she's so game warping that I end up having to do a lot of setup to get her going, but once I get her going, she basically burns through everything. This next chapter... go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, like how I practice the menuing and everything. I always set my saves for my profile right before when I do the menus, so I'm always practicing the menu if I want to practice a section.
That's the issue with the PS4. We could upload our saves to USBs, so I literally had a ring of like 5 or 6 USBs.
Yeah.
So I had like 60 or 70 saves. PS5, what's that? So we're literally landlocked to the 10 that we have.
Well, unless you're like me, that makes 6 different profiles and then proceeds to do 6 speed runs to get the saves properly.
Yeah, well, New Game Plus doesn't... That's like an insane task because we have to 6 profiles and then max out 6 saves, or at the very least. Yeah, so like maybe 1 or 2 would be reasonable if I did some casual New Game runs. And then grinding it out.
That is probably one of the most hated things about this game on PS4 and PS5.
If I could share my saves so that people could get New Game Plus files, I would like that, just instantaneously. But go ahead.
No, it's just the save files in the game. Like, why are we limited to 10? The PS5 has terabytes of storage. The PS4 could have terabytes of storage, but yeah, not 10 save files, folks. That's all you need.
Yeah, meanwhile, Cyberpunk 2077 can be like 4 terabytes of data. But we can't spare the extra, like, gig of frickin', for save files. Like, oh yes, we must emulate the memory card format. Great, thanks. Yeah. Look, it was already stupid enough that I called my USBs memory cards sometimes. I don't need you guys to reinforce that. Come on,
they definitely took that part of the nostalgia a little bit too far.
Yeah, casually it's enough, but like in terms of a speedrun, it makes practicing insanely annoying. Especially if you want to play through the game multiple times, 10 will end up not being enough because it's just not. It's even worse because I need to have my start file for New Game Plus, and then I need to have a save load file too. So now I only have 8 slots actively to. And like you're basically going to give a slot to like Genova because it's after a huge segment. Or like Specimen, because it's after a huge story segment. So like now you're talking about 4 save files, so it gets kind of obnoxious. So a lot of the lab here is just spamming spells. I'm gonna use a... Dang nabbit, I did it again! Well, okay, I didn't get punished for it, nice.
Oh, that still worked out, yeah.
Yeah, I usually want to use both ATB on focus.
Totally intended.
Yeah, I got a nice pattern, but focus shot usually gives a large explosion when you're 2 ATB or above. Barrett's commands are usually augmented by his ATB count, unfortunately making most of them really awful because they either suck way too much ATB, or they're okay. You're gonna
Or they're a move called
Steel
Steel Skin, which is really useless.
Yeah. They'll either eat all your ATB for really low return, or they just don't do enough. His overcharge is pretty decent, but his other moves are all pretty bad, unfortunately. Overcharge works pretty good here on the doggos. It's gonna make my life a little bit easier. We're gonna go for Blizzard Magnify on a lot of these fights. Okay, that's cool.
Ooh. Oh, still got him. Thank goodness for the buffed for the buffed ice bomb explosion.
Yeah. The frickin' the explosion radius is just absolutely out of hand, to be honest. A lot of these fights, it just ends up being a combo of Blizzard up. I do kind of have an MP count towards the end of the game now, where MP's a little bit tighter, so I kind of know where I want to be at boss fights. Hopefully we will not get punished too hard. Hey! Thank you! Okay. That usually happens, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. If you hit the bugs
pretty
with,
heavy separation.
If you hit the bugs with ice, they tend to get pressured and stay still, but this is basically what you were dealing with wind in the past. This is exactly the situation. So I'm basically showing you what running the PS4 was like on flying enemies. Okay, nice. So that one's probably like a hit or miss. It's kind of hard to tell whether that's actually quicker, because you have to cast Blizzard rather than just running away. You don't need to kill him if you don't want, but why not? Blizzard's probably worth it, but it's not consistent. Blizzard is, though, because of its much larger hitbox. If you target the bugs, they'll both usually get hit by a duplication of Blizzard. And Blizzard is so large that they'll usually get tanked by it, and the rats will both be close enough to the one that they just get roasted. I'm just gonna walk this out.
And the one thing I didn't mention about Blizzard and Blizzara in general, in the PS4 version, it had a much lower interrupt value than it does in the PS5 version. So the PS5 version will almost always put the enemies into a pressured state, meaning they can't move, and meaning the ice bomb will always hit. In the PS4 version, it wasn't always like that. They could get out of the way of the ice bomb and just wasted your magic.
You got to remember, though, the distinction, it does pressure the enemies to kind of keep them hit stun, but the one thing you got to remember is it doesn't, it's not going to buff like the stagger value of that right after.
Right. Yep.
So it does pressure, but it doesn't deal the pressured stagger value. So it has the lowered stagger value, but it's still pretty hard. Did I get the... I didn't move close enough. Sometimes if you move close... Oh, there it is. You can see it off screen for a second. The dolphin gets kind of stuck off screen sometimes there. It usually gets stuck on the ladder, but I noticed it out of the corner of my eye as I was walking away. It's like one of the few times you get... Nice move.
Yeah, this is why I don't do this section blind.
You mind it?
Well, yeah, this
you
entire
basically
section
have
of
to
the
do it
game.
blind. Ugh.
Yeah, this entire section of the game is actually... It's called the Underground Shinra base, but it's actually Reactor 0 it's tied into. So if you've ever played Dirge of Cerberus and you know where Deep Ground was based out of, so Square is using the remake to kind of bring the lore of the expanded 7 universe together, which is really pretty cool.
Yeah, and I'll keep my opinion of Dirge of Cerberus to myself.
I love the lore expansion, but yeah, let's leave out the gameplay.
Yeah, if they remake it, they gotta do a lot to remake that.
Well, if the First Soldier is any indication of their first-person shooters, let's hope they do good.
Oh, okay.
That was awesome. There you go.
I loved that you were actually getting a slow-motion boot to the face there when that cutscene changed.
Yeah, now for the struggle. Can you please? Thank you. The true struggle.
Interaction bosses for the win.
Yes.
We have to like very much roll the game towards the outcome we would like. We have to very much lightly suggest what we want.
Yeah, Tifa's moving so fast that she can just overshoot the stairs constantly, and it's so hard to get into a proper position.
I kind of want to bring a Bioshock meme in here and just go,
sure.
Would you kindly?
Okay.
It's using its
Not quite
So
sure.
yeah, failed experiment
There.
is also another one of those enemies that's actually elemental based. So you do not want under any circumstance to cast lightning on him.
Yeah,
he'll-
that's the downside. Is that there's plenty of machine enemies in here and in the next couple of segments, so you end up in a really tight race, and you really can't use Lightning Elemental, which would make the Sweeper a much easier fight to deal with. So we're gonna do like a Wombo combo here. I fired off a Blizzard right off the bat, and then fired off Catastrophe. We should get a fire synergy here. Not gonna be enough, but that's okay.
It's something else you've got to be careful of with your synergies. It's all too easy to forget, you know, what elemental you've set it up
yeah.
against. So you've got to make sure you change it before fights, because otherwise you'll accidentally be healing your enemy, and that's just no use.
Yeah, luckily Fire Synergy works out great for Reno and Rude because they're not really resistant to it, so it's additive damage rather than subtractive. Ice would be nice here. It would work on them too, but the problem is they'll usually get out of ice. So the fire stays here because I'm not really triggering it that much. Oh, and it works out great in the sewers. Oh, it is fantastic in Chapter 14. It turns Barrett from a very unproductive party member to a very productive party member.
Yeah, so chapter 14, as we're here now, you're gonna see some enemies called the Shoats. They're usually really, really annoying, but as Sid said, Ice kind of takes care of them pretty well. The only downside is that Abzu 2 has a resistance towards ice, so ice is not really a good use in that boss fight.
Yep. It's enough. It's more of I could just Star Shower twice into the Somersault or into the Dolphin Flurry and have that work. The problem is because I have got her Dummerung on Tifa, her damage is kind of limited. So a lot of runners will switch over to Magnify for her before the boss, so that she can get the limit through all the Blizzard staggers, and then she'll still have the Fury Ring buff on her damage and stuff. But instead, I use Dolphin Flurry in Chapter 12, I use it in Chapter 14, I use it in Chapter 15. So it just ended up being a, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose situation, where I just decided it was better to not add in the additional menu for that specific boss fight and just kind of risk a little bit of time loss on here and there. That fight was fantastic. I did a couple of misinputs towards the end there. I accidentally used a Blizzara Magnify instead of a Blizzara, so it really screwed up my damage on the first phase of the fight. And my damage was a little bit low in the second one, but that was mainly because of the Blizzara mistake.
Yeah.
But for the most part, I can't complain about much, which is pretty surprising, because I usually find a lot of things to complain about.
No, this is a great run, and you're on a great pace, so...
This is
Keep it
also
up.
the only time in the entire run we use the Chocobos to fast travel around. It just happens to work out, and so we abuse it.
And we like to gauge the luck on the rest of the run based on what song we get. And I can't hear the game audio, so I don't know what song you got. So
We got the
hopefully it was a
regular
good
one.
All right, there we go.
No
We're good.
remixes here. So we're going to head into the sewers and chase around a slippery little Vaselining jerk. I like to think that this shoat that we're going to chase around is the one that's running around greasing up all the ladders the entire game. That's why we've got to catch him, not because he stole anything.
That's an amazing image I've now got.
Just like, he's the one greasing the ladders, get him!
Now burned into my head that the image of the Shoats creating all the triangle bosses for Cloud and company.
Just, yeah, and Corneo's doors are the worst too, because you got a whole triangle. Ugh. A little bit of Motrin here for my freaking legs, and get this going. Ah, there we go. Now we are ready for the sewers. This segment used to be pretty MP. Well, it still is MP intensive. But I did get turned on to MP Absorb. Luckily, since I needed it for Abzu anyway, I decided to keep it around until later in the routing, where I ended up cutting it at Hojo's lab. I could use it in Hojo's lab to kind of mitigate some of the spells, but for the most part, MP Absorb kind of falls off a little bit there, because mainly you want to be using some magnified spells and single target stuff. So if you're not using MP Absorb in tandem with Magnify, you're not actively gaining MP. You're more so stymieing the bleeding process, if you will. But Aerith has Soul Drain, so it's going to mitigate a lot of those issues with Wise uses Soul Drain to siphon MP off of staggered targets. Normally gives about 3% back, which is about 6 for her, or 15 if I hit a staggered target. So some of the bosses have that baked in. Nice.
Yes, Soul Drain is especially in the new game run. Soul Drain is a big is a big move for MP management or item management in the new game run, since we don't really want to shop at all, but we're forced to buy. Yeah, we're forced to shop for ethers. But if we can manage our MP properly, we don't really ever have to do that. So.
Yeah.
Kind of the same rules that we follow.
I love this section. There's just parry punch the whole way through the entire sewers, and then forget all the enemies.
Yeah. And then
this
game
is the
just,
one
like,
section I do blind.
Gives you a phantom camera input, and you're just like, I've never seen that before. Thank you. Please don't ever do that again. That's probably going to cost me time.
And this fight coming up can be a little bit of pain because the blue goos are back. But luckily, boom, all the fire duking.
So you could just parry through those guys, but the crab will tend to put up guard if they're hit by a physical attack. So I actually roll through there on purpose rather than using parry. There we go. These guys are really obnoxious to use fire on, so okay.
Yeah, too much environmental.
Yeah, those uprights on the bridge are just horrendous. They'll eat your inputs. But Blade Burst as well will get eaten. Blade Burst is going to see some more use later on. It's more of a backup mechanic at this point. With high enough magic, Blade Burst can be very powerful. There's a few cheeky uses in some fights that you could get away with. But it takes a while to wind up, and it can be canceled pretty easily, so Blade Burst has to be used somewhat sparingly, and you gotta be like really confident you're not gonna get knocked out of it when you throw it, or else you're gonna get punished hard.
Hope for the crab brave. Here we go.
Oh, this is free, 100%. As long as I don't get poisoned 1,000 ways from Sunday, but.
Yeah, sometimes they like to spit out a whole lot of poison.
But it's even worse when they're like dead and they still get it out anyway. So you'll notice like I'm not at max MP. The thing is, with magnified spells, when they kill, each duplication can only recover a certain amount. So if a fire just nukes all of them and never duplicates, I don't get all my MP back. But for the most part, it'll keep my MP positive. And I won't have too much of an issue. Like, if I fire here with these rats, they're all going to get roasted by a one-shot of it. Usually. And then one of them, like, does stupid stuff like that. These guys suck, so... hopefully.
I hate these fights. This group of Sahagins
okay, that works.
Crap on every
that was
category.
perfect.
Hey! I've been getting lucky.
Except today, apparently. It's just going to be absolutely fine today.
They all decided to hop into that Fire-Good jacuzzi together. Like,
Yeah,
oh, those look nice and warm. Let's find out. Oh god, that hurts.
It's very nice when the Sahagins like to group up all together to get absolutely roasted.
Oh boy, Barrett didn't even roll before he fired. And I'm getting a lot of weird RNG that throws me off. I'm usually used to getting 2 rolls there. So a lot of here, I'm using MP Absorb to like mitigate any MP costs. I could grab some crates and make it through here without too much issue. But the follow-up fire synergy from Barrett is usually enough to push the needle to kill the enemies in most of these circumstances.
Gotta make a stand. Let me handle this.
The problem here is the camera angle more than anything. Wow, I'm not even taking much damage either. What is this? Okay, sure. Yeah, you guys want to let me through? That's fine.
Yeah, there's a nice little quirk that could happen during that fight where either the crab or there's another shoat behind there, but they like to block up that little section, and if you try to parry past, you can't parry past them.
Oh yeah, you get punished super hard.
That's always fun.
There's also a nice glitch here. Let's see if we'll get it.
Yes,
yes, we have.
Yeah, we got it.
So we're gonna have to open the door to let him continue running away from us.
Yep.
Give me a little push, buddy. Give me a little push.
And then if we beat him, you'll see him. He'll still stay right there, and then he warps right over there.
Yeah,
so.
this game runs so fast that you can catch a lot of those like despawns because it actually you can get around corners before they intended. And I don't think they double checked a lot of stuff, so they're just like, whatever, it works. I'm done. You know, I'm sick of sleeping on the office floor.
loads of the PS5 kind of Well, they fixed a lot of things. They clearly didn't go back and re-QA some things that they thought would just work great. But yeah,
because what's really funny about this chapter too, this was one of the hardest ones to find skips for, and it was just programmed really well. Because basically, I mean, they looked ahead and said, "Oh, you can't finish this chapter without loading up Abzu, and you have to talk to Leslie in order to load up Abzu." So it almost made finding skips in this chapter pretty much impossible.
That was a perfect skip, and it was so good that it scared me that I accidentally closed out to the menu.
Yeah, so that fight back there, the Mischievous Show, he's basically the mini-boss of this chapter. He'll call 3 of his buddies if you don't stagger him fast enough.
Yeah,
so
if I tag him with a Firaga,
it'll
it'll delay him long enough so that I can get on in there with a Star Shower Dolphin Flurry to finish it up.
Yep.
That fight's really easy on New Game Plus, but on New Game runners, I always find that one a bit of a struggle. That fight it was way more difficult than it really needed to be for a New Game runner.
New Game, you have to be very, very gentle about filling his stack. You can't cause too much damage, or he causes his buddy, but you need to fill up. You need to pressure him in order to kill him. So it's a very fine balance between there.
I just realized I forgot to put Chain Bangle back on Cloud, so he's most likely going to die in Phase 3 of this fight, which will cost me some time, and I'm opting to not put it back on and just YOLO. The thing is, in Phase 2 and Phase 3, I use Firaga Magnify with him to do enough damage so I don't have to rely on Barrett's ATB for damage output outside of the first phase. He'll use Max Fury to, like, stop the Enrage, and hopefully Firaga will nuke a ton of the little ads in here, and make the fight deload a little bit quicker, but there's no guarantee on that. Okay.
Yeah, so this is the second version of the Abzu fight, except this time he has all of his little buddies there to help him, and they are very annoying because they have a very high interrupt value, and they love to knock you over. So I have to try to parry them or avoid them or try to kill them as fast as possible would be the most ideal.
Yeah, so I needed to build up some ATB with Cloud here, because like I said before, ATB assist is only going to give 600. So I need to make enough so that I can get 2 Firagas without any sort of like extra actions in between here. Okay, sure.
Wow.
Absolutely perfect. Okay.
Yeah,
that's happened a couple of times before, but whatever. I'll be able to fix this with that cry. Yeah, for whatever reason, like Uppercut, I think he got pushed out of one of the Firagas, so he didn't take enough damage. Either that or Barrett. You know what it is? Barrett's Synergy Fire got interrupted. That's what's causing that issue.
Good position there.
So I threw a Firaga with Cloud and started using Max Fury with Barrett to hit stun. Looks like Cloud got canceled out of the Firaga, unfortunately.
Hey, still got it though.
Yep. You're always going to get the kill, but Max Fury will delay the Enrage enough that Firaga should get off and be able to one-shot before Dolphin Flurry finishes. The reason that that's helpful is it'll kill a lot of the ads, so it'll take less time to despawn the fight. Not a huge optimization, but it's worth going for. So we want to go to Fire... What am I thinking here? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I believe you're also able to skip that whole Abzu banging on his chest part as well.
Yeah, that's the Enrage skip I was talking about.
Yep.
So this next section we're moving on to is when Cloud and OG went to the back of Wall Market and climbed up to the plate. We're now about to have an entire chapter of us climbing up to the plate.
Yeah, are we skipping this segment or not?
Yeah, we gotta see about our incentive, the Chapter 15 skip incentive.
Let me take a look.
We got a little bit of time here. This is going to take me a bit to get through these menus. And I have to set it up anyway, so... And we're good. Alright.
As of right now, it has not been met.
Okay.
But, you know, if someone beats in a 20 in the next, 15 seconds?
Yeah, we'll give it a little bit extra time here.
Totally intended.
Oh, you utter BS.
Literally the worst one to say yes.
That's very much intended right there. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, so like
All right, so I guess it's runner's choice then if you want to do the skip or not.
Oh yeah,
go for the skip. It's cool to show off.
The skip is pretty cool. The technical side of the chapter, doing the fights, is a little bit more intricate and like probably shows off a little bit more towards runners, the fact that you can get it down to like a 70-second difference. The skip itself is probably more flashy in general, so we'll go with that unless I get forced to go one way or the other shortly. I gotta finish up a couple of fights and then I'll set it up.
Let's see how it looks when you get up to the soldiers.
Yep.
Just let me know when to refresh the donation stage.
For sure. We're also gonna moon launch those soldiers because I can. Why not?
That's always fun to do. I like doing that with Roche in Chapter 4.
I hate it so much. I don't know why. I'm just like, why does Dolphin Flurry have to send these guys to the moon? But at least it's something funny I can hopefully... hopefully the game won't decide to be like, haha, very funny. You're not showing anything off today, buddy.
It's slow, but it's you know, it's fun to see.
Yep. So these fights can really easily be nuked by magnifying.
Oh yes, in the Drake fight, this was always one of the worst fights in this entire run for us because we would either lose
I'd refresh right
so much
here,
time
to see if there's any sort of last-minute donations. Probably the last chance, reasonably, to check it.
You really want to throw down with me? Scatter. Feel that breeze.
Wow, perfect Drakes. Look at that.
Yeah.
The hell those Drakes were on the PS4.
Oh my goodness.
Flying out of wind spells all day long.
So that's where we have to close.
Okay, so yeah, we need to close that incentive now, so what are we at?
Yep.
We've made it through worse, you know.
Yeah, no kidding. It's
Alas,
been killed a dozen
no
times
go.
over.
Runners first.
Alright, so we'll do the skip. It'll save us a little bit of time, and I'll probably mess it up, so it'll look extra... I'll hopefully get the extra goofy version. I can actually, like, bug the speed out so I can go full speed here. Not optimal. I'm also going to send these guys to the moon, so prepare the Shinra rockets. Maybe not. Oh, never mind. They didn't survive long enough. Oops. Sorry. Killed them too quick. I screwed up the fun.
So here at the skip,
this
is
really worrisome.
Wow, you got really far past them.
Yeah, that actually messed up the save load, so I might have to do the third classes again if I don't
Let's see
miss
if we get the skip.
No, you'll get this. I think you'll get this. Yeah, you definitely got it. So here and there, we're I call it potion lagging, but it's basically cure lagging Barrett to delay his motion, and it basically allows you to get past the trigger of the cutscene and get you out of bounds. Here we have to follow a very exact pattern, and right there you see us walk right through the tube. Yep, and we gained a little bit of elevation, and when the game does that, it allows you to get infinite staircase. So as long as we run in that one direction, we're gonna gain altitude. So we use that to our advantage to get to a certain point. We can't go out. If you see in the mini map, the little blue area there, we can't go outside there, or else we'll lose what's called null space disable, and then we can't get back inbounds, and we basically have to start over again. So we don't want to do that while we're performing the skip. We also don't want
circling to climb, so that we can go follow on to this section. Your party members respawn back beside you there, and if you're new to that skip, you worry you've lost null space disabled, but you've not. So just keep going.
I actually use that as a cue to walk back and make sure that I don't clip to the floor up here. A lot of these places you can clip right back inbounds pretty easily. This is where we want to clip in, actually.
Perfect.
Tapping this.
You can actually.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, you can actually, on this bar, you can actually save quite a bit of time if you go forward and immediately back. He still steps on the bar, but he doesn't go all the way, so saves that little bit of time and animation. And the reason why we step on the bar is because if we don't, the final boss won't load, so we can't beat the chapter. For one reason or another, hitting that trigger puts up the flag in the game that allows the rest of the game to load. Yeah, except for up here when we expect the boss. He's supposed to be shooting bullets at you.
This is probably the best part about the skip right here. I could give or take the combat segments. I mean, I optimized them to the point where it's like a 70-second difference. You know, so barely over a minute. This part right here is obnoxious. Even you can bonk off of the buildings in such a way that you can basically do a one-shot and never get hit by bullets here. But you can so easily just get wombo comboed in this spot right here forever. For like no reason
yeah.
at all. You just get blasted.
You also see the bullet animation is still hitting into the side of the stairs as you're running down, even
nice
though he's not
decals, dude.
All right, then we get the blast rays, which are always a fun fight.
Yeah, so this is where the chapter returns to normal. The skips out a whole Gauntlet section fighting Shinra guards. You then skip some monsters for climbing up, where we'd normally be using the slingshot to climb. And then, yeah, we miss out on that kind of bullet section that we dodge past as well. So it's a nice little save. It's a good bit of fun. It looks really cool because you're walking in thin air as well.
Yeah, and it saves just a little bit of time. And the main thing that for my route is it saves a ton of MP, so it makes my life a lot easier.
Never in doubt.
So let's see here. Barrett's MP is of no subject right now, so we're good. Cloud. Tifa's a little... Well, no, she's not really that low, actually.
So this fight here, the Valkyrie fight, is normally weak to lightning and wind and difficulty levels. Unfortunately, hard mode is only weak to wind.
Well, I'd say that's a PS4 problem now. Because,
PS4 problem now? Okay.
This fight is going to look really stupid compared to what we used to have to do with this fight. By the way, this is like... The progression of this is him shooting 3 times. So if you can champ the damage, you can just make it go a little bit quicker. It's a micro optimization that you don't need to go for. Barrett's ATB isn't too bad. Tifa into refocus. Oh, Tifa, do you have perfect ATB or is that just me? Aeroga, ATB boost.
Let's be smart.
Wow. Wow!
My
Okay.
goodness.
So this phase is also really stupid. Normally you'd want to bait Valkyrie in, but I'm just going to spam spells at him until he dies.
Yeah, with that AP, no wonder. Spam away.
Yeah, I'm gonna get him in
5
so
bars
quickly
of
that
ATB.
he can't attack. At least hopefully. I might get knocked out of the second era. That's fine. Okay, still close enough. Sometimes it's a risk of him being too far away for that for her to hit. Her third hit, the kick, is usually reaches far enough to catch him. The laser right here is stupid, so we're gonna try and avoid it from doing anything useful. Could you stop that, please? We want to focus strike. Okay. Oh boy, the laser is my friend.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that could happen too, which is unfortunate.
Come on, buddy. Come on in here, buddy. Get in here. Get in here. There he is. There you are.
So that was supposed to happen the first time the laser came down. The laser will instantly stagger Valkyrie. For whatever reason, occasionally, even if it does, hit him, it just chooses
That's
to
what
not
would have
work.
happened if I hadn't have gotten hosed. Somehow, the laser shouldn't have hit him. I'm pretty sure that I had it manipulated in the right way. So I think wait. That's not what I want to do. Hold on. Hold the phone. There we go. That's what I wanted. Yeah. For whatever reason, he got pushed back. Probably because of the thing is, Valkyrie can get kind of pushed off the ledge in a weird way. It's usually a laser that does it, but I didn't see the laser hit him. But
No, the laser did hit him. It just pushed him. It pushed him back out of bounds.
So it was 100% my
pressure
fault
bar.
there. Actually, the laser will pressure him, but the problem is I activated the laser. I thought he wasn't close enough to get hit by it, so I moved really aggressively. The safest way is to just stay behind him because the laser's is detached from. I don't know why I wanted that Moogle medal, but okay, we got it. But yeah, the laser is detached from it, so it forces him the opposite direction of you. So if you don't do the stupid movement that I did, where I moved out in front of him, he'll never get knocked back like that. I usually tank the laser, but I guess I'm having such a good run that I got greedy and started doing silly stuff that I know is bad. Juju.
Yeah, that's the most unfortunate part of that fight. If the Valk gets knocked out of bounds, his pressure state gets.
Luckily, I didn't panic because he's done it to me before. This should be good though. Are you serious? Where's the other one? Okay. Could we just this is gonna be slow as hell, but whatever. Might as well. I gotta wait for Dolphin Flurry anyway. Normally I want to true strike them, but they both didn't get staggered for whatever reason. I got really jank movement on that, unfortunately. So we want to Aeroga these guys, and Dolphin Flurry that. Okay, sure, Tifa. I would like to look back and show that, but
she definitely. I wish we could clip that because that was pretty funny.
Yeah, it just comes rolling through like, guys, look, I know Dolphin Flurry. Like, yep, you definitely know Dolphin Flurry. Okay, what do we got left here? I want to just be in here. Guard dog. Hey, there we go.
Nothing personal.
Wait, what's left over? All right, the two finished off the third-class soldier that I managed to whiff.
So you think that's a Gauntlet fight where you know, you could cast like refocus and it would last the full thing. I take it it's still not worth it on hard.
That I wasn't even aware of that actually. I didn't know refocus would break. Are you talking about that phase? I can just melt through it with arrow so easy. Give me 1 second. Let me. Oh yeah, I don't need to put chain bangle off. Wait, no, I do need to take chain bangle off. I lied. I guess I did put chain bangle on. Let's see here. Yeah,
if you mean through the garage fight, there are actually 3 separate fights.
Yeah, okay, that sounds
Yeah,
about
you're right. There is actually breaks in the fight. So
maybe that last
yeah, it's not as
phase,
useful.
It could be. It would be interesting if that worked. Then I'd probably consider it. Honestly, it would be pretty decent for Tifa, even though her damage is kind of lessened compared to everyone else's. Unfortunately, like, catastrophes would be so much better than flinging out dolphin flurries like that. To be honest, it makes those fights a lot more consistent. Those two, the one that really sucked was the third classes. That Aeroga setup normally will hit them both together, so they'll end up getting staggered and flung into the corner towards Cloud. I'll be able to True Strike with Tifa to one-shot them, and then buffer parries away so that I can force Cloud to warp to her on the opposite side. It's really a cool-looking movement tech if you get it, but sometimes the game just says no. I probably should have just flung in the limit immediately once I realized where I was, or what situation the game had put me in.
Yeah, we're about 5 minutes from the next incentive, so do we have an
stairs.
update on whether it's stairs versus elevator?
Yep, that's our next choice.
No updates on that one yet either.
Okay,
Come on,
so
guys, last 2 incentives.
Yeah, at the very least, if you guys are sleepy, don't take the stairs, give us the elevator, but you should definitely give us at least the quick soft lock. It'll be a quick little thing you won't get to see normally unless a runner's literally not paying attention.
I think we do have 5 towards the soft lock, if I remember correctly.
Sounds good.
We do.
All right.
This section I really hated in my casual playthrough because it took me forever to find out where I needed to go to get up this car.
Oh yeah, nice little frickin' there's a friggin' thing to get up the other one, but not the one you actually need to climb up. Thanks, guys. Also,
luckily for me, I just randomly ran into it and lucked out finding it.
No, I swear I was running around that ground floor for about 15 minutes trying to work out what to do.
Which, the funny thing is, Tifa, you see that chest over there? The ladder I went up, the second set, there's actually a handlebars over there. That's purple pain over there if you haven't gotten it. That's how you get True Strike. True Strike is probably, it's one of her weaker attacks, but it buffs, it increases the any enemy's stagger values when they're staggered. So normally it's 160 base multiplier that they take while they're staggered. But spamming True Strike will just shoot that up through the roof because I think it's like plus 15% for each one. Its damage isn't super high, but its ability to trigger Synergy easily and buff Stagger is very valuable on hard boss fights where the bosses tend to have a little bit more chonk than you want to deal with.
And in reusing mechanics, as you can see, we've got a lot more monkey bar sections here. But however, they do make up for it with what I can only describe as one of the most awesome remix tunes that they put into Remake.
Okay.
Almost.
So,
Just need to get across those platforms.
alright, so I guess it's probably going to be the elevator, huh?
Elevator sounds good, yeah.
Alright.
For those of us who are running out of caffeine in our bloodstream, elevator sounds really good.
I mean, especially when I got a PB on the table. This is actually pretty nice to get that. I
let's see.
I expected stare death on all of these runs, but okay, let's see if I can actually carry this to the end.
Maybe that's tomorrow, or maybe that's in your the run 5 hours from now.
Yeah.
I was going to say you say tomorrow, but it's today for me still.
Yeah, I almost said tomorrow.
We'll just PB in this run and PB in that one too. We'll get a no stairs PB and then a stairs PB. Perfect, easy, every time.
I also love this bit of the game. It's like where you realise that the height that the characters jump, like Cloud and Tifa, and all of a sudden on this one wee bit we couldn't climb over that kind of booth to get to the key card.
Oh,
yeah.
It's like
I have an argument with my chat like almost every time. There's one guy that's like, no, she could jump over that booth without the Barrett boost. I'm like, man, Barrett, just give her a ones up. It's like, no, not even. You cannot convince me.
I mean, like I've always said that this game, the characters are the Advent children characters.
Oh yeah.
Until they're not anymore. Until the story says, no, you're not. You're just regular old like human beings.
no. So what you've got to do is if you watch carefully, Advent Children physics only applies to cutscenes.
Yes. Yes, it's just like it's the common SquareSoft or Square Enix rule that if you die in a cutscene, you're dead for real. If you don't die in a cutscene, you're not actually dead.
Phoenix Downs don't count when you've been gibbed from above. It's like it's like a higher priority attack, so like healing doesn't count or something.
Hey, they didn't see it coming, so I guess they didn't have the chance to, pop the Phoenix down or something.
I mean, I guess she's got to get the chair out then. That's the ultimate.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, there we go. That moment where we're all going to get ready for, and Square's just going to have Aerith pop out the steel chair and bang Sephiroth over the head with it.
That's right.
Like all of us little wrestlers inside are just like, oh my god, I can't believe this is a thing. Could you skip that? Thank you. All right, so we're getting to the next little restroom break, and I'm definitely gonna have to take advantage of this one.
Yeah, I could see the PC modders definitely taking advantage of putting a chair in every single scene that Aerith is in.
I can't wait for the PC version of this, just to get so many. I'm just assuming it's going to be broken in so many more ways. I'm looking forward to the glitch hunting. But yeah, modding this game, running this entire game with like the different dresses as outfits, just for the the lols, all of these things will be amazing.
Now, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a Zack Sephiroth mod going into the dancing section to make him dance, so that'll be fun to see.
Yeah, also coming up later on in the game is Red 13 as a playable as a character, but he's not playable in this one. The community did do some save hacking on the PS4 save files to make Red 13 actually a playable character, and you can see some of these beginning moves and stuff are available. But it's just not the cleanest of setups yet, so Square took the decision, and the right one I felt, not to give you Red 13 as a playable character until part 2. But yeah, it's definitely cool that we were able to find stuff like that out already.
Yeah, I think the PS4 just didn't have the technology to be able to run his character, because Red 13 is a pretty agile character. So, I mean, you see the dogs jump around and see their AI doing that, but I mean, if you're controlling that character, that takes a lot more
yeah, it would
power.
Have been a different mechanic for the player to have to learn for only what would be like the last hour of your game. So it would have been a bit too much to ask.
Yeah, it's definitely much different to ask a AI than to anticipate what a human's going to be doing.
AI, yeah.
So yeah, these are the silly little cutscenes. Silly little bits of trivia. If you're walking around those two kind of museum rooms, you'll see a photograph of the founders of Shinra. And the original founder of Shinra, right in the very beginning, has a kind of what I can only describe as a gas mask on. So yeah, it was a wee nod from Squaresoft to the fan theory that Shinra in Final Fantasy X-2 was the founder of Shinra in Final Fantasy 7. So there's no confirmation that the devs are still stating flat out that 7 and 10 are not linked. But yeah, just wee nods to fan theories. It's pretty cool that they're doing stuff like that.
That's
I can't wait for the 8 remake where they nod to the Squall is dead theory.
Oh, too soon, man, too soon.
It's only disc 1, my dudes, it's only disc 1.
And they say Aerith dying pissed people off.
That was such a... Even if whether it's true or not, it's an interesting theory, and it's pretty well, like... They go to a far reach to explain it.
I'm convinced the 8 community has wrote entire thesis papers on that theory. It's so well wrote out.
Yeah,
well, they are doing a remake.
I'm half tempted to like check, you know, published papers just to see, honestly, the dissertation of Final Fantasy VII and the corruptness of America or something, and then right up there is the Final Fantasy VIII and the illusions of dreams or something in death.
These titles are writing themselves, aren't they?
Yeah, pretty much. Like, you just think of it off the top of your head. So we're gonna have to climb through the vents for a little bit here, so we get to have more fun interaction points. The sweeper fight here.
Yeah, I like to
will
call
go...
this bit Metal Gear Solid percent.
Yeah, at least I like Metal Gear Solid. At least we don't get the 10-minute stair climb song or a ladder song of death. Snake Eater. Oh boy.
This is always the my heart rate always goes up during this part of the run because I know Specimen is coming up and he's always a fun part of my run. I'm sure hard mode is not different at all.
And just for chat, do remember the mayor is the best.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm too busy stuffing my face because I finally got hungry after 4 hours.
I think that's allowed. I've had a packet of crisps while we've been working away.
So we're just gonna skip this. Since there's no hard difficulty, we've determined that easy is allowed here, which is gonna lead to some really stupid, hopefully stupid looking.
Hard mode strats on easy.
Yep.
Okay,
of course that'll work. You know,
a little bit of a
like
miss
that
there,
game.
but
I see how it is.
Every time you say something's going to happen, we seem to get the opposite.
You know what? It was worth it.
I think he actually missed a few hits of that Ascension too.
That's
which is
actually
pretty
why
funny.
it was worth it, because that Ascension whiffed like half of its hits on an easy enemy. Like literally, the most mind-boggling.
Ascension just had to breathe on it and it was dead.
Oh yeah, pretty much.
That
Yeah, that normally takes 4 seconds, but whenever SD decides to do that, it takes 13.
yeah, definitely missed both of them.
Big miss. It usually, like, if you roll forward twice, ATB boost SD, it normally hits, but I think it requires, if you roll twice, it requires the back one to move forward. It's kind of jank. I haven't totally tested it out.
Well, you know, I got the stream up and it's like a little delayed, so I see like it's like a replay. The one actually like moved away from you.
Yeah, I think
so that's why the self-destruct missed.
I went a little bit early to try and mitigate that, but apparently the problem is you lose a lot of time with ATB boost. It's whatever.
Yeah,
really.
whenever he does that blitzall blitz or any sort of attack, he'll target one of the characters and he'll move towards that character, like he'll spin towards them. So just like that's something to watch out for whenever you're doing like an area of attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just remembering in the suspension of
AoE
disbelief,
attack, there we
folks,
go.
that we are running around the Shinra headquarters and their kind of penthouse floors here with a giant sword on our back and a man with a gun for an arm, and nobody's batting an eyelid.
I
So
really
very
wish
fair.
we had the can opener on, but unfortunately it's just not tenable late game.
In all fairness, though, it was like this in the OG Final Fantasy VII. Like nobody really stopped him there. If you talk to people, they were just like,
I don't get paid enough to deal
bye.
with a dude with a big gun on his gun for an arm, not even on his arm.
In OG7, yeah, that's one thing, but there
Actually,
was a
people would
cutscene that we
start yelling
skipped.
at you.
Yeah,
Oh,
there was
go
a
ahead.
cutscene we skipped though where Cloud is recognized, and that's the bit I loved. That still doesn't flag up a warning.
Yeah, that's actually a nod towards oh goodness, I'm forgetting the game because it's so late. Crisis Core, thank you very much. That's a nod towards that. Kinsel, there were characters in there, and since, you know, not going too deep into story points, but since Cloud was involved with Zack and Kinsel, he was recognized there. And he had all these little flashbacks. So that was like a nice little Easter egg, or not really Easter egg, but a nod that they put in.
It definitely, extends the universe. Honestly,
Yeah,
like I love Crisis Core. I might speedrun it at some point. Not yet though, because I just can't stop grinding this game until I lose my mind. So
I never had a
Crisis
PSP,
Core's
so
a
I was
nightmare
very
to
late on
speedrun
it.
because you need the PSP.
Yeah. I never had a PSP, so I had to wait till you know, emulation.
I think I've got the cables. I've got the modded PSP, but I also have the one better, the Vita. So, and Vita TV.
There is actually a fan modified HD remake of Crisis Core, which I highly recommend playing through. It's really well done.
Ooh, gotta look that.
Oh, I can't wait to see what they did to the DMB. I mean W.
This it?
Well,
always waiting.
They are gonna remake it for, I guess, the phones.
I'm actually
just like
interested.
you're doing for Soldier.
As
so
weird as it is, I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with this on the phone one.
I am very interested. I can't wait for that. I forget what Ever Crisis is it? That they're
because
doing
we've
all
already used AC, BC, DC, and CC and DC. We now needed EC.
Little alliterations, just they couldn't help themselves.
I noticed that little pattern as well. I was like, oh, come on.
Yeah, I caught a lot of that because I like Maximilian Dude's podcast. He's freaking has a great like a pair of theory videos. I think it's on Spoiler Mode podcast.
Yeah, I think he did it with Easy Allies.
Yep,
I think I saw that as well.
It's insanely like well thought out, but it's also about as insane as the Squall is Dead theory to this extent because we only have the one game to go off of. But let's YOLO some specimen here.
Oh goodness!
Yeah, I was going to say let's get back to the actual run for a bit instead of lore. So yeah, specimen boss fight.
Specimen is a very challenging fight for me on easy, so I can only imagine what it's like on hard.
So on specimen fight is roughly similar ideas on most, where we need to take out the claw.
Okay, I don't know why you're short HP, but that was super tight. That ice almost killed me.
And Cloud is dying.
That's fine. He's got a limit. That's all I need out of him. He can die right after I fire this off. Doesn't matter. Surprisingly, this fight's kind of stupid. The old fight was even dumber. I used to SD twice just to get a limit.
I'm just going to point it out because I've just finally noticed it myself, because it's not something we particularly worry about in any of our runs on New Game Plus, but you can see the summon bars actually showing up there. And the only reason we have summon materia equipped at all is for the stat boosts. Yep. We do not intentionally use a summon at all throughout this entire speedrun.
The only summon violence I sanction is Bahamut on Bahamut violence.
Or killing Seppi with Ifrit. That's the way to go as well.
Sounds like a fun way to end the run.
That sounds like you were getting desperate and just went spam everything and got lucky.
Shout outs to Hello Internet for the for that meme existing.
Excuse me. Thank you. Put that back in. Got her. That's gonna make my next couple of fights easier. Actually, this, yeah. That's. Lightning is gonna be pretty good in the lab, so I wanna pull it out now. Normally I'd have Stop on Barrett, but we're just gonna kind of YOLO it. Stop is really good, but it wears out its welcome really early on and ends up just not being as productive as you'd like it to be. This fight right here is the worst. These two used to be, you could kill them before eject. I would go Catastrophe into self-destruct instead of this direction. Oh, you've got to be kidding me with this. Ugh! Let's see
One
here.
didn't eject.
Oh, that is so unfortunate.
It's fine. I can... Correct? Yeah, that'll be fine. I had to think about that for a second.
Yeah, what happens there if you don't get them down damaged far enough, all the way down? You basically have to kill them all the way to get them to eject. If you don't do them all at the same time, then one of them will stay in a pressured state and not eject till the other one gets out.
Yeah. They normally will eject together, but that other one... Oh, so here's an interesting thing. I'm holding forward. Okay, I'm going forward. I'm holding down, and I'm also going forward. Found this out the other day when I was just messing around here. For whatever reason, if you just hold back after you've gone forward, he'll keep going forward. If you hold back immediately, he turns around. I mean,
come to think of it, it makes me think like that's Cloud being drawn by Sephiroth. Like that's kind of how they made you do actions in the OG Final Fantasy VII. That no matter what you did, the character was going to do whatever action it was programmed to.
I mean, it's so slow that like doing it casually, you're gonna be like, I just get me out of this. This takes forever. You know, you're not gonna really think to hold back. But
the 30-second walk to chapter 17.
Yep.
Not that chapter 17 needs any extension.
Yeah.
Here's where this is basically where all good runs go to die. Hojo's Lab.
Yeah. This is definitely the probably the most challenging part outside of
the final boss rush
battles.
Is pretty bad. Because you're facing a lot of them back to back to back. So resource management is very important. Strat choices usually tend to warp around your preferences and playstyle. I actually take a worse Jenova fight than basically any of the other strats. I take a very, very old one where I use Focus Strike spam and Focus Thrust spam to stagger Jenova. Mainly because Jenova has this weird quirk where she'll cycle between Barrier and Reflect. And that strat happens to set up for Reflect in the final phase when I want to spam a Star Shower Dolphin Flurry to kill. So it makes my life a lot easier, and I don't have to like overthink things. What am I doing? That's a good question. There we go.
Don't overthink things, remember.
Yeah. Sometimes you'll catch me doing is I'll go to do... one of the reasons I use Ice right at the beginning of Chapter 1, actually, is because sometimes I'll tap too quickly to open the menu, and then I'll end up doing a square input or whatever, and that's really bad with the X, which is my triple slash usually. What am I thinking here? Yeah, nope, that definitely doesn't happen. So
yeah, Chapter 17.
Yep.
Just gonna say, I think most of us agree that it's like 2 wards too big.
It's... If the sledge worms were gone, I wouldn't cry. I'll deal with everything else. Sledge worms are just... Even when they've been tweaked, from what I can tell in the PS5 version, to be less obnoxious, but they're still like 4 times more obnoxious than they should be.
I almost wish this chapter was split into 2. I think the boss rushes could have easily been their own.
Yeah, it's very punishing on a new player, especially in hard, going through this entire last dungeon, because Tifa and Aerith only get like 40% recovery if you're not using Soul Drain or MP Absorb. So they're very quickly going to run out of MP because Aerith is going to be used to kill a lot of things. And then you get punished hard because you got to do it Jenova and Arsenal with Aerith. That's actually why I do the focus strat too, because it's lighter on my MP count. So it'll allow me to save her MP and Jenova, and basically max her back out by soul draining off of staggered Jenova.
Thanks.
It's going to add a little bit of damage, and also I'll be able to use her ATB, which because Jenova is usually resistant to magic or would reflect spells, which would basically just kill Aerith or make her attacks otherwise useless. It allows me to use her ATB effectively for something, rather than just letting it sit there. The other choice is ATB Ward, which I may get gutsy and throw in. You never know. Sometimes the problem is ATB Ward costs 2 ATB, and I didn't realize that last time when I tried to fire it off, so it screwed up my rhythm. I guess it depends on where her ATB is.
Yeah, in this chapter I'd also say that as much as we appreciated in some of the earlier chapters some of the low-level mobs from OG that were given boss status, Brain Pod is not one of those. That fight just should not exist.
Catastrophe. That's it. That is
yeah,
my only
I mean
response
that is the entire strat. It's fine on New Game Plus, but I mean just even the fight as a concept in this game, it doesn't add anything to the story or plot for me.
New game is pretty easy as well. We just spam Thundara mags and triple slashes, and they all just go down pretty easy. Unless you get the targeting corruption where the lightnings don't hit, because that could always happen.
But yeah, Swordipede, I think that's a great addition. I think you're giving that, kind of the more boss level status for such a weird looking enemy, and it just looks really cool. Yeah, moths are evil. That spinning can do quite a bit of damage if it gets to you. And they don't go down easy either, even though you think just spam lightning. They can be a bit more awkward than you want.
I honestly have to admit that I wasn't being as smart as spamming lightning. The reason I got that close to the point where he could hit me is because I was going to use self-destruct. which self-destruct plus Synergy Thunder is usually enough. Luckily, the overcharge that I had Barrett fire off after Catastrophe gave him just enough ATB so I could force out a Thunder. That plus the counter was enough to push him into stun so I could build up the rest of the bar and get the Thunder off normally. That was...
Yeah, my most hated thing in that room isn't even it's the Mono Mark 2s.
Oh yeah, that's...
The Mono Mark 2s are horrible.
Because one is always going to get Magic Barrier, one always gets Barrier. So the strat for that is like stupid. Just stupid. You have to Catastrophe the one that has Magic Barrier or will get it. So that'll break it and kill. And the other one that has a physical barrier, I tag with Thundera from Cloud. Hit stunt and then continue to combo it till it goes down. I switched over to Thunder earlier, even though the failed experiments were weak to Ice. Just for these fights, honestly. It's worth doing it early and kind of like setting everything up so that I can just flick all the dominoes over. You could Blade Burst the Moth if you really want to be cute about it, but I really wouldn't risk it because of what you just saw could happen very easily. Thundera will get out a lot sooner and has a lot less chance of being interrupted. Blade Burst, you'll probably get tipped real quick and knocked out of it. Blade Burst is cool, looks pretty swag, it's free, has a relatively high damage output, but if you're not using it in the right way, it can very easily lead to some disaster. We're actually going to use it a little bit in the Whispers fight in Chapter 18. Between that and Self-Destructs, it's going to shine there because we'll be able to get multi-hits with it and have the extremely high damage output of a magic attack. It's super nice. It can
the thing about Blade Burst is you gotta be in the very right position for it.
Yeah, and the Whispers have so many phases where they spawn and stuff that we can kind of triangulate, if you will, and hit multiple of them at the same time. If we get really lucky, we can tag 2 or 3 of them with the same Blade Burst. You just gotta be careful because you can over-damage with Blade Burst. Normally what we're doing is trying to knock them down to 1 HP immediately and then just rip through them. But, okay, I still shouldn't have done that. Should be fine, though.
God, I love Kata.
Yeah. Catastrophe really, like, simplifies a lot of these things. Unfortunately, the way that the fight goes, I have to wait a little bit to fire off Catastrophe. Because it takes a while to get off, and I also need the Synergy Thunder to do a little bit of extra damage. I could wait until after Kata, but then it would be really slow. Normally, he shouldn't come out of Catastrophe. He should get all 4 ticks and then immediately end the fight. At most 3. So I gotta do a little bit of manipulation here. This is probably the biggest menu and the one I'm the least familiar with, so you have to give me a second.
We will. See you in a bit.
So we're gonna set up limit on Tifa. That's not how you do that. We're going to change out for Ice, Warding, give her Warding. We're going to change out this Refocus for HP up. Binding isn't needed anymore, so we'll switch that to MP up, and now she's on time. Warding for Genova, MP Absorb for HP up. HP up for, to be here actually, HP up for Magnify. Magic up for Subversion and Binding. Alright, so that should set us up for the rest of the area. We're going to go for Thundera here, Magnify, and Aeroga. Aeroga can be used to set some things up, but for the most part I don't want to waste that MP if I don't have to. So we're going to just try and use Aero Magnify. The reason I'm not using Ice Magnify, despite the fact the failed experiments and the dogs are weak to it, the dogs can just flat out dodge Ice, which makes that room a living heck. So I'm going to take advantage of their weakness through Elemental and push a little bit of Stagger, and then follow up with Wind spells to keep staggering over and over again. Aerith's got...
The dog room is abysmal. I hate the dog room.
The ice, you either YOLO ice, or you deal with hampered damage with lightning and wind. Lightning has a good interaction with the missile turrets to where you can stagger both of them and then get your full MP back on the staggers out of soul drains to kill. But wind just has better interaction with everything in here. To the point, okay, we got the full room, I guess.
I won't let you down. Go on.
Okay, that's cool. Thank you for flinging him. So Wind has a really weird... You know, I'm gonna grab this MP here after I heal. Why not? You know what? Yeah. I don't... Thinking about it, I didn't need to, because I'm gonna... I'll get a Bloodsucker proc off of killing this one with Tifa, so she'll recover some MP, and the next couple of fights, she'll get some more back. And then after that, Aerith will kill at least 2 of the turrets. Oh, that's very lucky. That's almost a really bad... that could have been really bad, because that usually leads to Somersault whiffing. That's why I actually use Somersault in here, because it fires off so much quicker than Dolphin Flurry, and kills so much quicker. My MP's a little bit low, like it usually is here. You either can, like, kind of throttle your attacks on the dogs to cover your MP and use some... nice door. Nice door. Forehead.
And that is how you lose 5 seconds for nothing.
Grease ladders and fat doors. Oh,
yeah, the camera angle is always a little wonky on that too.
I'm gonna blame my tiredness on that one. I don't think I've run into that door that long before.
Tifa's movement's really quick on that too, so...
Yeah, your interaction bosses have bit you a few times in this run.
Oh, what do we got? Oh, we got the freebie? No, we don't have the freebie. Sucks.
You'll be blown away. Okay, let's go.
Close enough. That's what the arrow goes for, just in case that Zenine, I YOLO the somersault, but I really messed up the targeting and kind of like hesitated for a minute there. It should have hit both of them, but I think the other one was jumping out of his move before somersault hit, so he ended up evading it. You gotta be careful and make sure you walk forward enough here with somersault, or else you're gonna whiff on this, and then you're gonna have to waste more MP. So, Thundera, Thundera. And we want to switch to Tifa here. There you go. Free.
See you around.
So normally, like I said, Thunder Magnify has a really strong interaction there because it usually won't kill the turrets without a crit, and then you'll be able to soul drain both of them and get back up to 190 MP right there. It's not super important, but it is a good thing to note that maybe Lightning Magnify might be better for newer runners over Wind, especially because Wind flings its target around when it meets certain conditions. So dealing with Wind can be a very ornery process that requires a lot of learning, and you have to hesitate with certain moves so that they make contact. We just need to steal Goddard back and magic up. Okay, that sounds good to me. It's the worst way to do it.
It also sounds kind of obvious, but and, you know, the last fights there and throughout the entire run, Sid's been making sure that when he's got an object to interact with that happens to line up with the battle area, that he's been moving his character over to that interaction object before he makes the final attacks, and that way it's just we make sure we get the kill in and we're already where we need to be to progress as quick as possible.
That's actually why Araga is a good tool there, because if one survives, you can fling him towards the door with that. You could also go with a Magnifoot Araga and it would flip both of them towards her, and then you could just somersault both of them, but I prefer to just YOLO because sometimes it hits. So there's no reason to not go for it, in my opinion. It's better than... The reason is because I don't want to waste the MP if I don't have to. Okay, could you stop doing that? Okay, so the reason I went for Triple Slash right off the bat was to activate Stardust Ray. That hit stun the Zeninays together. My ATB gain after that was a little bit jank, so I didn't get the SD as soon as I wanted to, but it's fine. So luckily, Cloud and Barret get a ton of MP back here. I'm not really going to need it with Cloud, just in case something terrible happens, honestly, but I'll grab most of the crates anyway. I want Barret back at max, because I'm going to put Steel Pincers on him for Arsenal. And those, like I said, have that 20% buff at full MP. And we're going to be having him do a bunch of Synergy spells, and nothing else. So I don't want to lose out on that damage, but I also want the boosted physical damage from being on Steel Pincers, so it's a win-win. This fight still sucks. I'm going to tank a counter here, and then just Thundera, ATB boost SD. That should give the flying idiots enough time to come in and get exploded. Should be able to... Okay, close enough. Okay, that's annoying as hell. The reason that was annoying is Barret has to be on the cutscene panel, so I figured I could start moving with Cloud. I didn't realize the stupid drone had 1 HP left. So I lost a little bit of time because Barrett was trying to rush over and kill it, even though he has a gun.
Now, for the next step.
So the next is the fabled Sledgeworms, and everybody hates this room. Not a single person that likes it.
Welcome to Whack-A-Mole.
Yeah, Whack-A-Mole, yeah. So
Only in this
luckily...
case, the more
I
hit
did it
back.
again! Okay, that's a nice way to lose ATB boost. Okay, this is gonna be fun. Okay, can I actually get this off? That's Blade Burst, but whatever.
Ooh, alright, still works.
Doesn't
though.
matter, it worked.
Yeah. Totally intended.
As the speedrun route dictates. On the stone slabs, it was inscribed as I input.
The notes say Blade Burst, yes?
Notes
Okay.
saith, yeah. So luckily we get like 30% MP recovery everywhere, so it's really hard to run out of MP with Cloud and Barrett. You really have to be like super aggressive. Or just an idiot like me, that's also a problem usually. You could do pretty much anything here, it doesn't matter. This room is...
Incoming kata.
You can't self-destruct this room, but you're gonna always miss 2 to 3 brain pods. Give me 1 second and stretch out my freaking...
Yeah, I think there's
that's
just like
something
so
else.
many... There's just like so many targets that sometimes whatever
2 or
attack is going on.
Sometimes you'll get 0. Most often you'll get 2 to 3 alive, and then you're gonna be just wandering around forever. So it's just better to take the L here. Barrett's gonna get all his HP back anyway because of the Catastrophe interacting with EKG Cannon's Bloodsucker to recover his HP. I'm gonna wait a little bit here before I'm... Okay, I guess that sucks. Nice. Wait, did he just... He catastrophed into a catastrophe. Great. I forgot that was an interaction that can happen.
Yep. That also happens with some spells too. You get a free spell if you do it fast enough. You can get like 3...
He staggered
3
everything in the
thumbs.
room. That's why he got another catastrophe.
Yeah.
It's a weird interaction that only happens in that room because you don't usually have anything survive after a stagger like that.
Yeah, Catastrophe is one of those strange ones that you can actually cast it when a fight's about to end, then end the battle and run miles away from Barrett. That was actually how Chapter 15 skip was originally found by mistake. Was just New Game Plus runner, Catbus, using Catastrophe, running on and then suddenly skipping it and going, wait, what happened?
Yeah, I actually ran into it accidentally myself as well. Doing that. Catastrophe can, like, can activate at some really weird times. I'm not really worried about Barrett's HP. He'll be fine. And I'm sure as heck not worried about Cloud's because he's going to SD. Well, even if he doesn't self-destruct on Swordpede, I'll still be able to get through it with Blade Bursts. There's a couple of different ways to get through it, but...
For how awesome a character Red 13 is, I hate how bad this animation he's given us for the lever pulling.
Yeah, it's so weird. I was so sad we couldn't play as him, but like after speedrunning for a while, and how like bare bones some of the things were, I'm not really that surprised.
Yeah,
like I said,
mentioned that while you were on a break. That was like we save hacked the PS4 save file and we activated him as a playable character, but it's so bare bones and the UI, you know, there's only like 1 or 2 moves and it's not the greatest to control for inputs yet. It's just not been perfected, so you can see why they've delayed it to part 2.
Plus the armor issue as well, right? Because he can. There's like, how are you going to give him set him out with the equipment? Okay.
Yeah, there's so little time between now and the end of what is part 1, you know, the end of this game, to really gear up him correctly. It just wouldn't have been fair to the character.
Yeah. After seeing what they did with Yuffie, though, I'm really... Okay, fine. Thunder, I think? Yeah, that's the best way to deal with this.
Yeah, I don't think they would have been able to achieve that sort of like quick movement on the PS4.
Yeah, so I was going to heal again, but then I remembered Aerith's going to kill like half of the stuff here. Also, Red apparently is like Alpha and Omega over here. Most of our characters go down to a couple of Thundigas. He does not. No, absolutely not. Absolutely. God dang it. I'm kind of annoyed at that, honestly. That should interrupt it, though. Okay, that always sucks a little bit, but meh, it's gonna happen sometimes. Aerith is... I shouldn't have healed there. Aerith's gonna kill the drones in the next one, so she'll get her HP back regardless. Tifa... Actually, I didn't need to heal with her either, because she's gonna... Does she kill Sword Pete? No, I think Aerith is the one that gets the kill. Yeah, Aerith's the one that gets the kill. I had a oversight in my original route that was really, really nasty, where in chapters 12, 13, 14, 15, Barrett had Elemental on his armor instead of his weapon in this recent route. And I made the same mistake with Aerith later on here. That's why I've had to make some like off-menu, off-note menuing that slide them up to the upper slot instead of the lower slot. Synergy and warding will work wherever. Elemental does not, though. It's obviously position dependent because of its interactions. I actually think warding and synergy and stuff is really nice because of that, because then you don't have to worry about the positioning of your materia. Obviously, because of the way Elemental acts, you have to kind of do it like that, but that doesn't make it any less annoying. Let's see here, yeah. Then we want to switch Tifa to this, and no. I want this. Yes, there we go.
Right?
Alright, so we put Ice Elemental on Tifa, or not Tifa, we took Ice Elemental off of Tifa in segments there. We swapped her over to Healing Magnify so that we have some backups on Genova. Genova's pretty spicy, and having no revive is really bad. Healing is super nice too, because you don't get a chance to heal Aerith after the boss fight. So it'll give you a chance to bring her back up to max so that she's not going in with 1 HP into Arsenal, so she just gets killed immediately. Or your other option is to take the 16-second bench of Doom. You just like have to contemplate your life choices while you watch Cloud sit down and take a rest.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think Genova is probably if not the hardest boss in the fight, the second hardest
Yeah, for how bad I played
boss
it,
fight.
it's pretty hard, yeah.
Words are hard this early in the morning, man.
Whispers is a rough one because of the new SD stuff. It really makes the whole thing a lot harder than it needs to be.
Well, yeah.
So this is Sword of Pete. Again, in the original game, a very minor character, but you know, Kevin and Given elevated to a boss status, and it's kind of done in two halves. That was first half, and now we switch to the girls, and we do the second half.
Nice, love it.
Got a nice stun lock there, and it's over.
I gotta love how Aerith bounced off the tail like so many times that I couldn't actually get the soul drain out.
So earlier on, we briefly mentioned what we call the boss rush. So just to give you a rough idea, on the New Game Plus modes, because we get to skip the bike minigames, there's one more of those due coming up in the beginning of the next chapter, so we get to skip it. So already we have started that from now until the end of this run, every single battle that we will be in is a boss.
Boss percent go.
I can tell you that the bike chase can definitely be a part of the boss rush, because it is quite the challenge to do it quickly.
It would be really hard to do in hard as well, because we only get the one heal, so we'd probably have to take a death on purpose, HP up, and then I believe I want to switch you to revival. Where is it? There it is. That should be it. Yeah.
On easy, it's very nice because we get to tank the in the first phase. There's the tank that shoots at you. We get to tank all that, get a free spin slash out of it, so he goes down very quickly.
So I'm gonna use Blizzard, but not Thundiga. Thundiga will come up just in case the fight goes sideways. I could take Elemental off of Aerith for revival, but I've already closed the menu. We're going with it. Cloud revive, Tifa revive is enough. It's gonna get really stupid if she Mr. Presidents into the counter attack I want to take, but there's not much I can do about it at that point. I'm dedicated to throwing this run in Genova, so let's do it.
Yeah, the only thing I dislike about the Genova fight, other than its difficulty of course, is in Square's infinite wisdom with remaking the music, they limited the best part of the entire Genova theme to the final phase. And the problem with that is we're speedrunners, that phase doesn't last very long now.
Yeah, depending on how bad I mess up my ATB management going into it, it'll take a little bit longer, but you're not going to get much of the quickening, unfortunately. It should be a 1-2 Braver break the tentacle to stop Genova from going aggro. Berserk with Aerith, throw a Star Shower, a Dolphin Flurry, and a couple other hits here and there, and that should be the end of that phase. The phases leading up are the ones that are going to be kind of spicy, because I'm pretty meh at Genova. Genova's probably my weakest boss. Whispers follows second, but that's because it's so long and it's so hard to practice the end phases.
I think Genova is the toughest boss for a lot of people on any difficulty. So
yeah, she has a lot of hidden mechanics that are not
it.
obvious. Yeah.
Yep. And plus, there's different ways for her shield to show up, and it's just
yeah, the mechanics themselves aren't readily obvious without either the Ultimania information or a lot of practice and testing. So we're gonna start with Aerith here. Just because it's the old standby for me, not because it's the best. That's basically it.
good luck.
Oh, we're gonna, what am I doing here? We just... well, I would have liked to have done that before, but whatever. I'm sure I don't need that ATB at all. Could you... Thank you. That's all I wanted. I wasn't asking for too much. Okay. Considering the positioning, I kind of want to be over here, because Tifa shouldn't be able to jump in at this angle. I've been surprised before. I don't want to be surprised, but I have been surprised before. We're gonna, ATB ward. Aha! That won't mean shit. Whoopsie. Well. Then we're gonna go Blizzara. Okay, there we go. We got that break. Aerith, Tempest in, and then we want to Soul Drain. Build some bar here, and then Braver with Cloud. There we go. So we're gonna use Regen Magnify with Tifa here. Cloud's gonna be recovering his HP naturally because I'm gonna be murdering the tentacles. The Regen is more for Aerith to help mitigate her her HP loss throughout this phase because the tentacles are pretty aggressive and can end up doing a lot of... Okay, that's an interesting angle. I guess I'll do this. Or not. Whatever. There we go. Trying to take advantage of the ATB ward in the game told me no. Interesting choice. Yes. And the tentacles, they do stick. She stick. Okay, there we go. I'm really bad at... Oh, okay, what am I doing here? Could you stop that game, please? Okay. We're gonna... you know what? I probably should use my ATB boost before rather than after, whatever. Can we... Yeah! Dirty, dirty, dirty. Bad phase. I played that about as slowly as humanly possible. Here we go. Let's switch over to Tifa. Tifa didn't get it, so this is gonna really suck. Thanks, Cloud. Soul Drain. Okay, I should... how am I gonna do this? I can tank some damage and probably trigger Quietude. This is gonna suck because I really would rather not, but since she's at full HP, we'll just deal with it. Star Shower, Aerith Berserk, Star Shower, Dolphin Flurry. Okay, great, the Dolphin Flurry got broken. Awesome. Okay.
Hey, there you go.
I have no idea what happened there, but sure, I'll take it.
The Dolphin Flurry hit at the last... it was still hitting, but it was hitting, like, kind of off. So
yeah,
you got
I was pretty sure it
there.
broke the buff, though. That's what I was talking about.
Right.
Let's see here. This for First Strike. Binding for Skillmaster on Barret, and then this goes to Steadfast. Yep. Now let me do a little bit of tweaking here. Cloud's going to stay. We're actually going to take off Catastrophe off our shortcuts because it'll make my life a little bit easier to not try and risk going for it. We're going to need Thunder. Actually, I didn't check her HP. I want to double check. Okay, good. It's fine. That's plenty of HP. Normally you would want to sleep Rufus, but I have a more interesting strat in store. It is nice because it doesn't require an additional binding materia. I can cut that out early instead of floating it around just for that.
If you're not sleeping, and what the hell are you planning?
Oh, if you haven't seen this, it's pretty funny.
Everyone okay?
It's probably a good backup if you do sleep him, just in case you accidentally screw it up. Here we go. Now we're going to build up ATB, very specific, or stagger here, very specifically. He is going to get the cure off, but there's not much I can do about it with this setup. But what it'll do is the pressure on Darkstar is going to be just high enough that one slash will pressure immediately. I'll get ATB stagger, so I'll have max ATB, then I can triple slash right off the bat and get full damage out of it, follow up with a full combo, and that's enough to end Darkstar and go into the final phase with full ATB, full HP, no boost use, so I could reboost if I needed to. A couple of different things I can do here, so... The boost actually tempts me to do dumb stuff sometimes, so I gotta be careful. I can get kind of greedy. The nice thing about this is, even though you see the bright lights, he's never gonna hit. It's always one combo away. So normally you would just sleep Rufus here and then Braver for a stagger. There's a more interesting strat that Strife showed me that involves causing him to reload and counter and then dodging it immediately. So we're going to triple slash. Yeah, no, I don't think so. Yeah, buddy, your counter. I countered your counter. You activated my trap card! That's the only downside to getting Kiriga there is he takes a little bit longer to kill.
Okay, so it's what the backup that I would use as well. Make sure that you get him on a reload and use Braver.
So we're just gonna use a bunch of Tempests here. Unfortunately, it's the best thing to do. Could you stop that game? Will you please? Thank you. So we're gonna... Well, Barrett's gonna eat shit there. Oh, he didn't. Wow. So we're gonna Soul Drain, just to speed this up a little bit. We have Ice Elemental on, that's why Aerith's doing so much damage. Her magic damage is off the charts. Adding Ice Elemental is just the icing on the cake. The funny thing is, I thought this fight was going faster before, and then I realized I didn't equip Ice Elemental properly. Pretty, like, oh boy moment when you realize your rear. So double Blizzarding here will get the stagger going instantaneously. Then we can trigger... I want to make sure I don't break my Skillmaster and stagger loops here. So I'm going to Thundera the wheel to break it, Blizzard the other wheel to break that one. And that'll trigger a Skillmaster loop and a stagger so that... actually, I need to Tempest. That was almost a big oversight. You need that extra little push. Barrett, point blank, please. There we go. Soul Drain for some extra damage. Okay. So yeah, I also need to keep yammering throughout this fight because for some reason, Sony just made it like Airbuster in this one. Those who fight further song is claimed like 50-50 on YouTube, so I just gotta kind of nuke everything and yap over it like I know what I'm doing or something. So we're just gonna skip this. Luckily, we get to skip the bike minigame because it's. I did it casually, and oh boy, it was not fun because you get one heal before Arsenal, and that is it. Or Motorball. I was like, Red, where's the heal? Where's the heal? Where's the heal? And he's like, yeah, no, I'm good, buddy.
Yeah, being 4:30 into going into chapter 18 is pretty good pace though. So.
The curses. Let me see here. Iron Blade, nope. I want LMG to reduce his magic cost. Got her on Tifa. We're gonna go. Give me the magic up. Give me the magic up. And I believe Skillmaster for win. Yeah. Where is it? Skillmaster. And then I want to lightning, I believe, and then lightning for magnify. Time for steadfast, I believe, at this point. And refocus. So we're going to refocus with Tifa here, because initially her damage is going to be helpful, but not the end-all be-all. Self-destruct and Braver, we want point blank. That's not super important, but it might be helpful if I screw up the fight going to Sephiroth. We'll downgrade to Somersault so I can gain limits much quicker, and we're going to switch to all three of the elements. The thing here is Sephiroth can only spawn 3 of the elements right off the bat. He'll never give you Ice Element. so you can cut fire. Of course, if you don't finish him in the one down, you're putting yourself in a pretty risky position, but honestly, there's enough options that it shouldn't be a problem. So what we're going to do is try and burst through these first couple of Whispers real quick. These phases usually take a long amount of time to get through, but if I SD immediately on any one of them and do enough damage with it, because of there's some weird mechanics, but simply because I don't waste enough I don't spend enough ATB. Oh my, that is perfect ATB. Oh. But yeah, the SD will do enough damage to start the timer to shift the phase, but it won't start the timer for his counter, the main boss's counterattacks. So we can speed up these first two phases quite significantly by using this. This ATB
That's
is
actually another strange quirk of the ATB bars. If you're rolling around, your ATB doesn't build up.
Yeah, dodge rolling and parrying doesn't actively build ATB. It's the movements in between. So sometimes you'll see it slightly tick forward. It's because there's a bit in between. In that segment, you can't build ATB at all. Some places you just can't. This fight, because there's a lot of cutscenes and like phase transitions and stuff, you can't build ATB in most of those places unless you can hit something with your sword. There's only like one scenario, I think, where that's a thing you can do. Yeah. So we're going to do a really specific setup here. I'm going to roll on forward on this guy, hit him, SD, and then we're going to switch over overcharge and refocus with Tifa. Alright, so we needed to build a little bit of bar with Barrett there, so that he could get a Kiriga off, just in case the phases go like this. So we're going to... There we go. We're going to Kiriga, even though I don't really need it too terribly much. And he got knocked out of it. Nice. Thanks, game. 10 out of 10. Yeesh. I'm going to have to ATB boost here. The downside is, luckily, Tifa has assists, so I should be okay, but having this low HP is not something I would really like to see, because the red is going to either give me Crimson Twist, Flurry, or Firaga. Firaga I can roll up an SD on, but the chances of getting that are pretty low. Anything else I have to tank. And the Kiriga would have been enough to fill me up, but he got hit out of it the last second, because this game hates fun. It just wants to kill me and my speedrun. This phase can lose a lot of time if it goes really wrong, which it probably will. What is this? Switch over to Tifa. Star Shower, Arise Cloud. Star Shower. Okay. Yeah. Normally I've gotten a couple of phases where they like group together really tight. Kiriga. Alright, buddy. Please get that off. Please get that off. Please get that off. Thank you. Hey.
Damn it.
This is gonna be a little obnoxious, but there's not much I can do about it. I should be able to get Blade Burst into Somersault, which should be able to set me up. Unfortunately, Tifa doesn't have as much ATB as she normally does, because I usually get a couple of uppercuts there, but the game said no, so that's how it is, I guess. I'll just use a Blade Burst with Cloud here to offset the damage difference, and then follow up with Tifa. You don't want to give any of these staggers to Barrett, because it'll give him a chance of showing up in the final fight. We want to get exclusive... Could you not do that, please? Somersault.
Yeah, what he was trying to say there is we don't want to give any staggers to Barrett. The party that you get in Sephiroth after this whole section of Whispers is dictated by a point system throughout the entire Whisper fight.
Yep.
And that point system is based on who gets like staggers, who gets final hits, and so all of that adds up, and each character's got a slightly weighted point difference because they've got less time in your party. But the way that the materia is all geared up for most runners going into this fight is that we want Barrett not to be selected. The order of the girls, we can take it or leave it one way or another most times, but yeah, we just do not want Barrett in our final party.
Yeah, it depends on your strat. You can kind of adjust depending on which. Aerith gets a ton of points. She gets double the points to everybody else for each thing she does. So basically, you want to give Bahamut and the big one to Tifa, because I'm going to use her, Goddard. I'm going to keep Goddard on her. So I'm going to fire off a limit on Phase 2 of Sephiroth, and use her to cheese out Masamune and Waiting. That plus a Blizzara should stagger, unless I screw it up, which is very likely. But he doesn't become weak to magic till Phase 3, so I want to push Aerith to Phase 3. Barrett can show up and I can finish the fight with it, but it's very rough. If I know I'm going to get Barrett, then I need to just shift her materia over to him. That's part of the reason why I'm using LMG, so that I can guarantee he'll have enough MP left over so that he can cast a couple of tier 3 spells. If that happens, that I need to just give everything to him and, off of Aerith. Right here, we're going to fire off a limit immediately. So we actually don't want to hit the yellow one here. Please don't. Please don't. Okay, that's pretty tight. I'm a little spooked about that.
Yeah, well said, work this out here. I'll just explain the way the staggers on the Whispers here work. If you were to stagger both of them and then kill one of them, the problem is it regenerates the health of the other one back up to halfway, and you need to then kill them again. So you only want to stagger and kill one at a time. So yeah, we are looking to focus nuke here. We really don't want to be doing wide area damage.
Yep. So you could SD right here. It's probably a little bit quicker, but the I'm gonna have to take 3 Punisher counters on the red one in the next phase. So there's really no point to risking it, because if you don't switch to Barrett, he doesn't have enough ATB. You can't revive Cloud. He'll revive with 1 HP and then just immediately get killed by the red one. And then you're in full recovery mode going into Bahamut. So you're going to have a really hard time getting it back up when Tifa and Aerith are just getting bullied relentlessly by the other 3 Whispers. 3v3, it's not too bad because they get split up. But once you go into a 2v3 environment or anything less than that, you're in a really bad spot. I've had runs die here because I screwed up and let Cloud get killed by the red one after the Bahamut phase. So this is really scary being on base HP. Even with Iron Blade's like explosive magic damage, it's still really scary doing this, to be honest. It is definitely not something that I'm like, oh yeah, this is free, 100% free. No. This is really scary, and the only reason I learned it even nearly as quickly as I did is because I streamed the practice and the other runners helped me with a lot of understanding the mechanics and stuff. But these later phases I'm still really bad at. I kind of understand it, and that's about it. I am going to go out of my way to heal with Tifa here on Cloud, because there's no reason not to. It'll actually trigger Skill Master because of the Star Showers and stuff. So we'll just build a little bit of ATB here. I'll have Aerith chip in with some Tempest. I'm actually going to wait until Ascension makes contact, though, so Cloud doesn't somehow miss. Okay, so we're going to go Tempest here, and then Star Shower.
That's it. This one's for you. Go on.
Okay. Alright, so we're going to want to back up here and Blade Burst.
Just go away.
Okay, that works out pretty good here. Can I just Blade Burst this dude too? I don't know. I honestly don't know about this one. I may have gotten the good pattern. Yeah, it looks like I got the okay version. No! No! Damn it! That sucks.
And that there is
the blue one
heal
just,
one of them back up to halfway.
Yeah, the blue one just managed to dip right into it the last bit. If he'd just been a little bit further away. I actually probably would have been okay if I hadn't been messing around, because I switched over and hit him. It did a little bit more than I intended, so I'm going to lose some time there. There's not much you can do about it. This is kind of a high risk, high reward strat. Tifa, if I do this right, though, it shouldn't be too big of an issue. So Tifa is just going to Star Shower that dude. Thundaga, Tifa Star Shower again. Okay, Cloud, an ATB boost, and then Blade Burst, I guess. And then Tifa will uppercut this once, and then switch back over to Cloud. I wanted to build a little bit of bar with her, because what I'm aiming for, hopefully Aerith got that yellow stagger. Should have. Didn't feel like Cloud got it. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes. We'll find out. So what I'm looking for here is I'm going to actually use Tifa to Star Shower into Somersault. That should push enough damage. I need to make sure she has a little bit more bar than she has right now, so gotta kind of... That should be enough to stagger. I actually need to Star Shower into Somersault. Bonk. There we go. It's actually really bad. I screwed up her ATB management. Yeah, it's worth waiting. It's definitely not worth putting Aerith early. So I'm going to lose a little bit of time here because I got to build ATB normally. Kind of sucks, but there's not much I can do about it.
Every time you say lose a little bit of time, I'm just looking at our last incentive and going...
Okay.
Good.
Yeah, it should be coming up. We'll talk about it after Sephiroth because that's when it'll be an issue. So give me a little bit of time here to focus on chicanery. Nope. We want to do HP up and Skill Master. This for assist. And we want to go into Disorder, Focused, Braver, and Lizera. We want to upgrade to Dolphin here. Yeah, actually upgrade Dolphin. That'd be nice. Let's do this.
Fate is not to be taken lightly. Bundle up. Let's do this.
All right.
Chill. Let's finish this.
So yeah, while Sid's working on this here, there's very specific patterns that you're looking out for that cause different FMV cutscenes to kick in for different kind of space changes during the Sephiroth fight. And our objective, of course, is to try and get the quickest ones possible, which we've all discovered through various levels of trial and error. So yeah, we can push Sephiroth through phases before certain cutscenes kick in, and that's what we always try and do.
Yeah.
Tifa up first, so far so good.
The trick is like we're kind of doing an attack before it would trigger anything normally. Okay, that's a problem. Indeed a problem. It's fine. We gotta go down.
You can see
anyway.
there that was Sephiroth getting a cutscene there because he got the hit on us. Instead, we prefer to push with us doing the hits on him.
Going in.
Let's finish.
Okay.
And there he pushes, yeah.
I'm not super happy about that HP count, but it's fine. Not much you can do about it. Normally, Blizzero will cause a stagger. Or the Dolphin Flurry would cause a stagger. It may have been because I fired up Blizzero too soon. I'm not super used to phase 3 of this fight. I initially had done something else. I every time when I was practicing it, I almost always missed the Blizzera. So it's a little bit of a time loss. It's more so an issue that it zaps your HP, but nah, whatever. So what do we got here?
On the plus side,
oh
no
boy! Blizzaga. Cloud.
Boy, that's the game just giving you a gift right there.
Something like that.
Oh, that sea of quad nines. How pretty.
And there you go.
Super Cloud, Braver. I need to actually hold on. Under
Too bright. Now for chance. Get him.
okay, I need to be a little bit
Woo.
more passive about that.
Let me handle
Oh, that was really stupid. Okay, I guess we're gonna have to arise with Tifa here.
Now I pushed the phase and killed Cloud at the same time.
What a way to blow a PB, boys!
That's fine. That's fine. At least I stopped the Thundaga. That would have been run over right there. So we're gonna have to.
Yeah, so what you saw there was Sephiroth cast infusions, and he changed to Lightning Infusion just as we were about to cast Thundaga, and that would have been a healed Sephiroth all the way back up.
Yeah, this is the reason I wanted to use Ascension here rather than anywhere else. This phase is incredibly hard to not get murdered on.
And GG's.
Well, I threw that in the end game because I think I started being a little more deliberate, but that's still a really strong run, honestly. My PB,
that was really great run, yeah.
Yeah, that's like 2 or 3 days ago. I think this would have been a PB.
We can do
For
this.
sure.
We can.
Yeah, you're only a minute and a half behind your PB, which considering we lost most of that, well, half of that in chapter 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you actually had a very strong boss rush too, so I think that was actually better than your PB, so GG's, man. Good job.
I probably should have just thrown the Ascension, honestly. There's a little bit of a... It's probably faster if you do that stagger in Phase 3 properly, but it's just easier to just throw the Ascension there and then deal with the Shadow Flares, because you're not really dealing with any sort of... You're dealing with a completely passive Sephiroth, as long as you get the damage out before the Shadow Flares go. If I could just get the damage out with Aerith, it wouldn't be a problem at all. That's mainly the reason he gets back up, because I'm not good enough at micromanaging.
The rest of the time loss we'll put down to you running at like silly AM and all of the interaction, tiny little losses adding up.
This is how everything looks to me right now. Just okay, so I guess that's the end of a marathon. Are we gonna do the soft lock, or how's that looking? And for the donation incentive, how's the soft lock looking?
Unfortunately, we did not get there, which makes me sad.
Maybe another day.
Yeah.
So, thanks SGLive for having me as a finale. If you did miss part of this run, I'm gonna have to be shameless and promote this, but I got another run at 10:45 EST right now for Quest for Glory, which is on RPG Limit Break's channel. So I'll be doing
6 hours.
Doing this again in 6 hours. So if you guys missed anything and want to see the run again, come and join me. Otherwise, I'm really honored that I could do the finale for this marathon. I'm glad that I could hit out a pretty decent run. Yeah, a couple days ago this would have been a PB. If it hadn't been for a massive PB yesterday, it would have been, probably, honestly. So thanks everybody for hanging out. You guys want to, well, I guess there's the, my Twitch channel and stuff. If you like watching runs of this, I do this like every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, over and over and over again until I lose my mind. But yeah, I'm gonna have to do a little bit of Mega Man X3 for another marathon, and I'm gonna be doing some Yuffie hard percent as well. But this is gonna be my mainstay till Part 2 comes out, and Part 3 comes out, and Part 4 comes out. And I'll probably keep playing this to the point, even if I start doing stupid gimmick runs, I'm kind of looking forward to the point where this is like Kingdom Hearts, where we do like weird crits, level 1, specific equipment only type thing. I'm looking forward to seeing the progress this game can make over the next couple of years.
Yeah.
What about you two? You want to chip in?
Yeah, no, thank you very much for having us as commentators. Thank you, SpeedGaming Live for having us here, and yeah, I'm looking forward to running this game for however long we can run it.
Yeah, from my side, cheers Sid for inviting myself and Steamed along. I think we've had it's been pretty fun. I know we're all pretty tired, but it's been good. It's been good crack, and yeah, SpeedGaming, cheers for having us. It's always good to get Remake on Showcase wherever we can get it. It's always good fun to see. Personally, I'm looking forward to, what would it be, 27 years when we discover Cam Skip in Part 2. That seems to be the timeline for getting it. So...
Yeah, we'll just be a decade older each time one comes out. I guess that'll be 80 about the time they finish. This sounds fun.
No, I'll probably be speed running it then too. All in the wheelchair.
Yeah, when they finish all the different parts of this, I'm actually looking forward to us doing like relay marathons of just running parts 1, 2, however many back to back in race teams. Similar to how we do for the full Final Fantasy series relay, but just for remakes parts. I think that'd be pretty sweet if we could organise that in future. Yep. So yeah, this game's got a lot of future, a lot of progress. The actual speedruns themselves, we've got the Discord server. Come along, folks, pick a category, hang out. It's an amazing community. I started speedrunning at the beginning of lockdown, as I'm sure a lot of people did, and you found this community, and it's kind of been home ever since. So yeah, we'd love to have you come visit.
Same here with me. This is my first speedrunning game. I've never done anything like this before, and this community and this game got me into it. So yeah, it's definitely a good time.
I've been a part of a few different communities, and some of them are a little bit toxic, a little bit not. This one, I don't think I've had nearly any sort of those interactions. RPG community is really fantastic, and just this community in general is really good for the most part, and we definitely help each other out. Hard ends up being really active, mainly because I just grind this so hard, and then people are throwing me some scraps every now and again. But you know, choose a category. There's plenty of stuff to learn in this game, and I'm sure there's some optimizations that we've overlooked that we need somebody new to find.
New eyes always find new things, so it's always good to have new people come in.
So I guess since we've seen Best Boy Zach is alive, we can sign out here. You guys ready to go?
Yep. Got a nice 6-hour nap ahead of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, tend to get some sleep and then do this all again.
Yeah, sounds about right. Oh, I've been the Sid. I did the finale run for you guys. If you want to see it again, RPG Limit Break. What do you guys?
Hey, Cloud. You see that?